hands in the air and praise him like you just don't care. And I get you in LA and Miami too, New York City and Dallas, Texas too. Come on and lift those hands and praise him. I feel a Holy Ghost thing of happiness. Ain't nobody mad but the devil. Come on, come on. Trying to be hard out there. Put that gun down and put your hands up in the air. Cause I'm here to let you know that ain't nobody mad but the devil and give you praise to Jesus. Cause he's the one that set you free and free indeed. You understand what I'm saying? So I want everybody out every place you go. That's one thing about Jesus I really want you to know. That can't nobody take you high because he's the Messiah. And the devil, guess what? He's still alive. Come on, for the 9-6, 9-7, come on. Yeah. Come on and have me praise him. Everybody, what you say? Once more.
Harcourt. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I was really liking the I Will Bless the Lord song, giving us some sort of vibe. Were you feeling it? Were you feeling it? I will bless the Lord. I feel like church in here. If you're not feeling it, sorry, but not sorry. Good morning. Thank you for coming early. I apologize on behalf of all of us that there were all sorts of things from here to there. You are here. We will make progress. Thank you for your forgiveness. We are sorry for everything that didn't go according to plan. We are starting right away. This is day 2 of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. Before the expo begins in earnest, we would have ourselves a me and you time, which we had discussed yesterday, the master class. How many of us came ready for master class? Y'all? Y'all? Say y'all. Y'all. So come on now, say y'all. Thank you. So we're going to have 2 master classes simultaneously. One is Job Market Readiness by Iene Ikpe. Iene is here. Iene, where are you? Where are you? Where's thou? Where's Iene? I know he's here somewhere. Protocol, if you can hear me, please bring him maybe from the VIP room where he is. Shoma, if you can find him. Iene? Yes. And the second masterclass is Pitch with Precision, communicating your tech solution to non-technical audiences. I will be taking that masterclass because it is my job and my duty to help you communicate with clarity. Everyone should understand what you're trying to say. How many people are attending that masterclass? Fantastic. How many people are attending the job readiness one? It is time for you to get a job. You need to know what to do to be ready for the job market. So how is it going to run? Myself and Iene will be up here speaking at the same time. But you will be wearing headsets that have channels, so you can switch to the channel you want to listen to. The only people that will be able to hear what we are saying are people wearing what? Headsets. Else we'll just look like this. Can you hear me now? If you are wearing a headset, you will hear. So the headsets are going to go out. That logistic will take place. And then you'll be shown how to switch the channels. So you can listen to the masterclass on job readiness or listen to the masterclass on Pitch with Precision. How cool is that? Cool, right? Yes. So in a moment, we will get into the mix of it. Please, somebody wave to me if you are the one giving out the headsets. Wave to me and say, Joyce, over here. Who is the one handing out the headsets? Okay. The headsets will come in a moment. In the meantime, please, everyone, put your hands together for DJ Kelvin. No, I mean, you have to celebrate him. DJ Kelvin did an amazing job yesterday. He just kept giving us the vibes that kept everything going. And this morning, he has taken us again to the next cloud. Once again, please celebrate DJ Kelvin. We celebrate greatness. DJ Kelvin, so please play something that will continue the mood for an environment of learning. Whilst the headsets come, Iene comes over, and I'm ready for Pitch with Precision. DJ Kelvin.
Today's a new day, but there is no sunshine. Nothing but clouds, and it's dark in my heart, and it feels like a cold night. Today's a new day, but where are my blue skies? Where is the love and the joy that you promised me? Tell me it's alright.
I'll be honest with you.
I almost gave up, but a power that I can't explain fell from heaven like a shower now.
When I think how much better I'm gonna be when this is over.
I smile, even though I hurt, see I smile. I know God is working, so I smile. Even though I've been it for a while.
What you do?
I smile,
Come on.
smile. It's so hard to look up when you've been down. Sure would hate to see you give up now.
God's people.
You look so much better when you smile. So smile.
Now every day ain't gonna be perfect,
Tell me where are my blue skies?
Where is that love, y'all?
Where is the love and the joy that you promised me? Tell me it's alright.
The truth is,
I almost gave up, but a power that I can't
that
explain
Holy Ghost power, y'all.
fell from heaven like a shower.
Gray skies, looking a little dark in your life. Prayed about it, cried about it, and now you're waiting for an answer. We just want to remind you how God brought you out before. It ain't his first time. So while you waiting, go ahead and praise him. Because if he did it before, he can do it again. Sister,
I see that you're having some trouble today.
so the Father sent me to help you, to help you.
How y'all doing this evening? How y'all doing this evening? Do y'all want that bounce? Do y'all want that bounce? I say, do y'all want that bounce? That bounce?
Everybody wanna be like you. They want power and praise like you. But see, there is no God like our God.
My God.
There's no one like you who gave their life like you and who paid our price like you. Say, there's only one God. That's our God.
God.
There's no one like you.
Revelation chapter 7, verses 16 and 17. Yes, sir. They shall hunger no more, neither shall they thirst anymore. Preach, preacher. For God shall wipe away, yes, sir, every tear from their eye. Yes, sir. Get ready for the revolution. Come on. What you say? Come on. Do you want a revolution? Say, do you want a revolution? Come on. Say, do you want a revolution? Come on. Do you want a revolution?
Sick and tired of my brothers killing each other. Sick and tired of daddies leaving babies with their mothers. To every man that wanna lay around and play around. Miss a partner, you think man enough to stay around. Sick and tired of the church talking religion, but yet they talk about each other. Make a decision. No more racism.
No.
Two racism.
No.
No pollution.
No.
No solution.
No.
Or revolution.
Come on. Yes, sir. Listen. Do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution? Come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen. Do you want a revolution? I say, do you want a revolution?
No crime. No dying. Politicians lying. Everybody's trying
That's right.
to make a dollar. It makes me wanna holler.
Come on.
The way they do my life, the way they do my life. There's gonna be a brighter day. All your troubles will pass away. A revolution's coming, yes, it's coming, coming. Revolution's coming, yes, it's coming. Revolution's coming, coming.
Over them all. If they want tongue Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade Messiah. Over them all. If they want tongue Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade Messiah. Over them all. 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 Over them. I dey sit my matel. I been down with my cartel. Number one, no forget. If you dey vex, make you go kick your bucket. Oh no, I love it fake it too. I swear to God, they love it change me. Them go run back for my messy, but them won't play me like Messi. Shake me, them me they call my phone. Them me they come my home. I feel like slow, but I fly over them like drone. Oh no, over them all. If they want tongue Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade Messiah. Over them all. If they want tongue Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade Messiah. Over them all. Over them all.
Opposite natural, imana chukwa gazito mo. Onya no me you, yellow you me. What am I looking for? Say my God, it don't mess me up. They giving me you, giving you me. Opposite key fell like just so. Opposite key fell me just me. My baby, you know say you got love for me. I do go. When I call your name, you shut up for me. No, man. I'm gonna be your, you gon' be my Julie. No, man. I'm gonna be your, you gon' be my Julie.
I go pick up. I am baby, I'm no babe. What the
I went there with my best friend Kule. Kule they there with his girlfriend Shile. Ghetto girls them they like Takasufi. So many pretty girls they inside my mule. I just they wonder say which can party everything yakba, everything there. Oh shit, I get many girls with them they come from away. AJ boys them they like to throw away. Competi, 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 competition for my lady. Oh no, cause she get everything where I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no one. You go know say people fine. You go know say God design in a LLA. Oh, na LLA. Oh, she na yansho, he like mattress. She na peso, he like actress. I say nobody fi contest you. Oh, my baby, oh. She na yansho, she na peso, she na westo, I don't be made to.
I slap police for your case. I go to war for your case. I go to court for your case. I climb the bridge for your case. Enter water for your case. I punch the judge for your case. Anything you want, baby. That's for you, baby. For your case, you. For your case, you. No. For your case, you. For your case, you. No. 'Cause my papa no be Dangote. Oh, Adeleke. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. But my papa no be Dangote. Oh, Adeleke. But we go there, okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I go shoot for your case. I go slack back baby for your case. I go call MC Oluomo. I go report all of them. I go shoot for your case. I go slack back baby for your case. I go call MC Oluomo. I go report all of them. So tell me what the hell are you waiting for? If not to Dobby Dobby, we go talk. If not to Soki Gari, we go Soki. What the hell are you waiting for? If not to Fire, we go.
Why'd you have to go away from home, my love? Why'd you have to go away from home, my love? Say the first time me looking at your eyes, me they tell you once a guy like me. We used to have good times on the evening, me and you chilling on the beach. We used to kiss and caress and trust me, girl. It feels so sweet. Then one day you move, now I'm feeling kinda blue, 'cause we hear say you leave. I feel like I'm drowning in the ocean. Somebody come and take me away.
From the day that I met you, girl, I knew that your love would be everything that I ever wanted in my life. From the moment you spoke my name, I knew everything had changed. Because of you, I felt my life would be complete. Oh, baby, I need you for the rest of my life, girl. I need you to make everything right, girl. I love you, and I'll never deny that I need you. Nothing matters but you, my love, and only God above could be the one to know exactly how I feel. I could die, you could die, you could die, you could die.
It's DJ Kelvin Kelvin.
Something in my mind, I wanna talk about it. Feeling deep inside, cannot suppress it. This must be love. I'm not searching no more. I found the one for me, yeah. You are my destiny, you are my destiny. I want to be the one you seek in the morning. Before you go to sleep at night, I just want to be the one you holding. I never want to see you cry. Girl, you know that I'll come running when you
paradise. Baby, oh, the way that you looking tonight, I swear you too tight. Baby, move. And everybody wanna mingle because you're just single. But you made it clear to them that I am your number one. Put up your eyes on me. It dey make me one color. Baby, it dey woo. You took my heart away because you too ugly. After dinner, put up no. She took my heart away. You set my soul on fire. You are my heart desire. What a She says she likes it when I stay. She says she don't want me to go. She says I always make her day. Girl, would you be my lover now? She says she really likes my style. Seems like she wants to take it slow. Do anything to make her smile. Girl, would you be my lover now? What am I to do? Tired of running around chasing you. I can never think of replacing you. It's not you I define, baby, make up your mind. Hey, would you be my lover? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, yes.
For like you give me love, oh. Now you the catch my shot, oh. For your sake, I go church, oh. Hey. We go drive around for my Porsche. Baby, pana, they say you like you all, I get you all, baby, pana. Anywhere that you go, I go follow you to go, baby, pana. I say you like cassava, I get to big cassava. Hey, baby, pana, my love for you will never die, will never die. If I ever, oh baby, if I ever, baby you too sweet, if I ever, oh baby dance you do the lagwaja, make a take me to Babalada. If I ever, oh baby, if I ever, baby you too sweet, if I ever, oh baby dance you do the lagwaja, oh make a take Babalada. So love is a love is a love.
Kelvin. DJ Kelvin.
DJ Kelvin, the beauty.
If you wanna go and take a ride with me, willing in the four with the ghosties. Oh, why do I live this way?
Must be the money.
got something real nice. Looking for a little shorty I know they so that I can take home. She can be 18 with an attitude of 19, kinda snotty, acting real rude. But as long as you a thick girl, you know this song. I keep something coming towards me up the dance floor. Sexy and real slow, saying she can poop it, and I dig the last video. Someone that we could go. How could I tell her no? Measurements from 36, 25, 34. I like the way.
Roach Beats.
Biggie bang bang.
Biggie, biggie. Heavy, heavy. Heavy, woman. Biggie, biggie. Heavy, heavy.
You're the one I want, oh. Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. Before cassava start to hate, and if I ever leave, oh, make what I carry me, they go far away, far away. So I am looking for the sister, Jehovah, my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she dey wear designer, oh. So I am looking for the sister, Jehovah, my lover, oh. She got the dollar, she dey wear designer, oh. So give me assurance, assurance. I give my baby assurance, I give my baby lifetime insurance, yeah. Assurance, oh no, assurance. I give my baby assurance.
Taking you back in time. It's DJ Kelvin.
All day on top your body, yo. All the times where I do you bad, I'm sorry, yo. Give me love way better pass money, yo. Where sweet pass the honey, yo. If I fight, make a fight for the love. If I grace, make a grace for the love. No one, no complication. This is a situation. If I grace, make a grace for the love. If I fight, I go fight for the love. No one, no complication. This is a situation. Baby, yo, I want to love you for life. Baby, yo, oh, make a love. You leave here before, but I done messed up and threw her out the door. Now I don't feel irie like I used to before. All the things we used to say, all the way we used to play, how we used to play. Now there's an emptiness inside of my soul, and they say my unmanliness will start to show. And God knows I cannot take it no more. That's why I'm asking you, how do I come up with you? You see, I'm looking for someone to satisfy me, looking for someone to love me completely, looking for someone to show me true love. And I'm searching for the kind of possibility, someone who truly love me for me, someone who come.
My money, my body, now your own.
Yo, body.
If I tell you, say I love you, oh. My money, my body, now your own, oh baby. 30 billion for the account, yo. Yeah, Versace and Gucci for your body, oh baby. No do, gotta for me. No do, say that, oh. No do, strike out, oh.
Give me love,
fire.
Dance with her down. Give me love, make her love. There's no other one above.
Damn, fresh.
Shorty want $1 million. Say make a wire. Don't need to wanna cover my girl. He say all our friends are leave me la vida loca. And if I'm me, my lover, yeah, you for there for me. You for there. When the boy they hunger, I for try for you. But you say if you don't get money, I hide your face. I hide my face. Make another man picking on my race. I love you, no mean say. If you say make a play, 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 make a play.
Die for the dough. Tell her wine, make she wine for the dough. Tell her die for the no. Let her die for the no.
Ghana girl say she want marry me, yo. I hope so she sabi kukuwache. Hope your love go sweet past the sheet up. Baby girl, I say your body na killer, oh. Oh, yeah, I get it tired of your body, oh. Only on your body. Got the girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call, I'm up. Where see the wine, I see fire for her body, oh. And if she follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill, I'm up. Baby girl, you bad, tell me where you wine. I demand over you, girl. I demand over, mad.
It's DJ Kelvin Kelvin. Kelvin Kelvin.
Now who could live by your side if you are got you fire? Follow you standing, send me fire. Now who love me, I go love. Now who love us, we go love. Who could believe you when the whole world is calling you a liar, liar? Now who love me, I go love. Now who love us, we go love. Now go to live your life to impress anybody. Cause some people was by Satan. Now who love me, I go love. Now who love us, we go love. Even though you love everybody no go feel love you. Turn my mind to my weapon. Fuck the world with the large condom. Anytime you vex someone, I go like make you hear this song. Me and you no be Jesus. So now only who love us, we go love. So now only who love us, we go love. This can be side butter. Focus on your bread and butter. Feed your sons and daughter. Make sure that the mother knows suffer. Just to live your life, baba. Just keep them real and proper. Focus on better customers. Listen and chat over. My brother, search and you will find.
My mind is for you. My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please. When they all said I can't have you, I proved them wrong, I can't for you. And you are done and they want to. Mama, you know I still come through, Give me love, yeah. Forever, yeah. Better kiss for your love. My mind is for you. My mind is for you. My heart beats for you. My heart beats every time when I think of you. I don't know. I feel love.
for you, my charge. You want the phone? No case. I no go talk. Scarface for you, my charge. For you, my charge. Take me everywhere you want to go. Oh, tell me everything I want to know. No lie, no lie. Yeah, run am anyhow you want to run. Shake am, baby girl you fire pass it on. No doubt. But you say, kilo come, I'm getting mine, biggie mine. So what's the fun?
My brother, I know if you calculate, stick calculate, simple let go. I know the reason how many people have fed me go. Inside the life, now inside the carcass. Open my eyes, Lord, make a day see ya. Make a face my front. Make a bad no use me just run. Make butter no stay my clothes. On my advantage every time I ball. Cause now only Jah way they set my cause. They my own lane as I run my run. Me I know they for the attack along. On my advantage every time I ball. Cause now only Jah way they set my cause. I'm not feeling see love me go by me. I'm not feeling see love me go and take me. I'm not feeling see this is for this is it. If I reason, I feel go day. Kolometa. I feel go day. Kolometa. This driving I follow come. Still dreaming, but I no sleep. Clear picture, no Photoshop. Many man calling, I no pick. Many man calling, many man digging for me, but I no fall. Cause all of their plans, they jaga. Make a face my front. Make a budget, no use me just run. Make butter no stay my clothes. On my advantage every time I call. Cause the only Jah way they set my cause. They my own lane as I run my run. Me I know they for the attack along. On my advantage every time I ball. Cause the only Jah way they set my cause. I'm not feeling this thing about me. I'm not feeling this thing.
Still heavens.
When I reach Poland, they calling me Odogu. And as I enter the town, I put down for Egu, Odogu. And nobody can stop you. And so we they fly past you. Over any obstacle, it be Odogu. Say now who they draw the map, you Odogu. You are looking at the champion, Odogu. Why they just the shaking yash, you Odogu. With the person with the cash, you Odogu. Aje, kekele, Odogu. Aje, kekele, Odogu. Aje, kekele, Odogu. Champion. Make up in mind, just to go. Bounce to the sound while I bounce with the do. Serve yourself, not the matter with the do. I'ma eat this slow. Move, make a move. I go slide, then you go sink like a boat. Me, I just they laugh like say life is a joke. And like you broke girls with they clean, with they go. If your boyfriend don't get money, then they can't go. Come back. When I reach Poland, they calling me Odogu. And as I enter the town, I put down for Egu, Odogu. And nobody can stop you. And so we they fly past you. Over any obstacle, it be Odogu. roll, I pull up in a Bentley. And with the diamond shine on every ring you see. Lights on, I become with the
Alakori, alakoko, show my family, show my laptop. Timpak bewa, show my kako. Show my money problem, pelu boys. Tabaja kapada, pasalo Canada. If I travel today, give my pile la baba. I'm a man, I'm a brother man. Only any problem. Baby, show up, show me the king call. Lie no wajeku, iru ele yo money problem. Melanin, popping. Baby, me show you that. Baby, such a give you feedback. Money do nigga, oh yeah. Show me capital business. Show me character weakness. When you wake up and I'm for that. Make breakfast for me. Go by and show me, gimme. Gimme, come up, gimme chicky. Gimme, come up, gimme chicky.
I'm on to it. Me, I don't got anybody to help me, so I must win. Right. For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Me, I don't got anybody to help me, so I must win. Now, me be the boy back and the borrow. Nobody really knows tomorrow. Kongwa, sir. Back in the days, we dance Kongwa, sir. These days, everything like a deal. I know some artists say we start my head and no more. Brother, sister, back in the days that they pull back on. Look around, turn around, see. The best for my life is so special. Want to win. I don't got anybody to help me, so I must win. Right. For my life, every day, my dream is just to win. Me, I don't have anyone to support me, so I must win. Now me be the vibe I can live borrow. Nobody really know to sorrow. Take away, when I sell planting, get them there. It don't take when you wait on the rate. Me and the hustle back, it don't take. Take away, when I be sell planting, get them there. It don't take when you wait on the rate. Me and the hustle back, it don't take. No they tire. Anytime I come here, give them fire. All of my guys, me I link them higher. And I'm still that fire. Yeah, say no they tire. Anytime I come here, give them fire. All of my guys, me I link them higher. And I'm still that fire. I don't got anybody to help me, so I must win.
Now me with the clean on the house. Now me with the wash in the car. Now me with the cook no. Now me with the wash in the cloth. Now me with the work for your shop. Now me with the hug no. I become a person for my happiness, so still be my own. Everybody get roll, no me say your own bro, pass me my own.
I can no more pretend. Just got on my defense. Say two things from the end. Swear you go like me. Can I be your man? Bad friend with no relent. Doing all the things you like. My temperature rising. You be my queen, I don't need no rules. It's a love song, I don't need no blues. You be my sugar, I don't need no juice. Baby, loving you is a must, yeah. What have I done, girl, I have no clue. From a distance, girl, I'm feeling good. Steady on the grind, I've been making moves. Cause I want to satisfy you. Cause you my medicine, girl. Cause you my remedy, oh. When you wake up for money, I go there by your side. Oh baby, oh my baby. Girl, we can never go wrong. We no go use your body play. No go use your do test wrong. But don't me I no go do it young. You know it's your heart, you know. Nobody else can take your throne. Whenever you need, come out from. I'll be your Superman, be my queen. I don't need no rules. It's a love song, I don't need no blues. Be my shoe, be my shoe.
This one's for my Brooklyn playboys. This one's for my LA playboys. This one's for my Chi-Town playboys. ATL, down south, NC, SC, where it be. Come on, play with me. When it come to hoes, we don't love not one. We fucking a friend, ain't no option. It's a must. Different assist like Stockton. When we fuck, I gotta have two, not one. She know a freaky nigga like me. Get it wet, then I'm out like strike three. No doubt, make a girlfriend eat her out. After we fuck, then the exit be the route. Believe me, we don't love them hoes. Break out after we dug them hoes. You wanna stay, bitch? What you talking about? Put your shoes on, start walking out. Get out, I don't wanna hug you. Get out, bitch, I don't love you. Get out, what you talking about? Put your shoes on and start walking. Under you hitting, got me licking the hole before I'm sticking the hole. I put my face in the place niggas don't see. Love drug, baby. I'm about to OD, cocaine, pussy, one stroke to your whole key. You're feminine, hood from heaven, and I'll do anything, all it's the S&M. Keep you satisfied, back certified. Come and take a ride, I'll be a great adventure. Tell your friends I've been chill, who sent you? Must have been God, my God, my God.
Now I see places and faces and things you ain't never thought about thinking. If you ain't peeped, then you must be drinking and smoking, pretending that you're looking, but you're broken. Let me get you open. Now little Timmy got his diploma and little Jimmy got life. And Tamika around the corner just took her first hit off the pipe. The other homie shot the other homie and ran off with his money. And when the other homie told about it, they thought that it was funny. But who's the dummy? Cause now he done lost a hustler. A down-ass brother done been replaced by a buster. And though I got love for you, I know I can't trust you. Cause my crew is rolling Hummers and your crew is rolling Dusters. And just because of that, you act like you don't like a brother no more. I guess that's just the way it go. I ain't trying to preach. I believe I can reach, but your mind ain't prepared. I see you when you get there.
I'll see you when you get there. If you ever get there. See you when you get there. I'll see you when you get there. If you ever get there. See you when you get there.
More temptation and faith, I guess we living for the day. I seen a man get swept off his feet by a bull with an this situation so twisted. Everybody getting lifted. I'm just trying to take it on. You are now rapping with 50 Cent. You gotta love it.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, baby.
Girl, it's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me,
If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and sentenced to a quarter century, could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoopty for my bands, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a nigga cap, you chill and drive. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed, if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Then we could have a little chat.
All right. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, delegates, attendees of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026, good morning and welcome to those who've just joined us. To those who've been here all morning, good morning again. Sincere apologies for the late start. We are going now straight into the conversations for today. Yesterday we had several panels, keynotes, all pointing to one direction: syntropy, collaboration, synergy, and advancing tech, not only in Port Harcourt, but in its environs. Today, the conversation continues with the legal tech, the med tech, the energy tech, and more, fintech, and the masterclass will come in sometime in the course of the day. We'll have a few masterclasses, topics will be announced, speakers will be introduced, and we'll break up into those masterclasses. Right now, we're going into the legal tech panel, which sets the tone for the day. In the course of conversations yesterday, several times legal matters came up. Today, we'll get so much more clarity. So please, there is one ask and one ask only: that we listen with rapt attention, put our questions together, and get ready to ask them when it's time. Are you with me on that? Yes? Thank you so much. I welcome the legal tech panel. The introductions we made, they'll come up. It's for a 35-minute conversation. 25 minutes of those will be with the panelists on stage, and 10 minutes we'll take questions from the audience. My name is Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, your master of ceremonies for Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. DJ Kelvin has been keeping it locked down. We celebrate him. We celebrate all the attendees. We celebrate the exhibitors. We celebrate the sponsors of the event for making it happen. Legal Tech, it's time.
I like 21 questions, and they all about could you love me in a bed? Could you love me on a bus? I like 21 questions, and they all about
Throw your hands in the air right now, man. Feel this shit right here. Sky Storch, nigga. Yeah, Khaled, I see you, nigga. Showbiz, born law. Yeah. Yeah. I don't give a fuck about your faults or mishaps, nigga. We from the Bronx, New York, shit happens. Kids clapping, love to spark the place. Half the niggas in the squad got a scar on their face. It's a cold world and this is ice. Half a meal for the charm, nigga, this is life. Got the phantom in front of the building, Trinity, yeah. 10 years been legit, they still figure me bad. As a young, was too much, was too much, was too much.
So get out my way. It's a new millennium, it's a brand new day. Bugged out nigga. I don't really care, yo. All my niggas. I'm about to let the dragon out. No. Y'all niggas gon' make me. Unleash the dragon. I know you don't really wanna unleash the dragon. Niggas, you hear me? Yeah. Shorties, you hear me? Yeah. Y'all niggas gon' make me. Unleash the dragon. I know you don't really wanna unleash the dragon. Niggas, you hear me? Yeah. Shorties, you hear me? Yeah. So what's the dragon? What's the dragon? It's when you're tired of holding your styling. Niggas got me pissed like Little Kim, so I'm about to switch the industry again, yo. Hands up, shorty, stand up, shorty. I'm about to shake the whole land up, shorty. We about to let the dragon out. No. Niggas gon' face me. I know you don't really wanna.
Smart Okpara Esquire is an associate at Aluko and Oyebode, one of Nigeria's leading full-service law firms, where he specializes in dispute resolution, fintech, international trade, and transportation law. He is a high-achieving legal professional who graduated in the top 5% of his class from River State University and earned a first-class honors degree from the Nigerian Law School. He's here today moderating the panel. Please welcome Smart Okpara Esquire. Chechi Ofwebu is a legal and technology policy expert who serves as legal counsel at the Nigeria Revenue Service, where she provides strategic guidance on taxation, regulatory compliance, and emerging technology frameworks. She previously practiced at Aluko and Oyebode, advising local and multinational clients across the technology, fintech, telecommunications, media, and entertainment sectors. Her expertise spans data privacy, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, blockchain, fintech regulation, cloud computing, and digital innovation policy. Please welcome her with an applause. Senator Iheye. He is the lead partner at Infusion Lawyers, Nigeria's first virtual law firm, where he leads the innovation and emerging technologies and intellectual property practice groups. He is a renowned technology lawyer, policy consultant, and regulatory expert whose work spans technology law, intellectual property, data protection, privacy, startups, and digital economy policy. He's widely recognized as a leader in Africa's virtual assets and blockchain ecosystem. Please welcome him with an applause. Victoria Imo Udo, Esquire. She is an associate at Roche Attorneys, a personal development advocate, and the founder of the Dream It, Get It initiative, a platform dedicated to empowering students and young professionals across Nigeria. With a background in law and a diploma in innovation management, she combines legal expertise with a strong passion for leadership, mentorship, and personal growth. Please welcome Victoria Imo Udo.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so welcome to day 2 of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo, and welcome to the most important session of the Tech Expo. So I know that yesterday, every session claimed to be the most important session, but trust me, if you do not have the proper legal frameworks and the legal system that encourages your innovation to thrive, there will be nothing. So I dare say that this is the most important session. So congratulations for making it in the room this morning. The conversation today is very simple, and we're going to be talking about law in the digital age, balancing innovation with accountability. And we have a star-studded panel right here. And we hope that it's going to be mentally stimulating. And we hope that every single person in the room, whether you are a tech entrepreneur, a law student, a lawyer, a businessman, you can take out something from this session that will be of immense benefit to whatever field of endeavor that you practice. Law starts at the pinnacle of society in the fact that it is interwoven into the fabric of every human endeavor. So whether you are into engineering, whether you're into agriculture, medicine, education, insurance, or banking, you definitely need to have law at the core of that engagement. And that's what this session hopes to achieve. So this session examines the unavoidable intersection of law, technology, and the frameworks governing this intersection, whilst highlighting the legal challenges faced by tech experts, the general public, or users of these tech products, and providing solutions to these challenges. And if we look at it critically, we understand that Africa as a continent, and Nigeria in particular, is not entirely late to tech innovations and conversations in vogue right now, whether it's artificial intelligence or blockchain technology or fintech or even programming and data analysis. Each and every aspect of tech involves human relations as human beings, because human beings are the users and consumers of every single innovation and product that we have. Therefore, it is important that the rights inuring to these individuals are put into consideration, and it's also important to ensure that what we are consuming as tech consumers is externally and internally safe, so that we can have an ethical consumption policy. So I'll move straight into the conversation. And like I said earlier, the panelists are star-studded, cutting across different practice areas from tech law to IP to corporate governance. So I'm going to start with Uche. Is Africa and Nigeria in particular keeping up with the rapid changes and speed happening in the tech world?
Hello, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Port Harcourt. It's such a great honor to be here and to be speaking on this panel session, and I really hope that we have a very engaging time. So to your question, is Nigeria and Africa keeping up with the speed? I would say that we are not late. yes, we're not late to the conversation, right? Even though we fall in the category of a developing country, but I dare say that there has been immense progress in the last few years, right, in Nigeria particularly, and in other African countries. In fact, sometimes Nigeria even serves as the front, the front setter or the pace setter in some of what we see in the technology space, as it is or as it were. We have other African countries, taking a leap from what we are currently doing. And we actually must commend the fact that there's been immense progress, particularly in the areas of fintech, the emerging areas, fintech, AI adoption, data analytics, robotics, and some of these emerging areas. For fintechs, we could see, of course, the likes of the Money Point, we could see the likes of Paystack, we could see the likes of Flutterwaves. These are companies who were once unicorns, now being the pace setter, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. These are companies that have grown, and that even now, I dare to say, almost outpacing the banks as we know it to be, right? They are expanding in the areas of mobile payments infrastructures and the likes, meeting the needs that are very critical to the rural, the rural consumers, those who need it the most, right? But are we there yet? Are there still things that we can do? Yes. We may not be at par with our competitors like the more developed countries like US, China, and the likes. But are we progressing? Yes, definitely. There's been so much work that has gone into developments and development around technology, right, and the technology sphere. But the question then is, beyond the speed, right, what more can we even do to position ourselves or to be prepared as a nation to accommodate or take what is coming to us? Because, technology as it were, right now we are seeing things that we hadn't seen before. It is growing at a very unprecedented rate. And sometimes it can be quite difficult to keep up. But what are some of the things that, or some of the solutions that we as a country could take a leap from? First, I would say which is one of the most critical aspects, would be the skill sets, right, and the education, right? These are things that, it's not like if you look at the history of technology or from the computer or the digital age, how it had progressed, then you would see some of, our seniors or our mentors or, our mothers and fathers in the days that would even tell you as at the time when they started off with the printing machines or, the analog computers, and they thought that was the peak of technology as it were. But right now we are seeing technology, we are seeing AI do things that are unheard of. Some people would even tell you that the only thing that AI perhaps cannot do, and which, it may not even be surprising to see that in few years from now, right, we would see AI doing some of these things. We are seeing AI being cloned to actual human beings, having human voices, doing things that, before they are just unheard of. Right, so we need, as a country, I think we need to invest more in the digital skills and AI education, right? We need to educate ourselves as a country. We need to educate ourselves as players in the space, as innovators, as users, as consumers, right? In law, there is a language we say that ignorance of the law is not an excuse, right? Which in this case, ignorance of these technologies would only mean that you would be left behind in the race. So it's very key. Another would be regulations, right? The theme, just trying to align the theme of this year's Tech Summit with this actual conversation, synthropy, right? So there needs to be more regulations in place, right? We commend the government. I mean, there's been a lot of work from the likes of regulators, the NITDA. We have a national AI strategy, which the NITDA released not very recently, and even African countries like Egypt, like Rwanda, we could see that they have some of these AI strategies and regulations, although not as advanced, not as developed as the likes of the EU AI Act, but we could see that there is work in progress, and I think which is a good, starting point. But more work needs to be done, and for that to even happen and for it to be more substantive and for it to meet our needs, there needs to be cross-collaboration. Public-private partnerships needs to come into play for this to happen. The regulators are the makers of the law, but they don't know how the systems work. They don't know how these models, how these large language models, how these models apply. So there needs to be stakeholder collaboration. Of course, there also needs to be infrastructural development in place, right? I mean, for investors to even want to come and invest and grow in an economy, they need to see that we have the right infrastructures in place for these systems to thrive. So that is another key areas. And for we as a people, what do we need to do? Of course, still back to continuous learning. It never ends, right? Regulation does not stop at you having your certification and all of that. And these things are not even taught in schools, right? So maybe there even needs to be a consideration for these to be key areas, not even elective subjects, but key skills that students need to start building or to start learning right from, the inception age, and not at the point of when they have finished or, when they have graduated, right? There need to be those skills, key skills. And we need to also adopt it and not fear it. You hear some people saying, I can't use AI, it's this and that. I mean, if you speak to most employers now, or I dare say most employers that sit in the room, one of the key factors they look at, or that distinguishes a prospective employee from another, are the skills. What sets you apart from this person? I mean, just to deviate it, when I got into the public sector, my employer, one of the core questions she asked me was, what are the skills you can bring to the table? What do you have? And how would you make your work seamless? It's a fast-paced environment. How would you make your work seamless? That was a question she asked me. How would you make things move faster? How would you make productivity seamless and easier? Because you're working in a fast-paced environment. And one of the things they need to hear is that you need to have these skills beyond your Microsoft Word, your Excel, and all of that. You need to know how to work around these tools. And right now, it's very good because we have the likes of the Google, the likes of the Microsoft, the likes of the Meta, offering free skills. So it's not a question of, these things are expensive, I can't pay for it. You need to be able to conduct our research and know the right platforms to get onto. So it's not a question of resource or a lack of resources and all of that. These things have now been made easier. So I would stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Okay, I didn't ask for the clap, but if you want to clap, clap better. Okay, thank you. All right, I think very profound points that you've made there. And one of the things I can take out, you mentioned that ignorance of the law is not an excuse. But in this case, I would say ignorance of artificial intelligence is not an excuse. And we're gradually moving into an era where a lot of people have been saying, is AI going to take away people's jobs? But then I like to say that AI might not necessarily take away people's jobs, but the people who use AI will replace those who don't. So it's something that is coming for every single sector, whether you are a lawyer or you are an engineer or a doctor. So thank you very much for those thoughts. I'll move to Senator this time. We've talked about consumption. There's a lot of products being put in the market. Nigeria has one of the most active youth populations in the world. And this youth population, this active youth population is building diverse things. She talked about Paystack, she talked about Flutterwave. There's just a lot going on. Now, my question is, the digital solutions and products being consumed right now, right? The ones that are being consumed right now in Nigeria, in Africa, created for the African markets, are they actually providing the needed solutions? Or is it just a copy and paste approach? Because one thing I've noticed with a lot of entrepreneurs in Nigeria, once they have the opportunity to travel, they go to the UK, they go to Dubai, go to Qatar, and they find something that nobody has done in Nigeria, and they come back. They're coming to set that up without actually studying to ensure if there is a market for it or if there are even laws that provide for that. So I want to know, the digital solutions, digital products that we are currently enjoying, are they actually needed for our economy? Or is it just a case of importing every single thing and then we just get along with it?
Thank you very much, Smart. And that's an excellent question because historically, the trend has been that we rely on the importation of technology, including digital solutions, especially in this part of the world and across developing countries generally. In Africa, it is even more pronounced. And the effect of that has been a lot of misalignments between what the users, the markets really need and what the solution providers are bringing to the markets. And when there's a misalignment like that, there will always be frictions. And when frictions happen in the markets, you will have a crisis where investors are investing in digital solutions, yet they are not maximizing the opportunities available in the markets. And then by the time the data in the market goes back to the investor, there is a misinformation that affects everything eventually. And that information is usually, this market is not ready. They are not ready for these solutions. Whereas the problem was right from the beginning. Was there enough research, market research, to ensure that the unique or peculiar problems in African countries, including Nigeria, were actually factored in before designing those products? I'll give you an example of an experience I had very recently. I'm not going to mention the brand, but I had reasons to change my router recently just to have a more reliable broadband connection. And I ended up paying good money for it. But guess what? It had been delivered to me, installed, before I asked the right question, which was this: I hope whenever power supply goes off, this stuff has inbuilt abilities to stay on for a while. And the answer was no. And I was wondering, which country did you make this product for? Did you have Nigeria in mind when you were doing this? And so they told us in the upgrade we'll have next, we're going to take care of that.
The technology should have factored that we don't have constant light.
You see? So that's a misalignment. And then you begin to look at upgrades or buying batteries, I don't know. So that's just one key issue. I think that what needs to be done, really, is we are not enabling local innovators enough, right? If we are able to have a synthropy where you have an ecosystem where local innovators are enabled in the entire life cycle of innovation, you will find that they will be able to answer to the questions raised in the markets, right? So for instance, If we look at what has been happening in the fintech space, where Uche has just brilliantly also
Okay, so we'll come back to that whilst we're sorting out the mic situation, because I know we're pressed for time. Just put a pen on that thought while we expect the technical team to come to that. Victoria, we are in an age where a lot of people don't know, but for those who do, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is currently at its 5-year anniversary. So in 2021, several nation states in the African continent signed that agreement to create a borderless Africa. An Africa where innovation and entrepreneurship can thrive across borders, across nation states. And this applies to every single sector, whether you are dealing in goods or you are dealing in services. Tech is not out of the table. Now, my question to you is, what are the implications of cross-border digital trade agreements? Because I know that a lot of innovators in this room, a lot of tech founders in this room, do not want their ideas to be limited to Nigeria alone. The dream of every entrepreneur is the possibility at taking their business from Port Harcourt, from Lagos, to other states like Nairobi, to Johannesburg, to Cape Town, to Cairo, right? What are the implications of cross-border digital trade agreements for the African legal framework? Bearing in mind the fact that we are in a country that, because of technology, people are now integrating and communicating across nation states. So what do you think are the implications of that agreement? And why is that, and sorry, in addition to that, why is that important to every single person in this room?
All right, thank you very much for that question. And I must say it's an absolute honor to be on the Port Harcourt Tech Expo stage. And so to just dive straight into your question, the AFCFTA, which I recently learned from someone, is in itself a tongue twister. So it simply means the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that a lot of countries, like you said, including Nigeria, has now signed. Now, the interesting part of this agreement is that it allows for cross-border transactions within the African ecosystem, most times with 0% tariff. Now, this agreement has about 8 protocols. It has on women, it has on intellectual property, and beautifully it has on digital trade. Now, there's a particular provision of the protocol on digital trade that specifically states that to enjoy the benefits from that protocol, you must, there has to be a cross-border transaction that entails digital services and exchange of data. So I would explain. The problem is a lot of people, let me give an example now. There's a tech hub in Port Harcourt, right? You come up with a fantastic idea on how you want to provide financial services. Let me borrow from Uche, say fintech services, right? You want to build an application where anyone who wants to make payments can simply, maybe with a fingerprint or something, do their payment, or some biometric platform that you've created for yourself. Now, your target is not just the Nigerian market, but maybe the market in Togo, in Ghana, in South Africa, essentially within the African ecosystem. What this protocol allows is for you to be able to exchange data with other data centers or entities in other African countries so that you can provide your services there. But this is the problem. The question that comes with this kind of exchange of data is, one, are there data protection policies in place? Which is one of the implications, right? You are dealing with, statistically, we have over 40 million internet users around the world. So you're dealing with data of people who sign up to your application. So the question is their data, their name, right? And by provisions of the Nigerian Data Protection Act, personal data is anything you can be identified by. So your name, your signature, your date of birth, your place of origin, whatever can be identified to you is your personal data. And most of us that sign up to applications, you know you have to input your name, your email address, your phone number, sometimes even your gender, your genotype, and some other things. So now you've accumulated data from a number of people in Nigeria and across Africa. And now you're providing your services to these people. Does that country or that entity have data protection policies to protect the data of an individual? Because there's an expectation on entities or tech hubs, essentially, to protect the data of the individuals that they are dealing with, your business. So you are called data controllers and data processors. And the event that there's a breach of that data, cyber attack happens, cyber crimes happen, you will be held liable for not putting in proper procedures or measures to ensure that that data is protected. Now, the problem that Nigeria has had with the incorporation of this digital trade protocol is that we have localization laws. So, for instance, we have data centers in different parts of the country, right? It may interest you to know that I just returned from the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law International Business Conference. And one of the conversations was on data sovereignty. Do our localization laws allow other entities to invest in the Nigerian data space? Right? It means that, do we have what it takes to protect our systems and people's data from cyber attacks? We're talking about technology here. The same way we're advancing, the same way we've gone beyond the light bulb moment or the telephone moment, and we're dealing with artificial intelligence. Same way devices have gone beyond what they were. So there is a way between the pros and the cons. So do our systems allow for people's data to be properly protected? And to your other question on why is it important for us who are seated here to be having this conversation? Now, the brief idea you have on developing technology or software or database allows you, the FCFT allows you not just to share your service within Nigeria, so you have a wider base of people to share your services to. But don't forget, there's a catch. Do you have systems in place to ensure that the data of the individuals, 40 million users, who may come on board your system, do you have the systems to protect that data? Now, there are also stringent laws from other entities that may prevent this cross-border digital services. Have you studied those laws? Do you know how they apply to you? What percentage of tariff are you paying to be able to move that? But the good thing about the AFCFTA is that it allows you to have a wider access of markets. So you're not just producing for the average Nigerian, you're producing to millions of people across Africa.
Thank you very much. One thing I can take from that is the fact that before you can, as a tech entrepreneur, leverage on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, there should be some sort of internal corporate governance structure.
Absolutely.
And it's not enough that you have been able to raise a certain amount of money or you've made profits of $10 million, for instance, in your first year of starting, and you just say, okay, it's not, without trying to be cocky, it's not an issue of you've made money and then you want to open more shops, right? Before you decide to expand, you must be ready to have some structures in place. And I hear you mention that you must have good data privacy measures since you're now working across states. You must have, and that's why it's always good to have data protection officers within your organization. It's always good to have corporate governance officers within your organization, compliance officers, and even lawyers, internal lawyers. In fact, I remember early this morning I was discussing with one of the speakers, and I mentioned that I think it is a DD issue, a due diligence issue, if any serious tech entrepreneur does not have a compliance officer, a data protection officer, and an in-house lawyer in the organization. Because I think there's just a lot that happens when you have those people, so you can leverage on the advantages that come with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So thank you very much. So back to you, Senator. I believe your mic is better now. Yes, so I asked you to put a pen on those thoughts, so please you can continue from where you stopped. Can you hear him? Okay, so I will let them fix that again. and take a pause. I don't know. I think you didn't pray well this morning. But don't worry. I think the technical team will work on that. So I'll skip that again. I'll come to you, Uche. Victoria talked about data privacy. And a lot of people have talked about that word. It's become very cliche. Data protection, data privacy, data security, cyber security. Do you think all this mumbo jumbo about data privacy is a big deal? Do you think it is something we should talk about? Are the data rights of citizens of Nigeria protected enough? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you very much, Smart. Can you confirm? Can you all hear me?
Can you hear her? Okay. So let's use the mic. Let's use the mic.
Okay, hello. Can you all hear me now? Okay, great. So is data privacy a big deal? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, data is at the core of what we do. In fact, some people would say data is the new oil. Data is not a luxury. It is the baseline. It's the foundation of what we do in every and any ecosystem. The banking industry, the construction industry, the financial industry, the entertainment industry, the health industry, you name it, it cuts across board. So it cannot be, we can't talk about it enough because it is a very important element in the industry that we play in, particularly in the technology industry that is growing and that is moving at a pace that we see it, right? Let's even go back to the foundation of it. The Constitution, as we know it, right, has said that it is a fundamental right, Section 37. And for something to be fundamental, we know that it is important to what we do, right? And the Constitution is the mother law. It's the law through which all other laws derive from, right? So it's something, it's a conversation that we need to keep having because we see that a lot of the breaches, right, a lot of the faults that come from, the technology space, right? And it comes from ignorance of the law. I'm not sure how many of us, the tech innovators, tech founders, and all of that, how many of us are well abreast of the current substantive laws that govern data privacy in Nigeria as it were today, right? So there are a lot of, and I want to use the opportunity, of course, to commend the regulator, the Nigerian Data Protection Commission, and also coming as a lawyer who has worked both in the private sector, specifically more in the data privacy space, and now in the public sector. I've interfaced across board with the regulators and with clients, so we know that sometimes there can be a lot of breach, there can be a lot of disconnect, but we can see that there's been a lot of development, a lot of impacts that we see now in the data privacy space from the regulators. How many of us know about the new regulation which just came into force, the NDP GAID, which gives an interpretation to the current substantive act? If you know about it, can I see a wave of your hand? Just 2 persons, 3, 4. And we see that, again, lack of knowledge, because what the GAID has now done is to provide, right, or make provisions for some of those things that were not adequately covered in the Act, some of those things that the stakeholders, through interactions, had brought up to say, you know what, some of these things are necessary to be defined and to be codified in the law. It also provides more interpretation to what we have in the law. Things like artificial intelligence that is not in the current NDPA. You find it now, emerging technologies, you find it in the GAID. So these are things that we need to, as tech founders, and like Smart had said, these are things that we need to take note of, right, so that we don't fall foul. And what the regulator is now doing is that there is a lot of enforcement actions now coming up. In the last 2 years, we have seen a lot of enforcement actions with local players. Very recently, we saw that the NDPC released an investigative statement on Remita, on Sterling Bank. They've also gone for the likes of Meta, the likes of MultiChoice, all the top dogs, all the top players as you know it. So to tell you that it's not child's play, this is something that has come to stay. And like Victoria said, in fact, what's it called? There's been progress activities by the regulators to also sign MOUs with some of these regulators, for example, the FCCPC, and even other regulators across different African states. Very recently, I think it was held this year, and last year I was in attendance, the NADPAP. So this is a conference that brings together regulators of different states, right, or of different African states into one forum like this to have these conversations such that, these laws are aligned, such that when we take our businesses to these jurisdictions, there is some sort of synergy. There is some sort of, permit me to borrow the theme of this year, there's some sort of syntrophy. So what are some of the takeaways that we need to, if there is nothing we take away from what I've said, please, we should pay attention to some of these key takeaways, particularly for innovators, particularly for companies, particularly for organizations, because reputational damage is a big deal. And the NDPC, just like the CBN, they are one regulators that are already taking stringent actions. Do we have our policies in place? What do our website look like? Do we have a policy notice? Do we have a policy statement that tells your consumers of how you process this data, of how you collect it, of what you use it for? Do we have your data protection policies, data protection agreement for those that enter into cross-border trade, cross-border transfers? Do you have your DPAs in place? Do you have your DPOs in place? It is a no-brainer, like Smart said, for you to be a company and you don't have a DPO in an organization. These are people that guide you to avoid you running foul of the law. Capacity building cannot be overemphasized, right? And for those of us that do not know, what the regulator has now done is that they have taken an initiative, right? It is called the Impact. I don't know how many of us have heard it in the room, but I mean, I'm opportuned to have worked with the regulator, working in Alukanoye Bode. We were opportuned to, of course, collaborate with the regulator on this initiative. What does this initiative do to you as a consumer, to you, as the general public, is that it sensitizes you. It's absolutely free. You just have to know it. So this is typically conducted on a bi-monthly basis where the regulator comes in, right, and addresses stakeholder concerns regarding some of the issues in the law. They break it down to you. They tell you what you're supposed to know, what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do, right? So these are things that we need to be abreast of. Technical and organizational measures. Access control measures. Do we have adequate technical and organizational measures? Do we have adequate control protocols? When we process sensitive data, do we conduct our audits regularly? These are some of the things that we need to know, right? So I will just stop there the next speaker.
Thank you very much. So I need you to give the mic to Senator now. If the mic doesn't work now, I'll know that there's something going on.
I wonder. Thank you very much. And what I was trying to emphasize, and just so I don't take us back, I will be as precise as possible. We need to establish an ecosystem where local innovators will be properly enabled to create products that really meet the needs of the local environments.
Yeah.
Before you start talking about going global, the temptation that most local innovators face, which you wouldn't blame them for, is that they have to build products and position their brands in a manner that gets the attention of where money comes from. And most times, if you look at the data of venture capital inflows in a country, you find that most of that money comes from outside the country, comes from places like Silicon Valley. So if Silicon Valley is the one funding your local innovators, definitely they will be forced to behave like Silicon Valley innovators, providing solutions to problems in Silicon Valley and not problems in Niger Delta Valley. Right. So we need to be able to have a system where there is a venture capital backing for our local innovators.
All right. So so we're pressed for time, so I'm going to rush you. I have another question for you. Looking at your profile, it says that you set up the very first virtual law firm in Nigeria. And the legal profession is one that is very conservative. So hearing that self is like a taboo, first of all. Because how do you say that you have a virtual law firm? How does that even work? How does that make sense? And I know you've been doing this long before COVID. Now, with your success, looking at the future of work, and with Africa in perspective, what role do you think remote work and virtual offices will play in the next future? Especially because we have a generation of people who do not like to show up in the office, Gen Z generation. We like remote work. We like to work from tech hubs. We like to work from remote spaces, right? So what do you think is the future of work, and are we ready for that transition?
The future of work is right there at our doorstep. It's already here. The future is here. And when in 2015, I came about the idea of having a virtual law firm in this country, and I eventually started one in 2017. It was not about having a virtual law firm because it sounds trendy. It was about there's a new economy that is going to be based on data, mobility, access from anywhere you are. How can you position to ensure that you can provide services from anywhere to any innovator, especially when they want to deal in your own environments? And the answer for me was, you need a platform where any talent in the world could key into, provide excellent legal services without stress. And the answer was a virtual law office. And so in 2016, I remember, I was a member of the Continuing Legal Education Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos branch. And I told them, Ikeja branch. And I told them, a lot of people then looking for opportunities. Opportunities were very limited. Vacancies were scarce. New barristers and solicitors of the Supreme Courts from the law school were not having access. And I challenged them. At the time, I was an employee at the law firm in Lagos. And so I challenged them. Rather than you waiting for opportunities, you got to create one now, leveraging digital technologies. And I think that virtual law firms could work, collaborate and do something together. I did not realize that 2 years later, I was going to be the first to actually take that step. I founded Infusion Lawyers in 2017.
All right, that's the time we have.
Okay. Rounding off now.
Yes.
At the time when...
And while rounding up, just your final thoughts as well, so that everyone can have 30 seconds of their final thoughts as well.
10 seconds.
All right. So today, whether you're in Port Harcourt, in the Niger Delta, whether you're in Lagos, whether you're in Mississippi, you can leverage remote work and virtual law offices to create opportunities for yourselves. I have worked with many lawyers in the last 9 years who are already doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Victoria, your final thoughts. 20 seconds?
10, please.
10 seconds. Your final thought.
This is going to be quite difficult, but I will try. Just what I want to say is, as innovators, let me try to be as basic as possible and as a piece of advice. I'm not saying this because I'm a legal practitioner, but I'm also saying this because I'm a legal practitioner. Get a lawyer. Smart had said that any tech hub that doesn't have a DPO, a lawyer, an audit officer is not a serious tech hub. Get a lawyer. There are rights and information you need that only a legal practitioner can provide to you.
Thank you
There are intellectual property rights that you have that is important that someone walks you through the process on how you can protect your digital innovations. That's my advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Final thoughts, Uche?
So my final thought would be, for the students in the house, for the enthusiasts in the house, don't stop learning, keep knowing. Tech is going farther than we know it to be. And for the innovators, I would say synthropy. Let us continue to collaborate. Let us continue to build and not just be consumers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The takeaway from this session is structure. Every single thing we have all said, if your business must thrive, if your tech hub must thrive, whatever innovation you have to put in the right structures in place. Every successful enterprise rises and falls on structure. And if you don't have the right structures in place, you are not going to scale. So it's important that we understand that. And one of those structures is having a legal practitioner, having a data protection officer, having a compliance officer, having a corporate governance officer within your ranks as an organization. And if you do not have the resources to hire them in-house, you can always get them, outsource them externally. And if you do that, you'll be very fine. Thank you very much.
Everyone, give it up for Smart, Opara Esquire, and the entire team. Please rise together for a group photograph right here in front. The head of media will let you know exactly where to stand. This has been an exciting panel. I know a few people have questions that the time will not allow us to entertain. Please show them where to stand. Sir, please show them where to stand. The good thing is that the speakers are still here till the rest of the day. So you can engage them one-on-one. You can engage them in the exhibition area. You can engage them at the side, throughout, and even during the party, after party. You can talk with them, hear insights that would apply to you and yourself. We thank you so much. Are they smiling? Please give us a legal smile. Legalese smile. All right. Thank you. This is still Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. This has been the legal tech conversation. Did you get some of your questions answered even without asking? Yes or no? Yes. And where's the no? Let's hear some no's. No? Fantastic. So see them as they come out. Go and stand by them and say, this is my question that hasn't been answered, and they will get them answered. We'll take a 5-minute break. DJ Kelvin will play. We will restart the system so that some of the things not working with the screens and all will be reset. We want to say thank you for being here. Stand by. We still have a lot today. You will get your answers, your questions answered and beyond. Good morning.
Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking. All my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I get low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wifey me slowly. I love you, I sing, I wake me guitar. I be get the boy, I be singer. Yeah, nobody in the Jehovah. Yeah, love, I be go far. Who's in love with the labor? That's how I do it in the shit. And then I do it with you too bad. In life, you can find shit. They never see me coming. We want this love. Every time, why am I money? Hello, baby, have you sent it? You don't even know what you do to me. If I go no shop, I'm yeah. All I'ma get you be scammer. I dey follow you for back. Baby, you blow my mind, I no go lie. See, baby, if you want to leave for Piccoli, no do shakara, no they carry your shoulder.
I no go return. And in one night, girl, look it up. Relationship be like job, and I no get to see you at all. And you know about though, I'm a ton. I'm a walk with she low turn. But the lamb and I turn by turn. You have to wait till you reach your turn again. My head they run, my brain they touch. They don't use me back, so no time for love. I be bad boy too far. Baby, stand up, move on, the new girl is coming. And your presence is stunning. Stop playing, I see go love you money. If not be Jesus is coming, I know I'm born again. Now, some of us too busy to be big. Some of us too busy to be
money. Obatini money. Mina ngokuthabanga 10 ngoma 10,000 ngenkuluwane angithi udume ngami ngenekasla funa mali izabasala mina ngokuthabanga 10 ngoma 10,000 ngenkuluwane angithi udume ngami ngenekasla funa mali izabasala we waze wamnandi pia kaze mali nispita uphume kasla mlonjika una mali waze wamnandi pia kaze mali nispita uphume kasla mlonjika una mali
Nimboleke man.
Nations and Sustainable Development, Renaissance. Ego Wally is a prominent Ego Wally.
Welcome back. That is a sign that the systems are up and running as should. As we prepare to go into the energy conversation, the energy tech in energy, we are glad to have a leader in the energy space set the tone for the conversation. He has walked in and we are glad to have him here. If you're ready to go into the energy tech conversation, please let me hear you say, I am ready. If I can hear a few more people say, I am ready, I'll welcome him up. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, his introduction will be played immediately. Welcome, Igo Welly.
Welly, VP, Relations and Igo Welly, VP, Relations and Sustainable Development, Renaissance. Igo Welly is a prominent Nigerian energy executive and corporate relations expert, serving as the General Manager of Relations and Sustainable Development at Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited. He previously held a long-standing tenure as the country head and Director of Corporate Relations at the Shell Petroleum Development Company, SPDC.
Okay, is that all? They should continue. All right. Okay, they want me to finish first. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really happy to be here. First of all, happy Democracy Day. How many of us remembered this morning that it was, or it's just the public holiday that we took? Happy Democracy Day, and I think there are lots of things to be proud of as Nigerians. Let's not, sometimes we just focus on the negatives and we forget that we've also come a long way. The World Cup started yesterday, and I was just telling somebody this morning, the Super Eagles were not there, but Davido was there, and Burna Boy, our own Burna Boy was there. And that's something. It counts for something. So we are really good. And we need to have that confidence and just go after it. That's the most important thing. And that's why I really want to appreciate the organizers of Port Harcourt Tech Expo, which is growing in leaps and bounds. You know, when I came in here today, I felt the energy. And I told my dear brother, who has several PhDs, I said, you're getting better every year. And he was laughing. So let's keep it going. So I just want to make a few remarks to set the tone for the discussions around energy. So let me stand on existing protocols. So good afternoon, everyone. This was supposed to happen around 11 a.m., so don't worry. It's a real pleasure to be here today at the Port Harcourt Tech Expo, right here in a city that sits at the heart of Nigeria's energy story. It's also my city. I'm a Port Harcourt boy. And increasingly, it's innovation story. Thanks to the Tech Expo organizers and all those who are driving this. Let me start with something we all recognize. Right now in Port Harcourt, two energy realities exist side by side. One powers industries, drives exports, like where I work with Renaissance Africa Energy Company. And I'm happy that just last week, Wood Mackenzie recognized us as the #1 African oil-producing company in the world. So we contribute to that. So one powers industries, drives exports, and sustains national revenue. The other plays out much closer to home. Because yes, we can talk about exports, with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, the amounts per barrel and all that. But what about us at home? So the other plays out much closer to home. Businesses, homes, communities still searching for reliable, affordable electricity. And that's the reality. So it's a bit of you know, something that you struggle with. You have everything and you don't have anything. And that's why personally, even when I was in Shell, each time we have the discussion around energy transition, I had a clear position which I used to share with colleagues from other parts of the world, and some of them didn't understand it. And I always told them, you can talk about energy transition because you have energy. Me, I can't transit from what I don't have. I'm looking for energy. And I'm happy that the world is beginning to see that indeed it's about energy mix. It's about really getting energy and development, first of all. And if we are honest, many of the ideas, the apps, the startups, and innovations represented in this room depend on one thing: energy that is stable, accessible, and scalable. Is that correct? Yeah, we need energy. By the time you finish with solar, diesel, everything, you add up the money, you see that the company is paying you less. So everybody is now queuing up to come back to the camp. So what's the dual pathway? We often hear the question framed as a choice: oil and gas or renewables, centralized systems or decentralized power. But the future is not about choosing one. It's about building both intelligently, deliberately, and inclusively. For instance, recently, in Renaissance, if you come to our office industrial area, we have EV charging points for electric vehicles, 6. So already we're encouraging our staff, but we are into oil and gas, right? So that's what it means, and for me, that's practical. And each time I see those vehicles there charging, I feel so good. And we hope to do more of that, actually. Yeah. Thank you. Because each pathway solves a different problem. Centralized energy systems, oil and gas, deliver scale. The power industries, manufacturing, and economic growth. Decentralized electricity, mini grids, solar, embedded systems delivers access. Very important. So it's a mixture. They reach communities faster and create resilience at the local level. So the real insight is simple. Centralized systems deliver scale, decentralized systems deliver access, and Nigeria needs both. For those of you who might be living in Bonny or have gone to Bonny, you know Bonny has, perhaps in Nigeria, Bonny is the most, in terms of access to power, they're actually at the top. Because some companies came together. We set up a utility company for them, Nigeria LNG, ourselves, and Exxon, and provided power and set up a company which they run themselves, and they have, at least the last time I checked, 97% of the time they have power. You know, but they pay something for it, subsidized. Although for the elderly and some people they have exempted, but it's doable. I think that's just the point. It is doable, and for them, it is real. So you see a lot of people going to Bonny to try and set up pure water manufacturing stuff because it's cheaper. At least they have power. At the point, there was now pressure on the power because everybody was moving down, and they had to tell some people to stay where they are. So Renaissance in action. At Renaissance Africa Energy Company, this dual pathway is not theoretical, it is how we operate, like I said earlier. First, through digital transformation, we're applying data, automation, and smarter monitoring across our operations to improve efficiency and uptime. Because today, energy is not just physical, it's also digital. Second, through gas to power enablement. Let me emphasize this. Gas is one of Nigeria's greatest strategic advantages. In the industry, we actually say Nigeria is a gas country with some oil. If you look at, you know, we have Ajoro, we have Eleche Amadi. So by the time they bring 6,000 into the market, what's going to happen if we don't industrialize? We're in trouble. Because you know the energy of these youths, you have to use it. So gas to power is not just an energy solution, it's an economic growth engine. And third, through energy reliability and access. Because success is not measured by how much we produce, like I said earlier, but by how consistently people can depend on energy in their daily lives. Our Renaissance transition is not theoretical, it's been engineered, deployed, and scaled. I already talked about the EV charging points. So engineering the future. So what does the future energy system look like? It's not a straight line from fossil fuels to renewable. It is not. It is an integrated system, one where gas provides stability and scale, renewables expand reach and sustainability, and digital technology optimizes everything. In simple terms, molecules and electrons must work together. But gas is the bridge. But innovation is what determines how strong that bridge becomes. And that's why kudos to Port Harcourt Tech Expo. I'm looking forward to actually going around the booths to see all the wonderful things you're doing. The ones I saw last year, I still remember them, and it tells me there's hope for us as a nation. And that's where you all come in. So investing in people and the EV story. Now let me bring this a bit closer home and to something we are proud of, our Renaissance. I won't talk about that again, we've done that. But what makes that story powerful about the EV station is not just the infrastructure, it's how it started. The idea did not come from the executive team. It wasn't from me, the MD, or the leadership. It came from a group of young employees, our Future Energy Leaders Network. The same kind of young people I see here doing all sorts of wonderful things. They are the ones who told the company, we can do this. And we embraced it and made it happen. No mandate, no initial budget, just conviction. They asked a simple question. If we're serious about reducing our carbon footprint, shouldn't that start with how we move? That's what they asked us as leaders. And from that idea, they walked across teams, navigated constraints, and delivered something real. They actually paid for one of those charging points themselves. They said, we're not just talking about it, they also want to contribute to make it happen. Today, that facility supports multiple electric vehicles at a time, and it's free. It's free, nobody pays. Just go charge your car and you go. It was designed and built in-house by our engineers. It's actively enabling greener commuting choices for our people. And every single charge represents a small but meaningful step towards lower carbon future. But more importantly, it proves something, that at Renaissance, which you can also say as Nigerians, innovation is not a slogan. It's something our people are empowered to build. That is the mindset we're investing in. Because ultimately, the most important infrastructure we are building is not pipelines, it's actually people. Some story about community impact. Let's bring this to the broader society. Think about a small business owner here in Port Harcourt. Today, they rely on diesel. Unpredictable costs, constant interruptions, sometimes even buy bad diesel and destroy your equipment. Now imagine that same business powered by reliable electricity. Costs will stabilize, productivity will increase, expansion becomes possible, employment grows, so all those our young graduates will have a better choice and opportunity. That's what energy transition looks like in real life. Not just megawatts, but opportunity. When some of us left school, in this same country, Jekuya, then when we left school, in fact, some people get employed in school, right? You get your letter while you're in your final year. People say, no, we need your talent. When you're done, will you work for us? Or youth service. You know, just this our transformation here. Once you walk from one end to the other, you get a job. It's about choosing which one you want to do. You now start asking, will this one send me abroad for training? Will this one give me access to this and that? That has changed. So, you know, we need to really do these things to create those opportunities again. So it's opportunity, some local solutions, and this is why local innovation matters, because the challenges we face require solutions designed here in Nigeria. Designed here. We can do it. These people don't have two heads. My colleagues are here. When we took over from SPDC last year, we were producing 140,000 barrels average. This week we did about 290, right? Yeah. And we are all Nigerians. It's not one Oyibo man telling us what to do. We are doing it, and we are doing it better. I got a call 2 months after we took over from an expatriate who used to work with us, who was not my very good friend when we were working together. I like saying that because when someone calls you and says, "How are you?" for 5 minutes, normally it's your friend, right? We were not that close. So when he was, "How are you? How is your family?" When Oiboma is asking, "How is your family?" they don't normally ask, "How is your family?" "How are the kids?" But after 5 minutes, I now know the real question. He said, "What are you guys doing differently?" Production is up, availability is up, everything is going well. Because they were expecting us to be coming back to them with complaints and asking for help, and we never did. So I think that's why he was asking those questions. So we can do it as a country. We are already seeing Nigerian-built energy tech, local engineering solutions, indigenous partnerships solving real problems, and platforms like this Expo are critical. Is my time up? Okay, I'm almost done. Because they connect ideas to opportunity, and the Niger Delta is not just resource-rich, it is idea-rich. I'm a very proud Niger Deltan, and I can tell you that that's the case. So, let me leave you with 3 thoughts. First, do not choose sides, build bridges between oil and renewables, between tech and infrastructure. Second, think beyond applications, think systems. Energy is the foundation of everything you are building. And third, and finally, collaborate. No one person can do it alone. We are used to doing things on our own. Everybody wants to be CEO. But sometimes you're CEO of nothing. It's better to be a partner of something than CEO of nothing. The future of energy in Nigeria will not be imported. It will not be outsourced. It will be built by people like you in this hall. And the transition is not coming, it's already here. The only question is, what role will you play in it? Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Please make it even louder for Igo Welly, Vice President, Relations and Sustainable Development at Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited. Thank you so much, Senior Igo. I'm taking one thing away. Don't choose sides. Build bridges. Because if we start choosing sides, we'll run into problems. And the panel is about to come to tell us more about the sides that we should be building bridges across, not choosing, but making the transition happen. It's already here, and choosing where we want to play in the transition. We thank Mr. Igo Welly, and we thank Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited for being one of our partners this year at Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. Please appreciate him once again. For the next 35 minutes, the Energy Tech panel will be on. The moderator is ready. The speakers are ready. Are you ready? Not sure. Are you ready? Fantastic. So, let's welcome the Energy Tech panel.
Guy is a seasoned business leader with over a decade of experience across fintech, payments, mobility, and emerging technologies. As Chief Operating Officer of EV Automobiles Nigeria, he is at the forefront of driving electric vehicle adaptation and advancing sustainable mobility solutions across the country. He leads strategic partnerships, awareness campaigns, and ecosystem building initiatives aimed at accelerating Nigeria's transition to clean transportation. Widely recognized as a leading voice in the electric mobility space, Obiora uses his platform to educate and inspire audiences on the practical benefits of electric vehicles. His work combines technology, sustainability, and business strategy, making him a key contributor to the future of mobility in Nigeria. Officer of C Solar, a leading solar. Chibueze Eke, CEO, C Solar. Chibueze Eke is the Chief Executive Officer of C Solar, a leading solar energy company driving clean energy adoption and sustainable power solutions across Nigeria. With over 15 years of experience spanning energy, finance, and infrastructure, he has built an impressive career with organizations including Alcatel-Lucent, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Oando, Wood Mackenzie, and FCMB. He has also served as a trusted advisor to major institutions such as British International Investment, BII, the Bureau of Public Enterprises, and Siemens, under Nigeria's Presidential Power Initiative. A current certified engineer, Chibueze holds advanced degrees from Cornell University and University of Dundee, where he specialized in engineering management and energy finance. Through his leadership at C Solar, he is championing a rural electrification, energy inclusion, and climate-resilient infrastructure to accelerate Africa's transition to sustainable energy. Engineer Obinna Okeke, Chief Strategy Officer, PHED. Engineer Obinna Okeke is a seasoned power sector professional with over 13 years of experience spanning electricity distribution, engineering, operations, analytics, and strategic management. Currently serving as Chief Strategy Officer and Acting Chief Technical Officer at PHED, he provides strategic and technical leadership that drives innovation, operational excellence, and business transformation. Since joining PHED as a graduate trainee, he has risen through multiple leadership roles and played a key role in developing the company's Performance Improvement Plan, PIP. He has championed major initiatives including the PHED band system, network investment projects, bilateral transactions, and renewable energy programs aimed at improving service delivery and sustainability. Widely respected for his visionary leadership and commitment to mentorship, Engineer Okeke continues to shape the future of Nigeria's power sector through innovation and excellence. Priska Ezuzu, CEO, Enaplas Paygo Solutions. Priska Ezuzu is the Chief Executive Officer of Enaplas Paygo Solutions and a certified renewable energy consultant with over 14 years of experience driving sustainable energy innovation in Nigeria. An accomplished entrepreneur and industry pioneer, she has played a key role in delivering over 10.5 megawatts of installed solar capacity and co-founded Enchil Nigeria Limited, a renewable energy research and manufacturing company known for developing innovative homegrown technologies. With academic training in economics, solar system design, and innovation management, she combines technical expertise with strategic business leadership to advance clean energy adaptation. Through Enaplas Paygo Solutions, she is expanding access to affordable solar energy and electric mobility solutions for underserved communities, market traders, and low-income households. Passionate about energy inclusion and climate resilience, Priska continues to champion solutions that improve livelihoods while accelerating Nigeria's transition to sustainable energy.
Please welcome Mustafa Lee, the Nigeria branch manager, Guangdong Beef Power Company Limited. Give him a round of applause as he joins the panel.
Welcome. Welcome. How are you? Good afternoon, Port Harcourt City. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt City. My Pitakwa people, this is energy session, so I need energy from the room. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt City. Fantastic. So today we'll be discussing navigating energy access for accelerating growth in the Niger Delta. So big kudos to Mr. Igowel. Sometimes it happens like that in technology. So forgive them. Yeah, so big kudos to Mr. Igoweli for that wonderful presentation. Today, energy is an absolute core as a livelihood for society today. We can not do anything without energy. It cuts across different sectors, whether it's the manufacturing, health, mobility, and all of that. Today, Port Harcourt sits at the heart of Nigeria's energy story. And as technology reshapes how energy is being generated, distributed, financed, and even consumed, the major question is, how do we enable seamless access to energy? And today I have my panel to discuss this. And we'll just go right into it because our time is very limited. So I'll start with Engineer Obina, right? You are in the legacy utility space, which is the distribution company, Port Harcourt Distribution Company. What would you say is the biggest challenge when it comes to energy access? Today, there are about 85 to 92 million Nigerians that still don't have electricity. So what would you say is the challenge to that?
I'll just use one word for that, and that's liquidity. This legacy electricity sector in Nigeria has a lot of leakages in terms of cash flow. And what that has done today is, we're talking about energy mix, energy transitioning. Those that invested in the legacy systems are not really interested because of the stifled cash flow within the sector. So there are a lot of issues with legacy electricity in Nigeria today, but once you look at the baseline of it, it's the fact that cash is not flowing. Right from the man that is supplying gas to the guys that are generating, the guys that are transmitting, and those that are in the distribution space. So what we are seeing today, and that's also due to the fact that electricity supply, the grid system in Nigeria is a very large elephant. You know, something can happen in Kaduna today and is affecting the person in Port Harcourt. So what we're seeing today is what government is trying to do, together with the private sector, is to break it up into smaller sectors to see if you could reduce the cash involvement and also see how you could get more private sector players into the mix. Then on the part of distribution companies, what we're also trying to do is investing in revenue protection technologies. We're not just talking about metering today, we're talking about smart metering. How do you leverage that technology to checkmate some of the losses that stifle cash flow within the sector? Once we're able to solve that, the cash flow problem is solved. You'll find out that electricity is something everybody uses. It will figure itself out once we're able to resolve those two issues.
Fantastic. I think you were spot on. If you're able to address some of this issue, there is another pertinent issue to energy access, and that is affordability.
Yes.
So, Priska, when it comes to energy access, right? Most of the times, energy access is discussed from a supply perspective, less of how much or how affordable it is. And I know you're doing something around that. What do you think, how important is affordability when it comes to the Nigeria energy challenge?
It's on.
Okay, maybe you should hold that thought. Let me quickly move to Chibueze. So Chibueze, you are more in the renewable energy space, and you have done a lot yourself and Mr. Mustafa. Now, what are the biggest barriers to preventing? We've talked about solar. A lot of people, are currently now using solar. But what do you think are the biggest barriers to a broader solar adoption today?
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Definitely, when you talk about solar, the first thing that most people think about is what can solar do for me? What can solar power? So that's the first perception. Some people get to know that solar could actually power air conditioners, factories, airports. Currently we know that the Aso Rock is supposedly supposed to be powered by solar, so solar can do a lot. So that's the first perception bias that we first have to get through. Then beyond what it can do, then the next question is, how can I afford solar to do what I need it to do? And that's where you can't hear? Can you hear me now? All right, sorry, I have to just project more. So I said the first point is, the perception is around what can solar do for me, and most people think that solar cannot power, heavy loads, but solar can power factories, businesses. Solar is already powering the Aso Rock, as most of us already know. So solar is a technology that is here to stay and can do a lot. But beyond what solar can power, the next perception issue we have is around affordability. And that's where people are mostly concerned around, is solar a technology that they can pay small, just like, we're all used to pay small for most other things. And I think these two barriers are already being identified and addressed in the space. We have different options for making sure that solar can be affordable. In rural communities today, some of us may not know, but almost about half of the Nigerian population is currently living in darkness in communities that have no access to electricity, poles, and all of that. So solar energy as a technology is coming in through mini grids to power most of these communities. Some of us will be surprised to know that in some communities where they've never had light before, today they have better power supply than most of us that live in town. So that shows you the power of solar in terms of being a technology for the future and something that most of us should learn to embrace today.
Fantastic. And then following that chain of thought, I'm coming back to, I don't know, is the mic working right now? Working? Okay. So, Mustafa, you are also in the... you also need the mic.
It's not working.
Sound, please, can you help me? God bless you. All right. So, the question I asked earlier, how important is affordability in solving Nigeria's energy challenge? And I want you to speak to that and also speak to what you're currently doing with Hego in your company today, and how has that changed the economics of energy access?
Thank you very much, Obiora. So, like you mentioned, most times the focus is around the supply side of energy. But I want you to just picture this. If we have very fantastic systems deployed to give people access to power,
And the people who you're giving access to power can't really afford that power. Of what use is all that fantastic equipment you've deployed for them to have power? You will just have idle assets. People can't use them. So it's a wasted investment. So if emphasis is now placed in how affordable is the power I'm giving to people, then you are now putting yourself in the shoes of the people who need power so that you give them solutions they can afford. Then they can use the power. So you cannot overemphasize the importance of affordability, as well as we talk about, okay, the availability of the hardware infrastructure to give power. So if it is not affordable and infrastructure is there, it's meaningless. So we give infrastructure and then make it affordable for people to be able to access power. And largely, that's what we are trying to do in Enaplas Paygo, trying to break that backbone and give people access to power. When they are able to see power not just as a huge capital expenditure when it comes to small businesses, but see it as a daily operation cost, whereby they can pay very small token daily for just the energy that they
Can you
need.
give an example? I want people to go home with the understanding that, sometimes when you mention affordability, G-Wagon of 300 million is affordable to someone. So let's make it very practical.
Okay.
In your business today, you have that structure in place.
Yes.
How can one access, this energy, renewable energy from your business, and what is the practical, maybe monthly amount that one would pay, ideally?
I will. So, and I'll give a price line. What people can pay sometimes daily to access power is around 450 naira. Shocking, but yes, that's true.
Oh, wow.
Because some of these businesses, or even these low-scale individuals, their demand for power is not so much. They need basic lights, fan, maybe access to charge their phone. And in the whole day, they may not even consume up to a kilowatt of power. So if you give them access to power and say, okay, we are tying you to a smart meter that can read exactly what your consumption is for that day, and that's what you're being billed for. Yeah. We read it transparently. They don't even consume 1 kilowatt. So they pay like 450 because that's what we bill per kilowatt hour for this power. So ordinarily, someone who cannot maybe set aside 1 million, 2 million to buy a system can tie into that system we provide, log into his or her meter, pay 450 naira, and then you have access to power. And there are so many clients like that that we've dealt with, both in their residences and in their businesses, to give them access to power.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Looks like you've gotten a customer from me. Let's quickly hear from Mr. Mustafa, right? How viable are mini grids as a long-term solution for underserved communities?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mustafa Lee from China. So I'm the Nigeria branch manager. Just you mentioned, how long the solar can use in the house, right? Okay, can you hear now? For the solar, they already developed for more than 10 years. For everything, now the lifespan, we can see for the solar panel, it's almost 25 years. For the inverter so far in the market, the lifespan from the 1 year to 10 years is different level according to your demands. And for the lithium battery, everyone, it's very familiar for it. See your phone, the backside is lithium battery. See your laptop, also the lithium battery. But according to our experience, before like the 5 years back, in our house in Nigeria, everyone will use tubular battery. The lifespan is just 1 year or 1.5 years maximum. So you need to extend, you need a replacement every 2 years. And the efficiency is very low. Maybe your backup time, you calculate it by 1 day, they just give the half days. So that's a main challenge for the regular in Nigeria. So far, we are everything shift to the lithium batteries. The lifespan is longer, the efficiency is higher. So for every regular, they can enjoy. Especially for the NEPA, it's not a stable supply in Nigeria, out of the city. Maybe every day, 1 hour, 2 hours, you don't know which time they are coming. So for this one, the solar can give you the solution. Because the solar, no matter you're at home or not, they are charging it, right? So you can use it by yourself. You can control the time once you need. So that's why this is the advantage for the solar. And for the lifespan, it's more valuable than before. So that's one of the reasons when it comes to Port Harcourt, to give them more valuable products. We have the partner is in the Port Harcourt. It's at Max. And so far, one more challenge from let's say from the foreign side. In Nigeria, the service is very hard. It's very hard. So now we can provide the swap warranty for the customer. Anything of my product have the issue, my inverter, I can give you the new one. So I hope everyone can try from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll quickly come back to Mr. Obina. You spoke about commercial losses, right? And my question is, how serious are commercial losses to the future of the sector, the energy sector? And what are the practical interventions, whether it's through technology and all of that, is needed to curb those losses? So whether it's generation or distribution, we optimize our generation, distribution, and access. Thank you.
Commercial losses is a big concern right behind technical losses. But if we want to zero it to commercial losses, you would find out that the main reason why a lot of distribution companies would rather just stay in urban areas rather than extend electricity access to other areas is commercial losses. And it's twofold. We're talking about affordability today. Now, there is that willingness to pay and there is the ability to pay, which is affordability. You don't want to extend your electricity to where you're a business. You don't want to extend it to where people think electricity is a charity. And you also don't want to have it where people think it is their right to have it. It's a big problem. Now, jumping to what we are doing to cut down on commercial losses. Like I said earlier on, the electricity sector is very large. And what government has tried to do is break it into little packets that are easier to manage. For Port Harcourt Disco, we're also doing the same thing. We have a lot of islanded projects that we just concluded a proof of concept with First Independence Power, where we just looked at an area, 100% metering, smart meters, and it's dropped. In fact, we're approaching near 100% collection efficiency. So now, with the lessons learned in such areas, we can move it to other places. If we're able to cut down on commercial losses, expansion of electricity would really kick off faster as far as supply is concerned. But if the challenge is, even when you curb it through metering, there's still the affordability issue. We've had cases where people come and say, you know what, we don't want this your band A. Give us band C because we think it's cheaper for us. So with the smart metering now, that has become very difficult because I can actually sit in the office. I don't need to do analytics again. And my MDMS system tells me, look, it may not always zero into a particular customer, but it can always tell you that, look, you're having energy throughput to this place is not commensurate to cash inflow or outflow. So, and it can actually pinpoint customers that either tamper with their meters or bypass your meter entirely. So it's expensive, but we're getting there. If we're able to check that and expand that across board, I think energy expansion through the grid would be faster than what we're seeing today.
Please, don't bypass electricity because you are contributing to commercial losses. If you bypass, you are contributing to his problem. So quickly, let me come to Chibueze. You are a young entrepreneur that has done really well for yourself. And there are so many young aspiring entrepreneurs here that want to go into the energy sector. what opportunities exist for these young entrepreneurs listening to us here in the energy sector?
Okay, thank you very much, Jabir. A lot
In
of
20 seconds.
Okay, a lot of opportunities exist. I would say, first of all, there are opportunities for people that are involved in installing solar systems, whether it's for homes, whether it's for businesses, whether it's for communities. There is opportunities for people who should be able to carry out energy audits. So the first step in most times is to do an assessment to know how much load you're carrying, what type of system you need for meeting the demand of that load, how much will it cost. So I'll encourage a lot of young people to take advantage of opportunities to get scaled up in this technology space. For clean tech, there's always opportunities. You just need to be able to start from where you are, build your own capacity, get some certifications. There are a lot of trainings out there, but I think the most important thing is to set it in your mind that this is something that you want to do and see it through.
Thank you very much. Quickly, let's switch it to what we have now. We call it the future, which is mobility, electric vehicles, right? Today, electric vehicles are becoming, more popular, right? And my question to you, Mr. Obina, right? What is the perspective of the discos to the rise of the adoption of electric vehicles? And how can the discos support the adoption rate for electric vehicles?
So beyond even electric vehicles, a lot is happening in the electricity sector. We have fiber optics. How do discos partner with those persons? We are core electricity providers. So basically what we try to do is look out for partnerships, be it in terms of those that can set up battery charging points, or be it in terms of those that understand the sector very well. So it's not something we would walk into as a core business, but it's something we're looking at partnering with those that actually understand it. We're doing a lot of that with fiber optics now, and I believe electric vehicles are something we want to get into. There's a bit of discussion around that, around our Calabar franchise area now, for heavy-duty trucks. That would also expand. So, yes, we're looking out at that space, but not as core participants, but partnering with available people around that sector.
Fantastic. Mustafa, quickly, in 20 seconds, right?
Yes.
Can decentralized solar power charging stations become a viable solution for Nigeria's emerging EV ecosystem?
Yes, of course. Especially in the north, now we have some proposal. Like, in the village, they don't have the NEPA, they don't have everything. So a village have about 50 or 60 families. We can send the central power supply to them. Then you can charge by Naira, how much per unit, you can charge it like this. So of course, we already have some proposal. It's very available.
Fantastic, fantastic. Priska, you currently have a structure, energy as a service business, right? One of the major challenges of the adoption of electric vehicles is also affordability, right? Is there an opportunity to make electric vehicles affordable in terms of financing routes? And how do you think that structure will look like to enable more people get electric vehicles?
Thank you so much. So for us to have a clear picture on how affordability helps is, imagine you're going to buy a regular ICE car. That's a normal petrol car that we buy. Do you see anybody buying it with the fuel he's going to use to drive that car? For the cost of electric vehicles is in the batteries of the electric vehicles. Mm-hmm. So if we are talking of looking for how to make it affordable, a very important thing to do is to decouple the car from the battery. Now, let's shift our thinking away from people who can afford any luxury car that they can. We are looking at people at the bottom of the pyramid.
regular people who want access to EV. We can bring in the infrastructure in country and start assembling these cars separate from their batteries. So it is far cheaper for you to buy the car without the battery, and then I use the battery as energy as a service. You pay every day, I give you battery to drive your car. It's easy for you to enter, and it's easy for you to run it every day. So that's one way the PayGo solution can integrate into the EV space and make it more affordable for people.
But that will also involve a lot of infrastructure development, battery swap stations. Currently today, we have battery swap stations for two-wheelers, three-wheelers, but nothing of that such has come for four-wheelers because it requires heavy-duty infrastructure. So what would be your advice to potential investors that may not trust at the moment the adoption of electric vehicle, probably because of personal preferences? What would be your advice to them to start looking into that industry?
That is where technology helps us.
Yeah.
Because impact money follows data.
Fantastic.
Without
Did you get
data,
that? Did you get that? Impact money follows data. Please go ahead.
It is very necessary. So there is data now to show you that there is the market available for these things. Impact investors look for data to know where to put their money. So yes, if we have investors in the house, please, there are data analysis that show that this is a viable business to put in your money and you will get it out. And because there are technologies now to help track the deployment of these things and how people use them, you can be able to say, okay, in X amount of time, I can be able to get out the money that I've invested in it. So yes, it is viable. And yes, it is a space that we really invite investors to come in so that we can democratize the use of EVs, not just seeing it as a luxury reserved for a few. Let everybody have access to enjoy it. And also the environment will be happy for it because there will be less emissions into the environment. So when we make it easy, affordable, deploy payment solutions that can help it, it is going to help a lot of people have access to the use of EVs.
Fantastic take. I want to give the last 5 minutes for questions, but to my panelists, I just want each of you to answer this question. Just one final question from each of you. In one sentence, right, what is that single action that would accelerate energy access and economic growth in the Niger Delta? Let me start from you, Mustafa.
No, for this one, from my side, I'm from the foreigner, so I do the supply, do the stock here, give the supply. We only focus on the marketing side. So for this one, I hope I can get some idea from your side. You know, I also learning from this market also.
Okay.
Yes, I hope I can learn it from your side also.
So,
yes.
Obina.
I will just say we need to walk the talk. There's been a lot of talk around decentralization of electricity production. If we've really told that part and we are intentional about it, we'll get there. Walk the talk.
I would say try clean tech, try clean tech, switch to something more sustainable, even if it's starting with inverter and battery and then putting solar later, even if it's switching your electric vehicle, switching your vehicle to electric vehicle, you could sell the one you have, use it as down payment for electric vehicle. So I would just recommend people try clean tech.
Can you hear her? Sound.
Thank you. Okay, so I would say strongly that policies that encourage people to come into that EV space should, be enacted, and not just like my colleague here says, do the work, not just talk it. So we should make policies that make it easy for people to come into that energy space. And then make financing possible, because these are very capex ventures. People cannot just do it from their pocket. Make single-digit financing possible, if possible in our local currency, so that when people source this financing, it's easy for them to pay back. Those kind of things would enable the broader transition into the use of renewables and also for people to use electric vehicles in the Niger Delta.
Fantastic. Fantastic. A round of applause for my panelists. I want to encourage questions from the audience. I don't know if there are questions for my panelists from all that they've shared. Any question in the room? Who is helping us? I think there are some hands over there. Oh, Dr. Jimmy.
Good morning. Hello? Yeah, it's a great panel indeed. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
One comment and another and a question. The comment first is that I didn't hear about gas, that we can actually convert our vehicle to gas. We're talking about EV. Gas is also there. Hugo mentioned that we have gas abundance, so we need to emphasize that too, and that is easily tenable. Then the question is this: the federal government has decentralized, energy, okay, enabling other stakeholders to take it up. So what is hindering these states and local governments from taking this opportunity? What is hindering them? Could it be we don't have enough advocacy, or what is it? Thank you.
Who wants to take that?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would want to take that. So there are two critical issues around decentralization. One, and I feel the most important, is states do not really understand the sector. What the regulators are now trying to do is see if they can bridge that knowledge gap. Because when somebody is coming in as a regulator and he doesn't really understand what he's regulating, the chances are that you would over-regulate and kill what is left of that sector. So I think government has recognized that. Most states also understand that, and they are trying to see how they can bridge that gap. The second is still liquidity, financing. It's a whole lot, just like she said, access to finance is a bit difficult, especially when you have a lot of leakages. So those that have been in the legacy system are not making money as at today. How do you convince someone who is coming in to put funds there? So what we're now trying to do is break it into smaller sections to say, okay, you can invest in a small area, you can invest in a small area. If you see the profitability, you can now come to the larger area. But critically, states need to understand what they are going into, then funding needs to come in one way or another.
Thank you very much. I'll take just two more questions and then we'll wrap this up.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Who is speaking? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. My name is Bright. My question is coming from the place of an environmentalist. Now, we are talking about renewable energy, which is a very good aspect of it all. What are the plans, futuristically, what are the plans for us to manage the waste we may be acquiring from going into, transitioning into renewable energy? Like, for example, the solar panels, the inverter batteries, and all that. In the next 10, 15 years from now, what are the plans for us to, manage these things so we don't leave a very negative footprint in our society? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chibuze.
Okay, thank you very
30
much.
seconds.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Definitely, waste management is very, very important. And that's why I think for a lot of the young people, the opportunities really abound. If you think about some of the things you've heard lately, some of us have heard about the net billing regulation, which simply means you can now, generate power and feed to the distribution company, right, Obina? So
We'll get to that.
that definitely throws up opportunities for those who got started early, because if you got started early in solar and an opportunity like this comes up, you are best positioned. Just like those of us who maybe they got started early with the likes of Bitcoin, and then, the rest is history, right? So I would say for things like waste in the space, for environmentalists like you and people who are concerned about the environment, there is definitely going to be a market for recycling, upcycling, different products that come out from the renewable energy space. And I think those are the opportunities for young innovators, young tech enthusiasts to play a role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think, apologies to those that are there, I don't think we have
enough time, but the panelists are readily available. I am also available. You can ask us questions at the Experience Center. But this has been a very, very fantastic discussion. Thank you very much to Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026 and the organizers. I like to keep the time.
You did keep to time. Please appreciate them exceedingly. Interesting conversation and timely. We'll take a group photograph right there. The photographers will guide us on how exactly they want you to stand.
Up with it, girl. Rock with it, girl. Show them it, girl. With a bang bang. Bounce with it,
DJ
girl.
Kelvin.
Dance with it, girl.
To all DJ Kelvin, to all our VIP delegates, those who paid for VIP access, please be advised, if you are not already known, that there's tea, there's coffee, there's snacks for you at the VIP Experience Center at any time. Walk over there, enjoy, just show your VIP pass. You'll be attended to. All our speakers as well, you have same access. So you want tea, coffee, or something to nibble on. The Experience Center is straight toward the direction I'm pointing, my extreme right, which should be your extreme left behind. Enjoy and come back to seat. Right now, we're going into the medical conversation. To set the tone is a gentleman who was up here yesterday. Today, he will be here on his own for a few minutes, just about 7 minutes, to set the tone for the medical conversation. He's a seasoned business leader, a partnerships expert, driving initiatives that improve accessibility and operational efficiency as founder of Spark Nigeria. He spent over 9 years advancing clean energy, utility transformation, and innovative payment solution, impacting communities and businesses across states. Please welcome with me the Regional Director, Zipline Nigeria, Chinedu Ama.
Thank you, Joyce. Morning, afternoon, everybody. Great to be here. Please, can we see the presentation on the screen? So healthcare in Nigeria is an interesting space. Until about 2 years ago, I've been mostly gravitating around power sector, which I worked in for about 10 years before I joined Zipline Nigeria. Zipline is the world's biggest deployment of AI. Every 2 minutes, we have a drone in the air. We operate in Bayelsa, Cross River and Kaduna states of Nigeria, Rwanda, Ghana, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, 5 countries across Africa, using drones to deliver commodities to hard-to-reach health facilities. We support blood delivery, vaccine delivery, essential medicine delivery, HIV commodity delivery into communities that are hard to reach, further democratizing access to care. Let's see the slides, please. Next slide, please. So, I'd like you to imagine a Nigeria where millions of Nigerians get access to medicines that they need. When they need those commodities, patients do not need to travel for hours before they get access to care. And women would trust that they can survive childbirth, because we know that healthcare in Nigeria is an interesting space where we think through it before we approach our health facility for care when we need it. But imagine that space in your head. Next slide, thank you. Sometime in February 2026, in our Bayelsa operational base, we got a call from the Ofoni Health Facility. Ofoni Health Facility, probably over 3 hours by boat from Yenagua town.
and the request was for anti-snake venom. In 40 minutes, we were able to deliver the anti-snake venom to that health facility, and the victim survived. Not because we're able to do magic, but that's because we have a team of professionals at our facility who manage end-to-end. We probably run some of the biggest farmer-grade warehouse networks in Nigeria, inventory management at that facility, and we push real-time and deliver on time. Next slide, please. Okay. At Zipline, we build and operate full-stack logistics using our drone technology. They're autonomous, they're unmanned, and in every country that we operate in Africa, we work with local talent. So we're 100% local. Next slide. Since inception, over 4 years now in Nigeria, we've completed over 190,000 deliveries, of which over 3,000 are emergency deliveries, serving over 1,300 health facilities across Kaduna, Cross River, and Bayelsa states. We've delivered over 6.1 million doses of vaccines, and we've served over 6 million patients across these 3 states. Over 1 million units of medical products delivered, from infusions to your regular healthcare commodity. Next slide, please. So in the last quarter of 2025, Zipline accessed a US government grant to expand across Africa. The grant value is somewhere in excess of 150 million US dollars to drive growth. In Nigeria, we are looking to build over 12 new facilities across Nigeria and scale our capacity to serve over 100 million Nigerians across 8,400 public health facilities. Next slide. One of the things, interesting thing, please change the slide. One of the interesting things that has happened in our operational base in Bayelsa, which we work from, is that in February this year, we piloted the first on-demand and autonomous delivery of blood commodities for health facilities, not just in the Niger Delta, but in Nigeria. This has saved countless number of lives and guaranteed blood supply. Next slide. At the point where we expand, we believe that we will be able to increase supplies to health facilities in excess, commodity supplies, by over 7x in Nigeria. But enough of the beautiful stats about Zipline. Some realities exist in Nigeria, in our health system. And as much as you have businesses like Zipline that want to step into this space, I also want us to look at the realities of our country. For every 100,000 live births in Nigeria, over 1,000 of those mothers do not make it out of the delivery room. 31% of children who are born, no, go ahead, just manage. Over 31% of children who are born will not be fully vaccinated in Nigeria. We have somewhere around 20% fully vaccinated children across the country. But I think one of the ones that scares me the most is that 110 children of every 1,000 children born in Nigeria will not make it to their 5th birthday. That is our present child mortality rate. Nigeria accounts for about 39% of global malaria deaths annually. I think the last time I looked at the data, about 300,000 people on average in Nigeria die from malaria-related issues. HIV numbers, we have about 1.9 million people living with HIV in Nigeria. I think I sat at a forum recently where a local government somewhere in the Niger Delta had about 10% increase in the first quarter of this year. scary numbers, scary reality. These gaps exist. It behooves on all of us to build solutions around them. So I close this quickly. Next slide. There are data gaps in Nigeria's health system that exist. And I think there's opportunities for developers as well. Can I see the next slide, please? In closing, those data systems in Nigeria exist across maybe 4 or 5 databases. For vaccination, for example, you have about 2 or 3 data sets. These multiple data buckets in Nigeria make health systems difficult to manage because for you to discuss whether it's HIV, whether it's vaccination, you jump through multiple data sets to look at data, review the data, and inform policy. I think there's an opportunity around building APIs to integrate all of these databases to advise government on policy. Then, for commodity requisition, you have health facilities in spaces that there's no network to internet. They are unable to order. I think, or I know, that building technology around ERP, USSD, or WhatsApp ordering platforms can help drive accelerated ordering patterns for health facilities across Nigeria. And then lastly, there's performance and payment tracking. We need to implement secure data tracking for demand forecasting and performance management to ensure transparency in inventory, sales, and commodity payments for our health systems in Nigeria. I hope that lays the grounds for the next conversation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Just you and me.
The medical tech conversation is still ongoing. The tone has been set by Chinedu Ama. Azubike Wokocha is about to moderate the panel to deepen the conversation. Please welcome Azubike Wokocha, broadcaster, on-air personality, educator, media entertainment consultant. If you put your hands together, I'm sure he'll be encouraged with a smile on his face to make it upstage. Also known as Zubi to everyone, he's a seasoned broadcast journalist, author, music producer, label co-owner, public speaker, artist, and educationist with over 15 years in the media practice. He still hosts, he MCs, he anchors high-profile live interviews, events, and shows like he did yesterday and is about to. He's currently the head of programs at Silverbird Rhythm 93.7 FM Port Harcourt, and I'm happy to have Zubi on stage. Please once again receive him with an applause. We would have the introductions for the other panelists who will join him immediately.
Dr. Chinonso Egemba. Dr. Chinonso Egemba, popularly known as a Proco Doctor, is a medical doctor, digital health innovator, and one of Africa's most influential voices in public health. As founder of Aproco Doctor Global, he has built a community of over 11 million followers by using storytelling, media, and technology to promote healthier lifestyles and combat health misinformation. He is the co-founder of Our Doc, an AI-powered medical assistant on WhatsApp that is expanding access to healthcare services for over 100,000 users across 20 African countries. Through the Aproco Doctor Foundation and his groundbreaking health entertainment initiatives, he continues to bridge gaps in healthcare access, awareness, and patient support. Recognized by the World Health Organization, the Gates Foundation, and the BBC, Dr. Egemba is leading a new era of accessible, technology-driven healthcare across Africa. Dr. Chiruba Uga, Digital Health Strategist. Dr. Chiruba Uba Uga is a physician, digital health strategist, and healthcare technology innovator with over 12 years of experience driving healthcare transformation across Nigeria. He is the founder of AI Doctor, an AI-powered digital health platform focused on expanding healthcare access through telemedicine and intelligent health systems. As former director of telehealth in Abia State, he successfully coordinated over 700 healthcare facilities through a centralized digital monitoring system, demonstrating the power of technology in improving healthcare delivery at scale. His expertise spans digital health systems, health informatics, telehealth operations, healthcare data protection, and AI-enabled healthcare solutions. Passionate about the future of African healthcare, Dr. Uga advocates for interoperable health data systems that strengthen public health intelligence, policy making, and evidence-based healthcare planning.
Dr. Chitru Adele is the Executive Secretary of the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board. Today, he is ably represented by Director of Disease Control Services, Rivers State Primary Healthcare Board, Dr. Daniel Okachi Chukuma. Please receive him with an applause.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Okay. Hey. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is the MedTech session, and it promises to be exciting, most definitely. Once again, put your hands together for the doctors we have here. Put your hands together for them, please. We have a celebrity doctor, we have an AI doctor, and we have another doctor that is in charge of, as far as it has to do with the issues that have to do with the microorganisms and how we need to take care of ourselves. Basically, anything that has to do with virology and the safety that is required for us. We've had issues with Ebola. The doctors from the River State government back then, I had one-on-one conversations with them and the challenges they faced when it had to do with infectious diseases. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Daniel Okachi. It's not easy doing what we do or what you guys do as doctors. Okay, so we're going to go straight to the point, and because of time, let's start with Dr. Daniel Okachi. A few days ago, I think it was the Mother and Child Health Week, and I think it's a national thing, it's a national program, and the River State government took it upon itself to ensure that all primary health centers across the state had basically everything they needed. It was free consultation, free medicines, and of course, free childbirth deliveries too, if you had to give birth. So, but apart from that, doctor, on my own, I traveled to Abua Odwa local government area, and I noticed that the health center there was beautiful, everything was on point, but they didn't have staff, people working in that particular primary health center. So what are the challenges as River State government and someone who works for the government? What are the basic challenges you face with regards to staffing, healthcare centers? The building was okay, but staff working there. And what challenges do those staff have, please?
Okay. Thank you very much. For the primary health care in River State, we're actually having problems with the human resource for health challenge because we're having that challenge because of staff attrition. You know, people get retired, traveled, and all of that, and there is no replacement. But there is a plan of replacing most of these staff that are not there in our facilities that will ensure the facilities are functioning properly. But presently, what we have decided to do is that most of our facilities we have tried to prioritize. You know, prioritizing facilities in the LGA where they are properly staffed, and the other ones could now refer patients to that one in the LGA that has all the required staff category.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Daniel Okachi. Put your hands together for him. And I'll go to the AI doctor now because this has to do with his forte. What are the basic, or what should we do deliberately, Dr. Chinwoba, so that we don't just operate in silos? For example, if I live in Aba and I visit a primary health care center and they take my blood, they do everything, and then somehow I need to be in Lagos, why can't the information that the primary health center has in Aba not just come up when my name comes up in Lagos? Why must they not also take my blood there and start the process all over again? What challenges and deliberately what can we do to solve those challenges? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the problem. Yeah, thank you. First of all, the problem about that is data fragmentation. The blood sample collected in your area, the profile run, and the results out. On getting to Lagos, why can't the treatment be continued? Why can't be a continuum? It's because there is no backbone, no electronic medical record system whereby you have a health wallet, and when you get to Lagos, you just need to flash it or produce it, and they continue from there. So that's the reason why when you go over to Lagos, you have to start afresh, and you have to start seeing the doctor again or the health center OIC for them to start sending you for investigations, and with that, you have lost time, and the efficiency is reduced. So the solution to that is to have a telehealth connectivity, whereby the health center in Lagos is connected through because like in Abia State then, all the health centers were connected through our operational base in Umuahia. So also when we're in Bayelsa, the same thing. So that can also be scaled nationwide, whereby you just have to continue from where you stopped, and your records are there already in the CMR. Yes.
Thank you very much. So let me come to Aproko, Doctor. Once again, welcome. It's a pleasure. Okay, so we have an issue, and this is something I've noticed too, and we have an issue with emergency services. Now, if something were to happen in a remote community, between here and let's say Aba or Omwa here, you can count the number of primary plus secondary health facilities we have. If there's, God forbid, there's an accident somewhere close to the Imo River, we can't call an ambulance. And even when we do, it's expensive, and the person is obviously incapacitated. The person does not, and there is no free, okay, we tried our best to get an ambulance, and then by the time the person gets there, they start doing all this thing again. And usually, as far as emergency services are concerned, they should have all the kits to know your blood group and start calling the main secondary health facility, prepare this person is blood this, type this, prepare this and prepare that. With the absence of all these things, how do we close that gap? How do we close that gap as a nation going forward?
I think that that the answer to that also piggybacks off what my colleague has mentioned, especially when it has to do with electronic medical records. Because every time a person comes to the healthcare system, it looks like that's their first date, over and over and over again. And then imagine this person who has an accident somewhere close to the Imo River will go to a hospital, and the entire couple of minutes that that person is presenting to the system first is trying to identify that person. Let's imagine this person made it to the hospital, for some reason. We're trying to identify that person. One of the ways that I think that this can be solved is that the government has to focus on building the infrastructure underneath everything, which is a unified system where every single person can be identified via a unique ID. And the reason we're advocating for that is because when you look at the success in the fintech sector, it is primarily because everybody has a unique identification number that can help you interact with the finance system. We do not have that kind of system in the healthcare sector. Do we have private individuals who are building EMR services? Yes. But if you realize, a lot of these EMR services do not communicate with each other. So at the end of the day, we still have that data fragmentation that we are talking about. So we need to first of all understand which particular problem is the government's problem to solve and which particular problem is the private health sector problem to solve. When we're looking at emergency services, we need to first understand that the underlying rails are not yet available. And if you don't have rails, you cannot build trains on top of the rails. So identification is one of the first primary things before we even talk about, getting to the hospital and finding all of that. When we leave the identification level and we go to the triage system, who handles the triage system? Who decides which patient goes where? Now, a patient may come in or a patient may have had an injury, and without the triage system, he has a head injury. Most times, they take a patient with a head injury straight to either a primary healthcare center or a clinic. Most times, that journey straight to the primary healthcare center that ends up getting referred to another hospital and then to another hospital before the teaching hospital, that time lost is part of the reason why the mortality rates when it comes to accidents are high. So, a triage system has to be built. Who's in charge of that triage system? At this point, do we have enough qualified hands to be able to do that? No, and that's where technology comes in, to be able to fill in those gaps.
If I may interject a bit. Permit me to interject a bit. You mentioned fintech, basically relating it to medtech. In the fintech space, we see that there are certain, supervisory bodies, the SEC, the CBN, and a couple of others. So we have the likes of, let's say, MoneyPoint and all these people pushing that, and somehow they've integrated and they're now into mainstream, so to speak. Who then is going to mediate, draw those in the medtech space? Let's assume they're private people in the EMR space, and now we need to bring them into the core mainframe. Who is going to draw them? Is it the Ministry of Health? Because somehow everybody seems to be operating in silos.
Yes. So one of the problems that we have with the healthcare regulatory space is not necessarily overregulation, it's more of ambiguity, in the sense that if you're building a health tech solution, for instance, you have to deal with MDCN, you have to deal with NDPA, you have to deal with NHI, you have to deal with these different bodies with their different, quote and unquote, regulatory frameworks. And bear in mind that these regulatory frameworks were probably written in the 90s without any idea as to the current recent technological, advancements that we currently have. What I suggest we do is we build some sort of regulatory sandbox, in the sense that the people who are building the solutions and the government are working together in real time learning as we move and deciding what works for the end user. Or else, what simply happens is this ambiguity continues and people continue to exploit loopholes that currently exist. So who's responsible? But the government has to come together. Ultimately, a lot of this decision rests at the Ministry of Health when it comes to building that regulatory sandbox where everybody comes together and we build at the same time and learn at the same time and regulate at the same time.
Thank you very much. Let me come to the AI, Dr. Chimbubana before. Now, I use that analogy because it is important. Now, most of the primary or secondary healthcare centers we have and tertiary were built in the 70s and 80s. The UPTH, the BMH that has moved to RSUTH. But if you check very well, the population of Nigeria back then and now, we have actually like doubled or trebled, as it were. Now, if one primary or secondary healthcare center was designed to take care of, let's say, 200,000 people, now you have to have 2 million people to deal with. We're talking about, and you have what we call brain drain in your sector. Doctors are flying out to Saudi Arabia, flying out to the UK for better opportunities. And obviously, almost all the time, doctors under the auspices of the federal government always go on strike. Now, with the challenges in this sector, how can tech and AI help? And what can you do as doctors to push this very key information to the federal government that, see, this particular center was designed to take care of 200,000 people, but now it is 2 million, and you have very few hands handling this. What can be done with regards to that?
Hello? Yeah. Okay, first of all, like my colleague said, most of these things in the health sector were set up in the 70s, just like you said, even the facilities a long time ago. Like if you remember, health centers are strategically located a particular square meter away from each other and a particular population base. But right now, with population drift to the township and the village is also population growth by births, it's no longer containing. You understand? And like my chief rightly said, now if we're having human resource shortages and we are not thinking of prioritizing some facilities, it means that originally those facilities that were meant to cover a certain area of just 200,000 are even left without a functioning facility. So it's getting worse. It's getting worse. So if we are prioritizing a few and the ones that we are prioritizing are not having enough manpower and we're having infrastructure decay, and when I mean infrastructure, I'm not talking about a humongous building that is commissioned. I'm talking about electricity and data connectivity. It's not there. So some of them that are also staffed, like that have been prioritized, may not even have the necessary prerequisite substance to do the work. Without electricity, they can't run some parameters on the lab. They can't have their vaccine preserved and the rest. So you see that we have a problem of population outburst in already domicile in the locality, and we also have shortage and infrastructure deficit. So what we can do is this. We have to democratize healthcare. Yes, we have to simplify with, just like the POS, like he mentioned, brought banking to the doorsteps of people. We have to bring healthcare to the doorsteps of people. Now, a lot of people will say, how can you do that? This is health we are talking about. Is it not going to be risky? There are structured trainings, there are volunteer groups that can help out in such situations, whereby, first of all, there is a point of care where people can, first of all, in their locality, because the Almata Declaration of 12 September 1978 said that people have the right to participate and decide their health care. So why can't we involve more people who have the interest to be trained? They're not going to answer nurses. They are not nurses. They are non-clinical work staff. They are not nurses. But let them be a point of care whereby people can be trained and strategically located, either government or private sector, entrepreneurship-based or NGO-based, where they can be there with simplest technologies like the BP machine, the glucometer, a power bank, a tablet, an umbrella or a boot where they first of all, people can come to them. Since morning, I've been having headache, I didn't sleep last night, I'm having blurry vision. They run the prerequisite investigation only, and these investigations are not in any way malpractice because you can do that on your own. These are things that you can have on your own, self-monitoring. So it's not practice in any way. Now, what do? They are trained on just the normal ranges. This is this to this. Above this, refer them. So at that point, we are catering to a population that was already in a blind spot, that didn't have the facilities, they have been shut down, either due to inadequacy of infrastructure or lack of manpower. Now, we now have this point of care in every street, in every area, and these people that are running it are not people that we don't trust. Like the Cuban health system, whereby a nurse is assigned to a family, and a community is assigned to a primary care physician. We can replicate that, whereby we have people that we trust. This is Mama Nkechi's daughter, and she's now doing this health thing. Let me go and check my sugar there. At least she cannot deceive me. If she does, she will be part of the Ashebi when I die. So she's not somebody that is going to deceive me. At least if she tells me my sugar is high, I will believe her. And she now tells me, go to the nearest health center. And from that way, the health problem is escalated. And it will also make early detection very possible. Not when people come to hospital, they already have foot ulcers, they're already in stroke condition. No. So that is one way we can help it. Now, on the other hand, the people that were trained, how do we connect the data so that the data will not be fragmented along the way? It is now through the app. Now, the app, we are not going to do the app. The app does not run on a consumer basis, rather on a healthcare provider basis, whereby we are connecting each other behind the scene. But the people just have to show up at their community point of care agents, that's all. So that's one way we can bridge the population increase and the infrastructure deficit, at the same time still connect them and speedily escalate them to primary centers, secondary centers where they can see specialists or tertiary facilities at the same time.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for him. Now, if you are in the media space and you have to, and part of your job or your work is to interview doctors who are on the road all the time, and if they work for the government, there's something they hardly do. They don't complain. They don't actually complain because since they work for the government, if they raise any concerns, they might lose their jobs. So it's my job to complain on their behalf. And this is to Dr. Daniel. Some of your staff were sent to Odwal, in Abua Odwal local government area some years ago. And let me just say it, summarize it. On their way, there was no road in River State, so they had to go through Bayelsa State to Odwal. And when they got there, obviously they had to go by boat because it was inaccessible. And somehow the government had not made it available for them or easy for them to get there. They were going for this Mother and Child Health Week. And so they finally got to the community and they started their work. At some point, they got a call that you guys have to go now, the boys are coming. And so the health workers had to leave immediately. They went to do the Lord's work, they went to do government work, but they also had to leave for their life and safety. So let me ask the doctor here, Dr. Daniel, you work for the River State government. You have many challenges, but you will not complain. What do you need, apart from the broadband? Because for the information at those points to get to the mainframe, they will need internet connectivity, obviously. So what do you and your people need? You're not complaining, but we need to know, because your lives are at stake. If you go to a community and they are hostile, you can't do your job. And the mothers there, obviously, if the kids don't get vaccinated, they will die. And people will still blame the government for not doing its job. So what challenges, and then how do we get the solutions to this so that when we go again next time, they will not be hostile to you?
Well, that's a very important problem that we have in the system, because in the state, as we all know, we have areas that are hard to reach. We categorize them as hard to reach areas. And when activities are to be carried out in such areas, we also give some incentives to ensure that these services get to such places. Just like you illustrated the Odwa axis of Abua. We know that area is actually a hard to reach area, and we make necessary arrangements to actually make sure that our staff could assess those areas for healthcare. Like in Abua, Odwa, the MOH, the medical officer of health that is in charge of that local government is giving incentives to ensure that his supervision goes to those areas that are hard to reach, making sure that our services are available in such areas. While we also make arrangements to ensure areas that are difficult to access, we also make sure that we liaise with the local government to see how those challenges could be resolved while we are rendering services to our people.
Thank you very much. Like I said, he will not complain. He will not. But if I may, I would like to appeal to the NDDC and, if possible, to Renaissance Energy Africa Limited or Renaissance Africa. The reason why, specifically to the Renaissance company, the Obio Cottage Hospital have been getting support from Renaissance for years and years. And because of the support of that particular company to that health center, people like to go in that direction, go there because they know that things will be free. And it helps with the service to the community. But if the NDDC can help out with regards to this broadband, and then by inflection of their role to intervening in hard to reach areas, if they can collaborate with the River State government so that the people of Otwal, I know what I'm saying because a few days ago, some people came to the office. I interviewed them. A young man was given expired drugs at a health center. And he had issues. They had to move him from Abua to UPTH. In fact, he had to take himself because there was no emergency vehicle. He had to take himself there. And he didn't even know, he just told himself he was reacting to the medicine given to him. And the doctor at UPTH told him, who gave you this? You're actually lucky to be here today. And they had to help him, and basically, like you say, he didn't get himself back. But it hit me because he went to a government-approved health center and still got the expired drugs, which basically means, and I had to do some more inquisition, they have power issues at that health center. They have to run on generator. And we don't know if the money is getting to them from the source. We know there are challenges, but if you have to refrigerate vaccines and drugs and medicines, you don't play with those things. But that is the case. He survived, but many people don't survive those particular ordeals. And so, let me come back to our Proco doctor with regards to this and in this line. Which way forward for us as a country? Because the budget for health always seems to come down from the look of things. And even when it isn't, a few months ago we heard that the actual budget that was earmarked for the health ministry and for other MDAs didn't even get to them. You see the thing, it didn't get to them. It's there on paper, but it doesn't actually get to them. What should we do in this regard? Because we can't keep losing our doctors to other countries, as it were. And I know you're in private practice, but your colleagues always raise this issue. They make agreements with the government promises, but these other people don't keep their own end of the deal. So please, chip in.
When you ask me a question like what's the way forward, that's a very difficult question. But I will go back and show us what happened. 2025, USAID freezed allocation to many countries, Nigeria including one of them. As a matter of fact, between 2022 to 2024, USAID had allocated over $2.4 million, which is a lot of money. As a matter of fact, as of 2025, 600 million was supposed to be earmarked, which is over 15% of Nigeria's healthcare budget. As soon as it was freezed, within a month of freezing, the Nigerian government was able to rally around and raise over $200 million to fill in the gaps. So it shows that the money had always been there. It's just that we are used to a dependency, platform. One of the things that must change when it comes to healthcare funding in Nigeria is the political will. The political will has to change because we have to be sure that even healthcare itself is taken as priority. But in order for that to make sense, we have to show that every naira invested in healthcare comes to a particular return on investment. And we need to show that. Because, we have to be able to defend that if you invest every naira in healthcare, this is how much you're going to get out of it in the country generally, either out of increased productivity, reduced, reduced out of work time and all of that. How does it increase the profit of a country, quote and unquote? Because sometimes one of the mindsets that usually happens in the healthcare space and is even prevalent in the population is that healthcare is generally meant to be something that is free. In that sense. So we see healthcare as something you just throw money in and you don't get anything out. We have to change our mindsets to see healthcare as an investment. When we do that, we are able to change that political will.
But what about in a space where the poverty line is high?
Then somebody has to bear the cost. And I'm not saying, so just because healthcare is cheap doesn't necessarily mean, healthcare is expensive doesn't necessarily mean that it's free. Somebody has to bear that cost. Okay. So the government also has to invest in its people. The same way we can reach communities and share commodities is the same way we should be able to reach hard-to-reach communities and also ensure that they get healthcare. Because the longer time they spend not sick, the more time they can increase their productivity and contribute to the economy of that country. So the entire mindset that healthcare is something you just throw money into and it goes should change. The way forward is political will.
Political will.
Yeah.
So basically people have to, I understand your model, but the idea is, okay, people no longer, the rate or the ratio of falling ill is low, so they can work, become productive, and pay taxes.
Yes, and increase the profitability of the country.
I understand, so it makes a lot of sense. Okay, put your hands together for, okay, want to chip in?
Yes,
Okay.
I want to chip in, sir. Well, I agree that healthcare financing is actually a problem in the country. But we also know that the federal government, through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, is now funding facilities quarterly with a specific amount of money that will be used for the provision of items and things that are required for the proper functioning of facilities. Like in River State, we have over 230 facilities being funded by the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where monies are released quarterly to the facilities to now provide things that they need for proper functionality. And again, in the state as well, there is also the Reef Chip, where people can register into the River State government health program, where you go access free health and it will be paid for at the end of the day by the insurance, But the awareness creation is also ongoing, where people will go register with them and access care at the various health facilities. And the care is actually free, which also can even take you to the secondary level, depending on the level of your registration.
So, Dr. Daniel, is this federal government funding, is this directly to...
It's directly to the facility.
To the facility?
Yes, the facilities are funded directly. They have an account that they opened, and the federal government credits that money to that.
Is it based on needs? Account. Is it needs-based, or is just this money must come every quarter?
No, it comes every quarter, but there must be proper accounting and expenditure, because before that money is released, you must have an AOP, an operational plan that will be used and at the expenditure of the money. So when that is approved, then the money is sent to the facility.
Dr. Chimumba want to add something?
I have something to chip in there.
Yeah.
Because I've been in the public sector. This money can come in form of an impress to run the facility and stuff like that. But the OIC has a problem. When she's in the locality, if the roof is leaking, The carpenter is not a structured business that can issue a receipt. She lifts the roof to keep leaking. If the tap is spoiled, it's the same thing. So because she has to retire that money, and every retirement needs to be receipted, so that is why you end up having that fund. Sometimes it revolves back. They don't touch it because they cannot retire the last quarter they took. And that's why you may still get that incident that happened to the young man you talked about. Because if you misuse the money, it's a form of financial embarrassment. In civil service, is a reason for dismissal. She's scared. She has been in that job for 30 years. She doesn't want to lose it on the 31st year, something like that. So that is one issue with that funding. They have to make it more liberal. It should come as a grant. Okay. They should break it down, let it come as a grant. Not quarterly, if you don't retire it, you don't take another one. That's one sector. Another thing, like my brother talked about, the mentality that healthcare should be free or the social investment should change over time. Now, I think one of the major problems people have in Nigeria is out-of-pocket payment. When you have a problem, you need to bring deposit of 200,000, 300,000. Where would they get it from? Maybe over 36 hours or 12 hours, relatives can donate that money. But at that point, without that huge amount of money, they cannot go forward with their health. So what can we do? I run a health management system whereby people can have a health wallet. For example, a lady that sells tomato and the husband is a keke driver was able to donate 500 naira a day, contribute 500 naira a day. And by the end of 8 months, she had over 120,000. She was ready for both normal delivery in a private hospital, no longer a health center. And she was ready to put a down payment for also a cesarean section. So people should have because we have the formal sector with the NHIA now. NSIHIA, that's changed from NHIS. That one is taking care of people in the formal sector of service. Out of the majority of people that are not employed, that are not captured in the formal sector, they spend their money. People still club, people still buy expensive clothes. It's not money that's a problem. It's how to structure it so that they can be putting in something for their health. And they'll be seeing it in their phone. So the fintech has to collaborate, intersectoral collaboration, so that they can be saving this money by the side, not feeling it. When they have a problem or their family has a problem, they can use that money to start off healthcare before they start praying for miracles.
Any question from the audience? I can see a hand. But before I call on Chinedu Ama of Zipline, I must say congratulations to you. A couple of people have been saved from snake bites. The primary health care centers didn't have just one question, huh? Okay. Please, the mic should get to him, please. Chinedu Ama. Or you want to come forth so we can give you this mic? Please, because of time.
Okay, thank you. Great session, gentlemen. For the representative of the ES Primary Healthcare Board, the moderator talked about the patient who was exposed to the fake drug. And we also know that there is a program called the DMA, Drug Management Agency. In Rivers State, for example, that agency doesn't seem to be operational. What is the plan by the Ministry of Health, the Primary Healthcare Board, around centralizing excuse me, drug procurement so that there's quality and assurance? And then we have developers here and two persons in MedTech beside you. How do you think these technology providers in healthcare can key into your system so that things like retirements for small works within health facilities can be processed properly, vendors are digitized, so that people in health facilities can retire those funds and the system can be more efficient? Lastly, what is your plan for sensitizing the public so they know that when they go to the health facility to get care, because they have access to basic healthcare provision fund, they do not need to pay out of pocket, because through the federal government program, funding is already made available? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the funding of the facilities with the basic healthcare provision fund. Actually, that fund is not for free access to health. We are only saying that we have funds that can take care of the basic needs of a facility that will make it more functional. But the one that is available for patients to access free healthcare is a RIF chip, where you get registered, and then it's an insurance program that is initiated through the National Health Insurance Scheme, where patients can go, clients can go register, and in our facilities that carry out the RIF chip services, you can now go there and get a free service without paying money. Then the issue of, I'm sorry I didn't even comment on that. The issue of the expired drug is unfortunate that that came up, but presently we have started the electronic medical record system in the primary healthcare, where every inventory of the drug will be taken, the expiry date and all of that, so that in case a drug expires, it will flag on the system and it tells you this drug has expired and it is removed. And then the central medical stores, unfortunately for now, is not very functional. But for us in the primary healthcare, we have designated places where drugs are purchased for our facilities. You don't go purchase drugs anywhere, no. If you are having a need for particular drugs, you apply, it will be approved. At the approval, where you're going to get the drugs is already designated, depending on the area where the facility is. So we have designated areas where drugs are gotten from for our facility. You don't go anywhere to get drugs anyhow, no. So we must guarantee where these drugs are coming from. That we have done, pending on when the central medical stores will become very functional.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together. We can't take another question, please. We can't. My host is saying, Dr. Gypsy, have a question? Sorry, my sincere apologies. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the doctors, please. Dr. Nonso, Dr. Chimuba, and Dr. Daniel. Let's clap like we're excited. I'm meant to get
by
to that.
association.
Yeah, I'm a doctor by association.
Yes, please rise together for a group photograph. Immediately after the photograph, I would hand the microphone over to one of the doctors here to speak for another 5 minutes or so, because there's still something we would like to get out of him. But first, they will smile, a doctoral smile. All of them doctors, all wearing glasses. It's okay.
That's true.
If they don't wear the glasses, how will you know the glasses work? All right. We have a number of conversations still to come. And me being the doctor of time, it's my job to ensure precision with time. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
When he came up stage earlier, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God, I love him."
Thank you.
Let me give the microphone to him to speak for about 5 minutes. You know his name. What do we call him? Aproko Doctor.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pity that we didn't have time to actually delve in depth into the conversation. You know, it felt like we were trying to compress a lot of things into a really short form. But we all know why health is very important. And one of the things that I'm actually passionate about is changing healthcare as much as we can, especially in Nigeria. And for us to do that, I had spent a couple of years, I think 11 years so far, educating the Nigerian public. I know a lot of you are shocked because I'm actually speaking good English. So, some of you are confused as to whether I've been, but Emeka Nkechi, that's the one you guys know. But for 11 years, we've been trying to educate the average Nigerian in changing their healthcare, change their behaviors, because there's a very strong link between how a person behaves and their healthcare outcomes. How many of us agree? So what you do every day is actually adding or removing from your healthcare. But we also realize something, that education alone is not enough.
Thank you. Keep talking.
Okay. We also realize something, that, oh, I forgot that there was this. We also realize something, that education alone is not enough. You can educate all you want, but if people cannot access the healthcare, then there's a problem, right? If you're in a remote village And so, passionate about that, we went to the primary healthcare centers and we did everything possible to bring awareness to those primary healthcare centers. And we thought we were actually solving the problem. But healthcare access is one thing. Healthcare reliability is another. So when we say healthcare access, people are not asking which hospital should I go to. People are asking, do I need to go to a hospital now? How many of you have wondered that this thing that is doing me, does it require a hospital or not? And that's why we built the healthcare or AI triage platform known as Our Doc. Now, what is simply Our Doc? Our Doc is simply a platform that triages you and connects you to the healthcare that you need. Because a lot of people still spend out of pocket, right? You want to pay for drugs, for instance, you're paying out of pocket. You get to the hospital, you're paying out of pocket. So let's imagine this person is sick. He has a fever, let's not say malaria. He has a fever. How many of us know that fever is the symptom of over 20 diseases? Fever. But in Nigeria, fever automatically means what? Exactly. So this patient goes to the PPMV close to him, which is the pharmacy close to him, and he tells them, I have a fever. And most times, without any test, what do they give you? Malaria drug. You go home, you take the drug for 3 days, what happens? You don't get better, and then you go back to the pharmacy, complain that you're not getting any better, and they probably add 1 or 2 medications to it. By the time you don't get better, you now start looking for healthcare professionals to talk to. Many times it's not very easy. So what we've built is a solution that actually reduces the amount of money you spend out of pocket. So our doc is infused inside WhatsApp. So if you go to your phone, help me save this number, and it's going to help your life one day. You'll thank me later. +150 26 27 06 21. I'll call it again. +150 26 27 06 21. When you save this number, save it, and then go look for that number on WhatsApp. And then, simple, I have a headache on the left side of my head. What does it mean? And you see the magic our doc does. What it does is that it triages you, it's talking to you like a doctor would. When did this headache start? How long have you had it? Do you have any associated symptoms? This way, if there is an emergency, it does not direct you to a pharmacy or to a primary healthcare center. It directs you to an emergency service, because some headaches might mean there's a bleed in your brain. Some headaches might mean you just need to drink water. So shortening that time between a person finding out exactly what might be wrong with them and the adequate health service that they need is why we built our doc. Another question, why did we build it on WhatsApp? We built it on WhatsApp because that's where everybody is. Most times, people don't want to download a new app because they don't have enough space on their phone. It's competing with their pictures. So you see, picture is more important than health sometimes for some of you, but we'll try as much as we can. So please use our doc, share it with as many people as you can, and at the end of the day, I wish you all better health and long life. Thank you very much.
Should I let him go? No, so wait, we'll still do one thing. I want to milk the opportunities. Not every day you get a Harcourt doctor with you, right? So please, I would ask you to turn around and take a selfie with as many as can show in your selfie. So when they see themselves on your page, they'll tag themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like that? Yes, so yeah, let's start there. He's cleaning the camera, you see?
I would have said cheese, but cheese is saturated fat, and it's not good for your heart.
Yes.
So we'll say drink water at Port Harcourt Tech.
So everybody will say drink water at Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026.
Yep.
Let's practice. 1, 2, go. Now make it louder.
Okay. So let's go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Drink water
at Port Harcourt Health Expo 2026.
Woo! Yay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
If you feel like clapping, clap some more. I love being a master of ceremonies. I've done it for 18 and a half years. After graduating from University of Port Harcourt, studying human anatomy, I don't know what I was trying to achieve in my life. Because I have been a talkative since I was born. I was the one who my older sisters, brothers, I'm number 7 of 9 children, they will say, please go and tell mommy and daddy that we need, because they know I'll go and ask. I'll talk, Abi. Some people in here have been my classmates since primary school. They know. Now me, they talk past. Names of noisemaker, number 1. Secondary school, same. University, same. But I went to school trying to be a doctor. Who misguided me? They said doctors are the most intelligent people. No be so. I was trying to prove my intelligence. I went there. Should we tell you the story? No. But I decided that this is what I was going to do with my life. Build a business on the thing I already do naturally, excitedly. 18 years have gone by. I've trained over 1,500 MCs across Africa. When I'm not on stage as a master of ceremonies, I'm training professionals to speak with clarity, confidence, authority. You know, speak like me, Sha. Yeah. Why am I talking about this? It's important that each of us delves into the thing that is important to us. Our next speaker is coming with that fire and that power of the thing that is important to him. And what is important to you might not make sense to anybody else but you. And it's okay. And you stay there until it makes sense to people, right? He is a distinguished expert in the Earth observation and geospatial systems. Sounds like Greek, but it's what he loves, and it has brought change. How? He has brought experience into environmental sciences, agroecology, sustainable land use, climate-smart agriculture. He played a crucial role in deploying digital Nigerian maps on the mobile devices and Google Maps because of his interest in that thing that didn't seem interesting. Yet we all use, you want to go to Rumi Bakery right now, you just put in Rumi Bakery in the map. Let me see if there's traffic, right? Because somebody did the work. In the agricultural sector, he has been instrumental in the Nigeria Agricultural Land Use Classification Project, championing digital and precision agriculture. He has supervised the digitization and mapping of over 1 million hectares of smallholder farms across Nigeria, working closely with agricultural commodity associations and outgrowers, because sometimes you're not supposed to plant something based on what the earth is saying about that location. We are delighted to have him speak at the Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026 on the topic, Geospatial Intelligence, the new operating system for decision making. Please, together, welcome Ross Alabo George.
Thank you. For 15 minutes. +2. Hello. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers especially for the opportunity. Last year, I couldn't make it to this event, but then I had something in mind to speak about. And so in 1 minute, I will just deliver that message in 1 minute, and then I'll go ahead with my presentation for today, because today is simply about storytelling, right? And the organizers told me, Ross, not too technical, just tell the stories of what you've achieved so that we can inspire the young generation. And I see students from secondary schools and a different spectrum of professionals, which is really good. So I want to welcome all of our students. Please, a round of applause for the students. I hope you learned something today. My message for last TEDx would have just been urgency, Urgency. For every idea you have, do not waste time, right? Urgency. In my language, they tell you sakiofori. It means that once you catch the idea, run with the idea. And what's most important about these ideas is something I want to drop. It's a word called domain pain. Domain pain. Pain, P-A-I-N. You can't be successful if you don't understand the domain. And what does domain mean? It simply means that, look, you are in the field and you understand that field. A Aproko doctor was here talking. Everybody was clapping. He said, doctor, you saw all of those guys here, medical doctors. Research has happened. Learning has happened. Do not believe that you must drop out. I don't believe in the story of dropping out, right? So be in your field, understand a domain. Understand that domain so well that you become an expert. Before you start developing and thinking of apps, Igor Welly said something. He said, think about the system. And one of the most critical parts about the system is research. So please, if you're in the domain, whether you're in environment, medicine, stay in school, go deep, drill down, and understand that domain. If you look at all the speakers, founders in Africa, mostly there are people who have experienced the pain in the domain. That pain in the domain gives you an idea and actually gives the strengths and the framework for your invention. So you can see what a Aproko doctor is doing. He's a medical doctor, and he's transforming that field because he's been in that domain. So if you're in school, stay in school, explore your domain, and great shall be your portion. So next slide, please. My name is Ross, and we've been in this business for 20 years. So I founded Proxylogics in 2006. A few years after graduation, and we have been in Earth observation, remote sensing, and geographic information systems. Now, it's not a field that is very common. And I listened to a lot of the speakers. They're all talking about flutter wave, pay stack, pay this, pay that. Listen, the opportunities are so massive that it doesn't necessarily always have to be about commercial systems, selling, collecting money. There are areas in domains that are profitable. If you're in environment, there are opportunities. If you are a library attendant, there are opportunities. If you're in energy, there are opportunities. And it's not every opportunity that should be fresh. Certain opportunities exist for you to extend. And that's why you can have a software already existing, doing well. All you need to do is to build an extension to that software, and you make a hell of money. All right? So do not think that every opportunity has to start from the scratch, because you do not need to necessarily reinvent the wheel. Next slide, please. Geospatial intelligence, really, is the new operating system for decision making. I'm happy about what the MC said. Before now, there were no digital maps in Nigeria. And I bought a BMW some years ago, and I discovered that there was a map screen, a navigation screen, but the navigation screen was not working for Nigeria because Nigerian mobile maps did not exist. But outside this country, the navigation maps were working. And I'm like, why not? Why don't we do this? And so we began the efforts. Excruciating at the time, because we had to acquire satellite images for cities and started digitizing maps city by city. That effort led us to Navtech, led us to Google, led us to computer maps. Will I say we were lucky? Because at the time we were completing that project, Google was looking for maps. Nokia was looking for maps. And so that gave us a breakthrough in the field. And what does that simply mean? That tells you, do not wait for the need. Find the need. Still domain pain, right? Find the need. Today we all use the smartphone called Apple. But one thing a lot of people don't realize about Apple is that the screen that the Apple uses is called the Gorilla Glass. The Gorilla Glass was discovered out of, in quotes, mistake, right? Dr. Stuck was doing a research in his lab in 1910 or 1912, and then he was hitting the glass because they were testing what they call a muzzle glass. And at that time, the idea was that the glass would shatter after 600 degrees centigrade. But the machine he was using, the furnace he was using, had the rheostat control problem. He could not control the temperature. So the glass was there, 600, 700, 800, 900. He was afraid that the place was going to blow up. But at 900 degrees centigrade, he discovered that the glass had become something else. It had become more resilient. It had become tougher. It had become something that had never existed. And after he pushed down the button to put it off, that singular mistake in the place of research gave birth to what today has become the Gorilla Glass. He didn't make money at the time from it. It took 70 years or thereabouts for Steve Jobs to find the need for a Gorilla Glass and then called for the patent. It was the patent that made him a multimillionaire at the time of his later years. He was about 90 at the time. So the place of research is very important. And that's why I tell you, domain, stay in your domain, drill deep in your domain. Don't look at the crowd. CEO, founder, forget all those stories. Learn what you need to learn and grow. And this brings me to my area. My area, niche area, is geospatial intelligence, right? And what does geospatial intelligence mean? Next slide, please. It is simply the art or science of collecting spatial data, data about location, right? Analyzing that data, and then making actionable intelligence out of that data. And I'm going to show you quickly some of the things we've done, because this is more like a story session. So you can help me with the slides, please, yeah? So for us, basically, can you help me with the slides? I think I'm having a problem with this quickly. All right. Sorry, they're trying to sort it. So syntropy, basically, I like the theme of this year's event, syntropy. For us, syntropy is order. And it's not just order, as the word defines it as. It is actually production from organization, right? There's so much data around us, so much. And I listened to the Zipline company, I know Zipline very well, providing solutions in medtech. Thank you. Fantastic. So Zipline is doing a good job, but one major thing that Zipline works with is location intelligence, location data. Now, geospatial intelligence basically is the process of collecting, integrating, analyzing, and interpreting location-based information decision-making, right? Now, there are several components. Some of you didn't like geography in school, clearly, right? But geography is perhaps the most important course for this generation. Now, everybody that came on this stage had something to talk about geography and location intelligence. The medical doctors need the geography to identify areas where there are shortages of service delivery, correct? It is from that analysis, it is from that intelligence that service is provided. It is from that intelligence that resources are appropriated. Energy. The energy guys talked about location. How do you determine people that are stealing electricity, energy? How do you define areas of service? How do you map energy appropriation, okay, over time? Geography. Data analytics, satellite imagery, remote sensing. Quickly, I will take you all of through. My screen is cut, so some of the things are out. So the GIS part of geoinformation system is the part that gives you the geodatabase, right? Let's just call it that way. Collection of data, storage of data, analysis of data. What we do with remote sensing, really, remote sensing is basically satellite technology. Now, when we started making digital maps for Nigeria and some parts of Africa, what we needed to do was to use satellite images to get high-resolution images of the Earth. And I'm going to show you some of the things that we've done beyond mapping in terms of providing domain knowledge, domain solutions to agriculture, health, oil and gas. I'll show you a bit of that in 10 minutes. Now, remote sensing helps us use sensors in space, interpret that information coming from sensors. These days now we use AI to go through long process and procedures and then derive actionable intelligence from sensor-derived data. Now, geointelligence is the part that integrates all of this information that we're getting. and gives us results for the different sectors. Next slide, please. I have 10 minutes, and I want to quickly. Now, what can geointelligence do for us? What have we done in geointelligence? So that we'll just go through. Next slide, next slide. Right, so these are some of the areas we're actually playing big currently. We are providing services in security and safety, infrastructure, agriculture, urban planning. Another one is climate change. I'll show you what we're doing with climate change. And we're doing some big things in environment as well. Let me tell you what we're doing in environment currently. The World Bank is spending $1 billion on a project in Nigeria currently in regenerating degraded farmlands in 20 states in Nigeria. So across 20 states, the World Bank is looking at 1 million hectares of degraded land. That is land that has used to be farmlands but are now degraded. And so through the Federal Ministry of Environment, the federal government got $1 billion. Now, in that $1 billion investment, how do you monitor and evaluate the progress of what you're doing? You're spending so much money. How do you evaluate that the resources you're putting to regenerate this land and make it fertile? How can you track that without geointelligence? So what we did was we deployed a combination of satellites and an AI tool that will help us monitor every square foot of land within the 1 million hectares across these 20 states. The first presentation we had, it looked impossible. The technicians at the ministry, the engineers at the ministry were saying, no, it wasn't possible. And then they asked for a demonstration. So we gave them a demonstration showing the historical patterns of a particular location for the past 60 days. So what we did was we concentrated on a particular parcel and gave information, right? Special information for that particular area for 60 days. And so you could see the change in NDVI. NDVI basically is the measurement of chlorophyll on that land. So when the NDVI value is high, it means that vegetation is doing well in that space. When it's low, it means that the land is becoming less fertile. So that's what we're doing currently. I'll show you screen. Now, this is what we call a classified point cloud railway corridor. In 2001, ECOWAS was financing a road project worth $200 million. It's called the Lagos-Abidjan Highway Corridor. But then COVID happened. It was a very intense project. The project has started. And the first thing that happens in engineering work and engineering design is survey work. Is there any surveyor in the house? Any surveyor, right? No surveyor here. Because you see, everybody thinks tech is IT, computers. Now, this is the survey and civil engineering part of what we've done using high-end technologies, right? So we deployed a system called light detection and ranging. Because there was COVID and there was lockdown, nobody could go to the field. Surveyors could not march into the bushes to actually measure elevation levels in these areas. We told them we could do it using light detection and ranging. What you see here is the point cloud. What we did was to deploy a LiDAR plane, right? We flew in a plane from France and fitted the plane with LiDAR sensors and then flew 1,000 kilometers on that corridor. Now, what you're seeing now are 3D representations of everything on the corridor. So I tell you, domain is important. So if you're in civil engineering, for instance, you start thinking LiDAR. And when we proposed this, ECOWAS was like, the project was being funded by Africa Development Bank. They were like, no, we've never done this in Africa before. How are we sure it's going to work? I told them we're deploying this for the first time in Africa. I can assure you it will work because I've seen it work, and we've done it in smaller scale, right? And so we did this deployment. Can we have this slide fully? Because you're taking my time. All right, so this is an aircraft we flew in from France. This is actually a position in Ghana. And this aircraft flew 1,000 kilometers. In this aircraft, we had all of the sensors that we need, the sensor for high-resolution satellite images, and the sensor for optical imagery and light detection and ranging data. So what happens is that it sends light to the surface of the Earth, And the bounce back rate of each light ray that comes in gave us the elevation of this particular entire corridor. Ordinary survey would have taken about 30 to 60 days to complete, but we did this job in 7 days, did the processing in another 14 days. It would have taken surveyors 6 months to complete this, but we did it in 30 days. If you want a reference, Pear Consultants, Etora Partners, Africa Development Bank. I'm giving you results. Now, this is the corridor. This is the corridor that was flown, and we used, so there was no survey work done for this work, right? So what did we do? We used technology to solve a major problem. Now, if you stride up, you will see there's a major work going on in Nigeria now. The biggest project in the country is called the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. How many of you have heard of that road? Now, that road is the most complicated land terrain. And so it will have been crazy difficult for surveyors to go, if you are from the riverine area, right? And if you've ever been to what we call BU, BU is BU. One of the organizers here knows what I'm talking about. There are parts of the mangrove, the mud, that could take you up to this level, right? You can't even step into it. Now, there's no way surveyors will do a fantastic job with that. We'll deploy the same technology. Can you just scroll up a bit? We deployed the same technology from Lagos to Calabar, mapping through difficult terrains to get not just elevation data, but geotechnical information, georeference to what our ground controls, had provided. Next slide. I want to rush through this. Yeah, so that's the Lagos-Calabar. I'm sure some of you are seeing this route for the first time. This was not done during using actual survey. It was done using a hybrid method of light detection or ranging and land survey, topographic survey. So this is a completed work, reference Federal Ministry of Works, Nigeria. Next slide. Now, another thing we do with our technology, right, is the fact that, like I told you, we use satellite to do a lot, and we use UAVs. You guys call it drones. We use UAVs, but these UAVs carry sensors. When you see a drone, there's always a sensor. We call it a payload. It is the payload that does the work. The wings and the flying is just providing access, right? Now, for this is what we call the analysis of high-spectral imagery for oil spill detection. For oil companies that we service, you don't need the community does not need to report oil spill. If we're monitoring your oil mining license, right, we can tell you any day and any time that there is a spill. Why? Because we use something called synthetic aperture radar to detect every change on every square meter of everywhere that we monitor. Now, I want to give you guys a new area of interest. It's called monitoring and evaluation. I'm sure some of you might want to go into it. There are lots of areas where we don't have experts, right? And our people are limited to a lot of knowledge areas. In climate change alone, there are 14 different areas in climate change that you will not find the experts in Nigeria. But we have the capacity for it. We've completed studies for it. We have the knowledge base for it. But because the name does not align to what you usually know, you miss out on that opportunity. And so, let me not take too much of my time. But what we've done here is to use SAR to determine oil spill events or incidents across the Niger Delta. SAR point cloud also helps us to do what we call structural integrity, right? We use space technology to do structural integrity. So this is one of the projects that we did. Every color you see there represents something. But one thing AI has done for us is that instead of using SAR and going through the process of 17 different classification, we now have what we call unsupervised classification because we've coded AI tools to help take away the burden of going through each of the steps. So for some of you in environment, I'm sure this area of remote sensing will interest you. And like I said, go into domains, do your master's degree in this area. It will help you understand a whole lot of this.
So this is drone operation, right? Yeah, so this really is what we call land use land cover analytics. We can do what we call a change detection for the past 50 years of any location. So we can tell you how Port Harcourt used to be in 1970, and then 1980, 1990 till date. And so if we do that analytics for you, what you will see is that Port Harcourt has lost water reservoirs, it has lost natural water pathways. You can actually see the growth of the urban area. You can see growth of urban spaces. This is also done by, thank you very much. So this is also done by remote sensing. Can you go down so that I can show something quickly? So that's done by remote sensing. You're rushing me too fast. I want them to see a few of the stuffs, right? Okay, so this is not like a regular drone. The drone is the drone, but the payloads are different, right? So, we use these kinds of drones for small areas. If you want to do a pipeline monitoring work or a pipeline assessment or an infrastructure assessment for a few kilometers, we can use a drone. But when we're doing massive infrastructural interventions, we use like the aircraft and different sizes of aircraft. And now we're talking to the Nigerian security systems on what we call long-term endurance drones. And I think that's our next frontier. Our next frontier is to support the Nigerian military with defense systems, and of course, you know what it is, right? We can actually provide that solution because I think we have the technology to actually determine every bit of movement of living things, whether it's cattle or humans or kidnappers, in every square meter. But it's expensive. But we do have that technology. Next slide, please. So we call this a thermal IR aerial scan, right, for ground anomaly detection. So the same way I can detect a landslide or a shift, I can also detect a destroyed pipeline, right? The same way I can see a facility that has been moved from one area to another, I can also discern and from analysis see that there was an individual here at this time yesterday and at this time today. So what does that tell you? Is that with thermal infrared, right, beyond leak detection, this is for leak detection on pipelines, right? We provide our services to oil and gas companies. It's not cheap, like you already know, but they can pay. So why not? So instead of you having somebody going along the pipeline or the communities calling NOSDRA, we have the technology for the areas that we monitor to actually, provide these kinds of service. Okay, so I didn't give you what the LiDAR work looks like when it's finished. This is parts of the Lagos-Abidjan highway after we had collected the data from the aircraft and we had processed. So this is what it looks like. It gives you what we call a high-resolution digital elevation model. Now, I'm speaking to some people who have not defined their pathway yet, right? And I'm telling you, beyond pay this, pay that, pay stack, there are domain apps, there are software that you can learn, master, and make any amount of money you want to make in the world. You don't have to you don't have to start from the scratch. You don't have to build it new. You can excavate your domain. You can be so good in what you do that you become indispensable in that field. And that's the message I'm bringing to you today, that stay in your domain. We've been here for 20 years, and I don't think there's anywhere in the world that, I'm not boasting, that they will talk about this field and they will undermine our capacity because we've been here for 20 years. So before some of the guys in America joined it, we've been there, right? So stay in your domain. Don't try to jump here. Stay, if you're in medtech, stay in medtech. Just strive. Keep learning, keep improving. Next slide. Yes, so I told you we're monitoring 1 million hectares of degraded land in Nigeria across 20 northern states. It's a $1 billion project being funded by the World Bank. The money is not coming to us, so it's federal government. But in that project, we are providing what we call a digital geospatial-based monitoring and evaluation service. Now, if you look at the screen, I just captured this from the screen, right? You will see the map of Nigeria down there, and then you will see a map showing areas of green and areas of brown and all of that. Now, by the side, you see a console showing us progressive changes. So everywhere where the land is picking up, we get results every week. So we can say your intervention here is yielding results because we can see vegetation regeneration happening, right? So areas where you see the green means that regeneration has worked. So it means that your efforts in climate-smart agriculture, your efforts in soil regeneration, your efforts using organic fertilizer is actually working. And so there is no other way you can monitor such a large-scale work. Because a Nigerian can go to the field and tell you he went there, but he didn't go there, right? But this result is coming from space. And so what we're doing with the portal, this is the portal we developed, and so you can see all of the graph and charts. I'm sorry you can't see all of it in details, but we built an AI-based platform so that the people in the Ministry of Environment and the World Bank can have real-time access to, the changes that are happening in the landscape. I'm trying to rush this quickly because TEDx said we should come and tell stories of what has happened or what we've done. So that's what we're doing. And so emerging technologies accelerating geospatial intelligence. We're rounding up. I can see she's here, the police. So AI, of course, we've discussed a whole lot of that. We've talked about UAVs and drones, Internet of Things and digital twins. I can't talk so much about digital twins now because we don't have the time. Take me to the last slide. Second to the last slide, please. I think I'll end there. So one of the biggest opportunities, because I think that's why we're here. We want to understand what the opportunities are. And I look at young people who want to thrive, right? Climate change, right? Climate change is a big opportunity. It's a multi-billion-dollar space that doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're in tech, environment, engineering. This is an area where there's a lot of money and you can key. And all it takes is maybe 6 months of intense study, 6 months, 1 year of training. You can align yourself in several opportunities from climate finance and carbon markets. There's a young lady who's very well versed. I could sense from her, she was on the energy session, right? From climate finance is massive. You want to build, you can build apps for carbon exchange. Anyone that can do that over time will make a whole lot of money. Disaster risk reduction. There's a new service area called disaster risk specialist. All it takes is 6 months training. Trust me, you do disaster risk training and analysis in 6 months. If you don't get a job, call me back. Climate smart agriculture, don't worry about that one. Green infrastructure planning is another area where if you're a graduate, you don't have a job, just look at these areas, I beg you, right? Now, finally, I talked to the organizers. We have a funded project, at Proxylogics, and we'll be needing perhaps 10 very good developers for a project that we have that is funded, that's ongoing. So I'll talk to Honorable Enemy George at the end of the project. And so we want to see, and that's why I'll be here through the hackathon. We have several development projects going on, and I'll be willing to see the energy I'm getting from these young guys and see the ones that we can work with. So gentlemen, thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Ross Alabo George, thank you so much, sir, for this exciting, frightening for some people because they don't understand, but exciting because when you understand it, you can see the opportunities behind it. And he just said something that you may not have gotten. I hope you did. There's employment opportunity for 10 individuals in this room, or 10 people who can hear the sound of his voice. If you are a developer, you are part of the hackathon, they're watching to absorb you immediately into an ongoing funded project. When you hear funded, me say money day. So, if you're a developer, you know that you are looking to be plugged into a system, then make sure you plug into the hackathon so that you can be absorbed. The Port Harcourt Tech Expo is no be cho-cho-cho. Now, talk and do. Yesterday, did you see some talk and do? And there'll be more today, oh. Yes, we're forming, ensuring that real businesses, real opportunities are being created and seized by those in the tech space and those who have deemed it fit to be here at the Port Harcourt Tech Expo. So please, once again, appreciate Ross Alabo George. And then even louder, appreciate the Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. Clap until your hand pains you. Thank you very much. We're going into the FinTech conversation. Many of us have been waiting for it. But just before we do, I would like to announce session is Advancing Digital Transformation for Sustainable Development, aligning South-South ICT strategies with WSIS Plus 20, the Global Digital Compact, SDGs 2030, and Africa 2063 agenda. Syntropy. That's the bottom line. So, there's a tall gentleman wearing a red tie over there, the handsome Alo. Can you see him? He should be waving. Can you see him? Can you see him, sir? Alo will lead those who should be in this session to the electric hall where that session is holding immediately. Who is expected to be there? ICT, STI commissioners and advisors of South-South states here present, representatives of SAME, representatives from Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, National Information
institutions, remember I said earlier, I talked about consistency earlier. What I'm trying to see if you have been consistent. Now, the first C of credit is character. And we are taught that if character is deficient, don't bother with the other C's, right? And so in that consistency, I'm looking at character. Has this person paid? In the situations where there was a default, was there a reason, a justifiable reason where there was default, etc.? And so all these systems, one of the things that AI is going to help us do is it's going to help us not just aggregate the information, but aggregate it speedily. What that means is that very soon, institutions will be able to take a credit decision within a few minutes, right? As technology improves and as the various silos of information and data are connected. And so there's a part that you need to play which has been enumerated, but then there's also almost the backbone that needs to then come together so that I'll have a single source of truth to go in and interrogate your data.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have another question? Okay, microphone over there. Back. Okay, let's take that before we come this way.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the information you are giving to us. My name is Azubike Kingsley Onyejiri. I have a question, sir, which is this. Is there any legislation on ground that guarantees all these online banks from getting distressed, thereby safeguarding the hard-earned money of the private individuals? Because in Nigeria, we've seen a lot of things happen, MMM coming, and whatnot, and up to today, those funds cannot be recovered. Is there any legislation in Nigeria currently guarding and safeguarding all these banks from getting distressed? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Even though that's not quite our focus, but I'll let Dr. Jeku respond to that.
So for my students, right, I always teach my students
over there
that the person holding the banana when the music stops playing is the monkey.
Please take that again.
The person holding the banana when the music stops playing is the monkey. Back in the day when we were in secondary school, Man O' War, there's a song they used to sing. They will praying something. Monkey pass the banana, hey, we don't tire, hey. Monkey pass the banana. And then suddenly the music stops, you are holding it. You are the monkey. Why am I saying that? Because they are regulated financial institutions, and both the SEC, the central bank, the various NDIC have come out severally to state unequivocally that these are the regulated financial institutions that don't venture into these Ponzi schemes. So when you say online bank, if it's a new bank, if it's a digital bank that's under the supervision of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the NDIC, the revenue authorities, etc., the whole gamut of regulators, there is a minimum deposit insurance that's available, right? And banking is a highly regulated environment, right? Which is why when there's banking distress, for instance, banking is the only sector globally that when there's a distress, there's an intervention by government or the central bank. Why? When there's distress in the auto industry, why don't they intervene? They don't intervene because in banking, if the banking system goes into distress, it can pull down the entire economy. So banking is highly regulated. But don't be going to all this backwater because you want to double your money 2 times or 100 times and take deposits. Then you become their monkey. Thank you.
So, avoid MMM. So one last question. We have 52 seconds. There's someone who had their hand up. Please, quickly.
Okay. Good day, all. My name is Nathaniel Emmanuel. So my question is, with the way the world is moving, is there still room for entrepreneurs and developers going into traditional finance, or should we take a deeper turn into cryptocurrency and other aspects of finance instead? That's it basically.
Did you get the question? Please, can you come again?
Okay, so is there still room for entrepreneurs going into, should entrepreneurs see put their focus and attention into normal banking and finance, or should we move instead into cryptocurrency and the other part of banking?
Let me take
1
that.
minute, please.
Yeah. Okay, so like I would say, and like several speakers here have said, it's difficult to solve a problem you do not, you have not experienced.
Yeah.
So like the man that was talking about GIS, when you are a domain pain. So basically, I tend to tell founders and tech people that you should work with what you know.
Yeah.
Try to solve a problem you have experienced.
Yes.
Then it's easier to see the pain from the user point of view. But again, talking about traditional versus Nigeria is a country with how many million people? The unbanked is still uncharted territory. There's so much that can be done. Do not let yourself be restricted to by any fears. Take the bull by the horns, develop for solutions and for impact, and do what you need to do.
All right.
I wish you good luck.
All right, thank you. So, thank you for listening. I think 3 takeaways: build your data, explore opportunities for financing and raising capital, and like Ikenna has just said, do what you need to do. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon.
Thank you also for steering the conversation. Please appreciate Chinedu Amma. Appreciate all the panelists for their contributions
Can we
today.
step forward, please?
We'll step forward, smiles on our faces,
Financial
about
smile.
the future of financial technology in Nigeria and across Africa, all the wins we already have and the wins that are to come because of those in this room. If this has been a day well invested for you, please put your hands together for this panel once again.
All right. Thank you.
Because I am very well aware there's some people in this room who have been sitting for the last 2 hours plus without getting up at all, I would ask you to do one very simple task. You would get up, you will stand, stretch your hand to the person sitting 2 seats away, give them a handshake, 2 seats away on this side, give them a handshake, and you'll sit back. Can we do that? In 1, 2, let's go. Up. You have to stand up. Your gluteus maximus, aka buttocks, has to leave the chair. So you get up, stretch to 2 seats away, give them a handshake. Stretch on the other side, 2 seats away, give them another handshake. Oh yeah, now 2 seats behind you, give them a handshake. Don't leave your seats. Just give them a handshake. 2 seats behind. Then stretch 2 seats in front of you. Give them a handshake. Yes. Thank you. Then now, please, we might take our seats again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stretch leg. There is a pride of the Niger Delta, I dare say a pride of Nigeria, a pride of Africa, called Pana Holdings, a major player in the energy and technology space, a partner per excellence of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo, and today they bring us a word. In line with syntropy, in line with digitization, in line with technology. The introduction will be made of the speaker, who is the executive chairman, Pana Holdings, Dr. Dare Akobo, who is very ably represented. Let's introduce him together, please.
Dare Afonya Akobo, Chairman and Group CEO, Pana Holdings. Dr. Dare Afonya Akobo is a visionary entrepreneur, industrial leader, philanthropist, and business mentor whose work sits at the intersection of enterprise, innovation, and nation building. As chairman and group CEO of Pana Holdings, he leads a diversified business platform spanning energy, engineering solutions, digital services, infrastructure, human capital development, and industrial services. through Pana Holdings and its subsidiaries, including PE Energy, AKD Consulting, Pana Academy, and Ataraxia. Dr. Akobo continues to advance technical excellence, disciplined execution, innovation, and community-centered impact. His influence extends across national, continental, and global energy conversations, with strategic roles in institutions such as the African Leadership Council, Africa Oil Week Energy, PETAN, and NUPRC ADR Center. Guided by his philosophy that a dream without a deadline is a nightmare, he continues to champion accountability, industrial innovation, and generational impact across Africa and beyond.
Here at Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026, Dr. Dare Akobo is ably represented by Technical Assistant Digital Transformation to the Executive Chairman, Mr. Victor Itota. Receive him with a very warm applause.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure being here, and I understand we've been seated for a while, and it's dusk, but I just want us to jam our hands together for the sessions that we just had. I thought that was quite insightful. Can we just give a round of applause to the panelists? All right, distinguished guests, government officials, industry leaders, innovators, partners, and students, I bring you very warm greetings from my chairman, my principal, Dr. Dare Akobo, who is unavoidably absent today, and he has asked me to convey his wishes and to represent him on this very gracious gathering. Kindly indulge me to share some of his thoughts with us this evening, and we'll take it from there. It's an honor to join you at the Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. The theme of this year's conference, Syntropy, is both timely and important. It challenges us to think beyond individual success and consider how ecosystems grow, thrive, and create long-lasting value. As we gather here today, we're not simply discussing technology, we're discussing the future of our economy, our region, and the next generation of innovators seated right here who will shape both. The greatest economic transformation of the 21st century will not be driven by the countries with the most resources. I mean, I'm sure we've heard a lot of that today, but it will be driven by the regions that connect talent, capital, technology, with disciplined execution. Idea is great, but execution is better. So on that note, I want to say thank you for having us. I don't know if my slide is ready, so I can just quickly walk us through our presentation this evening. All right. So while that is up, I also understand we have a lot of students in the audience, and I'm very sure that we've learned a lot today. And beyond just information, what you should be taking out of here, it's something that you will build upon. Information is great, understanding is better, but applied knowledge is the greatest. So that is what differentiates everybody. What you know and what you do with what you know. All right, my slides are up. Data sovereignty and industrial intelligence, building the architecture for Nigeria's industrial future. A lot has been said about data. A lot has been said about data sovereignty and industrial intelligence. Permit me to say, every intelligence that you get that his mind has a source, and that source is a data point, is a data input. Every autonomous agentic workflow has embedded in it a data point, a data input. And today, we'll be taking us through what that means. Having a bit of lag. All right, the introduction has been done. Pana Holdings, a business platform of a merged enterprise, are doing so well in the digital transformation space, where I am seated under the leadership of my chairman, driving digital initiatives, notably in the oil and gas sector. All right, so from emergence to syntropy, the theme last year was on emergence, and what underpinned that was data sovereignty. Permit me to say at this time that beyond just moving from emergence to syntropy, we also need to move from awareness to application. Awareness to application. Then data as the connector, the architecture, 6 pillars, the case for Port Harcourt, working together, which intrinsically is why we are here. It's an ecosystem, and in an ecosystem, there are dependencies. It's a symbiotic relationship. And then building the architecture now. All right, so from emergence to syntropy, emergence begins the movement. Again, last year, this was the theme. That gave us the impetus to overcome inertia. And what that simply means is we need to sustain the momentum. We understand data, we understand AI. We've been building awareness, building knowledge, but it's time to sustain that momentum. And by momentum, I mean it is time for application. So the next question is not only who controls the data, it is what the data can do. And like I said, data is as good as the one handling it. Everything around us is data, but it's what you do with the data that ultimately determines the insight or intelligence you get from it, right? So from 2025, the whole idea was on data sovereignty and emergence, and now we are talking about syntropy. And if I look at the word syntropy, I mean, I did a bit of research, seeing synergy, togetherness. Entropy means turning. So it is time for us to turn together from an information state to an application state. And that can only happen, or that can only be accelerated in an ecosystem where we build together, where we co-create, and where we co-design. All right, just give me a minute to introduce this. It is true that every measure of value that we have experienced as a convenience or a comfort comes from natural endowments. And by that, I mean inherited prosperity, speaking to the land, the air, and the sea, and everything that it holds. So what moves that? What moves the transformation from, give me a minute, just a minute. Yeah, so the layer that comes in to transform what we have as an inherited is what we are talking about today. Building, collaborating, digital transformation, digital initiatives. Everything around us today, every single thing came from natural endowment. And what you do with that determines the comfort or the convenience you experience thereof. So basically, there are two forms of prosperity and one national future. Speaking to oil and gas reserves, so what have we been able to do in that light? You have gas processing facilities that take what you don't see and give you cooking gas that you can use for cooking. And that's created prosperity because you have been able to transform what God gave as natural endowment to what you can use, essentially. So inherited prosperity gives nations strategic advantage, and for us in Nigeria, we are blessed with this. So the bridge between inherited and created has in its most granular form data. And if you look at what you're seeing on your screen, more data has been created in the last 3 years than in all of human history. That's speaking to 2024, 2025, and 2026. And in the coming years, it's even going to be more. Why? Because, we are in the attention economy. If you take your smartphone now and you go on Instagram or Facebook, the thing you're doing on those feeds is that you are paying attention, and that attention is data. And automatically, there is an algorithm that you don't see that takes that attention as a data input and then makes recommendations for you. So you pick up your phone and on an Instagram, you see a particular feed on your phone. What you have done is either you've clicked or you've spent a number of time on a particular post that now went to call its fellow brethren and say, this sister, this brother likes this. So those recommendations are made to you. So invariably, attention is not data in form of time. All right, moving ahead. Again, we've talked about this, data as the bridge. And sovereignty is only the beginning. Today is Democracy Day, and we'll even get to talk about data democratization. What that simply means is the data that is generated by Nigerians, by Africans, would give us our own intelligence that solves our own problem. Models can be imported, but the data that will give you the needed or rightful intelligence is local. All right, what underpins all of this is a foundation, is the 6 pillars, and I will just run through them. Digital infrastructure, trust and cybersecurity, AI and analytics, talent and local content, policy and standards, and then innovation and capital. Industrial intelligence does not emerge by accident. It must be deliberately designed. And of course, that's why conferences like this avail us the opportunity to have these conversations so that we can co-create what works for us. It is syntropy, building together. All right, so sovereign digital infrastructure. Data cannot power industry if it has nowhere secure to live. The world, as we have it, basically is on trust. And what that simply means is when you pick up your phone and you get a vendor on Instagram that you don't know, and you make that purchase, what you have done is you have encoded in the system digital trust. Years ago, that would be a far-reaching thing to do. But in this day and time, it is very common. So basically, under sovereign digital infrastructure, you have local cloud and sovereign hosting, cybersecurity and trust systems. These are the pillars that underpin the architecture. And moving ahead, AI and analytics capability. AI, artificial intelligence, is as good as the one using it, whether it's generative or agentic. It is garbage in, garbage out. If it's generative, the quality of your prompt determines the quality of your output. If it is agentic for autonomous workflows, the quality of the data that it is fed on determines the quality of intelligence that you will get. Ultimately, what this is doing for us at this age and time is giving us intelligence for informed decision making. So you move from information, from data to information, from information to intelligence or insights, and from insights to wisdom. If you look at the AI maturity stages, beyond just agents, we have advisors. And at that level, they are the wise men. They make recommendations, they are prescriptive, and then they even predict. All right, again, idea is good, execution is better. Imagine if Tech Expo was still an idea, we won't be here. Everything as we have today started with an idea. Everything. But it didn't end there. It is not the person who has the best idea, but the person who acts on it the most. So idea is good, execution is better. So just quickly, let me go back to highlight something there. So the owners of the digital landscape for the future is heavily dependent on those who can quickly move from idea to scale. All right, the case for Port Harcourt, tons of data being generated in Port Harcourt, industrial hub. How do we mine and get intelligence from that? Industrial intelligence must be measured by the problem it solves. It is good to have a product or to offer a service. What is your product or service as a solution solving? Right. And for us, we can pride ourselves in conducting a very comprehensive measurement upstream audits in this country, where we audited metering stations to check their health status. Because, amongst instrumentation and control folks, it is always said, what you cannot measure, you can't improve. But I would like to say here, what you cannot measure accurately, but because we've been measuring. The only difference is, hasn't been accurate, hasn't been precise, and is it repeatable? So basically, measurement intelligence reduces hydrocarbon deviations, improving audit confidence, and strengthens transparency. Now, this is why we are here, working together. A wise man once said, if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go farther, go with others. It is no longer news that collaboration is now the new competition. And conferences like this avails us the opportunity again to just think alike. And like I said, in an ecosystem, you have dependencies. There is something I can do that you need, and there is something you can do that I need. So how do we help ourselves for the common good? So building the architecture now, by 2013, Nigeria should point to secure industrial data platforms. The goal is not only a digital economy, but also an intelligent industrial economy. And Nigeria's next advantage will come from the intelligence we build around the assets that we already have. And not just around, from and for. Because whatever intelligence you get from those assets, you are going to use it to improve those assets. All right, so to wrap it up, what underpins our operations, even as a company, is our 5 Ps. At every point in time, there has to be the purpose, the why. And to shape that purpose is the process. Ultimately, the process gives you an outcome. And in this context, we're looking at industrial data platforms. And what will drive the process, the purpose, the philosophy, and the product is people. 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 And finally, when you combine all of this, it is socio-economic good, profit and prosperity for all. So what is our charge to us today is that Nigeria can build not just a digital economy, but an intelligent industrial future. And how? By building the systems, developing the people, deploying the platforms, and creating shared prosperity for our socio-economic good. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate the intervention of Dr. Dare Akobo at the Port Harcourt Tech Festival 2026. If your hands are yours, they're strong, they're hale and hearty, please put them together and put them together for Mr. Victor Itota, who spoke on his behalf. If you're backstage with me, please clap, 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 clap. I would like to recognize the presence of the founder, Bole Festival, who has been with us from day one. Nonso Iwu, good evening to you. If you know about Bole Festival, please clap, celebrate Nonso Iwu. Thank you. We honor you. We thank you so much. And he also made a promise that he's fulfilling to all our speakers who have come from out of Port Harcourt. He has promised them that they would experience Bole and Fish tonight. So yay! Port Harcourt people, if you're not jealous, clap, 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 clap. You have it every day. These people have, they don't have Bole and Fish. Do you know in Lagos they have, come, do you know what they have in Lagos? Should I tell you? Bole and what? Ew. Ew. Should we tell them? Ew. So what to give them the real thing? So when they go back and they see Bole and Granot, they will look again like, who did this to us? There's still to come. Yesterday we had announced that those who came in first today were standing the chance, or stood the chance and stand the chance of winning gifts such as tablets and phones. Did you hear it yesterday? How many of us came early? Please sit still. The announcements will be made. And remember, it was based on who came early. The raffle draw will also take place, and the raffle draw is for everybody who registered to attend the 2026 Port Harcourt Tech Expo. So, when the raffle happens, gift boxes will also be given, and a few other gifts that some of us are not expecting, so sit tight for that. Before we leave tonight, there will be a party after, there will be an after party. Who was here for the after party last night? Una no day? Yesterday. Hey, who was here? Should we tell them? Should we tell them? Port Harcourt will say, Chai, you missed. Tonight is going to be even louder. Was it fun? So much fun. Some people that have been sitting down, keeping quiet, if you see how they were behaving last night, wow. So please stay for the after party. Before the after party, we have a very interesting session of pitches. Some young people have been in camp for days, and they've been pitching their products, their service, their tech innovation. And those who have made it to the final round will be on stage tonight to pitch for funding, pitch for the next level. Are you excited to see that happen? The judging will take place live here. The judges will tell us the criteria they'll be looking out for, and those who will be pitching will be rooting for you to win. The hackathon will also take place. 5 people who have made it to this final stage, 5 people from the pitching as well. All that will happen right here. Somebody say right here. Say right here. But before that, we want to give a small hack. Small hack. These master classes can even help those who are going to pitch here. So please, listen up. 3 master classes are going to happen right away. The first one is Job Readiness by Iene Ikpe. Iene has been sitting here. Where is Iene? Iene, are you here? Yes, backstage, ready. Fantastic. Iene is here. Job Market Readiness. He will show us the tools we need to be ready for the job market, so that when you put in your application and you go for an interview, there is a good fit. What's in your mind and what your potential employer is expecting should be in alignment. ENA is going to talk to us about that. Eliezer Eja will speak to us about staying relevant, how to future-proof your career before someone else does it for you. So much has changed within the last year, within the last 5 years, and so much will change in the next 1 year, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So whatever job or business you're doing today, Eliezer is going to talk to us about how to make it future-proof so that your job will still be there before you get there and they say one agent has taken it from you. What kind of agent? I won't tell you. And finally, there would be pitch with precision, communicating your tech solution to non-technical audiences. The queen of talk, yours truly, Joyce Daniels, is going to be manning that session. If you don't know who yours truly is, it is me. I will be teaching that session. The master classes will happen concurrently right here. 3 of them at the same time. The 3 speakers will be up here and 3 of them will be speaking at the same time. Someone might say, how is that going to work? If that's your question, please make it loud. How is it going to work? Thank you for asking. We will be wearing our headsets. The same headsets we wore at the after party yesterday that we're also going to wear later tonight for the silent party. The headsets have channels. You will switch to the channel you want to listen to. 3 speakers here. The one you want to listen to, you click to 1, 2, or 3, and you will hear them. What you will be seeing when you're wearing, if you're not wearing the headset, you'll just see 3 people doing like this. And you'll be wondering, what are they saying? You have to wear the headsets to hear. Okay? Are the headsets ready? Yes? Headsets, are they ready? The distribution is starting now. Yes? Please let the headsets begin to move with all the tools. Can we start? Yes, let the headsets flow. Please let them flow. When the headset gets to you, they would show you 1, 2, 3. Before we start, we'll let you know again. 1, 2, 3. 1 for Joyce Daniels, 2 for Eliezer, and 3 for Iene. 1 for pitch with precision, 2 for staying relevant, and 3 for job market readiness. Am I seeing the headsets move? Are they moving?
When you move like that on me, let me be. Don't stop, don't talk, just feel, let me. Yeah, right there, move. No stress, no rules, you're always talking, I'm cool. Low lights, one dream, your body moving on beat, slow. I feel it. full current, there goes my baby. My coconut, that's my baby. My coconut, there goes my baby. Little current, that's my baby. My full current, there goes my baby. Oh. Papa Tiki Nani. Body feeling naked. Asamba, asamba, asamba. Ay, eating on my bosom. Itaba mateba. Ay, uspone masne. E baba ne jealous. Ay, eating on my bosom. Itaba mateba. Uspone masne. Ay, baba ne jealous. Eating on my bosom.
Ushers, 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 ushers. DJ Kelvin. Ushers, we need 5 of you to support the gentleman in tech to share the headphones. So please find your way to the screen where the front of house is, where the gentlemen are in charge of sound. 5 of you, 6 if possible. Please just go to where they are, where the sound is in the stage, in the main hall. Please just go there. Please go there. Ushers, we need 5 or 6 of you there to support the spread out of the headsets. Thank you.
Baby, kona, kona. Waka, waka, when you enter Malija. Baby, kona, kona. Will you give me sugar? Wala, wala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa, I go sweep you off your feet. What up, so she said make some time for me, time for me. See for this idea, you tap like hush for me. We walking instead, please show them your face. Baby, hope you know you like some of this. Girl, you know you're all that day.
Hey, ha. Boy, I'm in awe. I'm in awe. I can't take back here. DJ, give me now your cool here. Let me tell them how the thing goes. Ha, how the thing goes. Okay, ha, okay. Chevy make a tamua. Say my pikin, I go join God.
DJ,
you want to
DJ.
bamba? You want to G with the big boys?
Please, a few housekeeping rules. DJ Kelvin, thank you, sir. A few housekeeping rules. The headsets will only be given to those who are sitting here. When it's been given to you, you're not allowed to step out with them. So those who are part of the masterclass, we expect you to be seated, and the headsets come and you stay till the end. The masterclasses are just about 20 minutes, all in total. So the headsets can move now. Are the ushers here helping? Ushers, please, where are you? Please wave, let me see. Ushers, I've seen one. We need you in here. I need you here. Okay, fantastic. So the headsets will move to you.
I be good bad boy, no choice. Been in the game not long. Shabby now we sing a come. Extraordinary things I'm doing. Ordinary things don't you move me again. Extraordinary things I'm doing. Ordinary things don't you move me again. Again, no, no. Ṣé ohun tí o fẹ́ ṣe? Kí ló fẹ́ ṣe? Ṣé ohun tí o fẹ́ ṣe? Nigga no dey give me headache. Ṣé ohun tí o fẹ́ ṣe? Kí ló fẹ́ ṣe? Ṣé ohun tí o fẹ́ ṣe? Nigga no dey give me headache.
Come see. They're still moving. Okay, we need some speed, please. Thank you. They're coming. Okay, so if you have your headset, you can hold on to it for a moment before you wear it. We want to show you how to change channels. For those who don't know me, I'm just learning for the first time. So make a no do like say I know I'm since they born me. Some of us will be learning it for the first time. Please, we need the headsets moving. Thank you. It takes a village. It still takes a village. It takes a whole country to make a dream work. Ushers, well done to you. Thank you for getting the headsets across speedily. To only those who are seated, thank you.
Forgiveness, forgiveness, Father forgive me for the bad things that I do. Consistency, consistency, I promise to remain consistent in my positive action. Forgiveness, forgiveness, Father forgive me for the bad things that I do.
Hey, please wait, oh. The headsets are not souvenirs, oh. They are, hey, no, I heard somebody say just now, na souvenir, na lie, no be souvenir. No carry, no try us. No. They are to be used and returned. This one no be say, you come early, then give you carry go house. No. Please leave it here. If you take it to your house, it will not even work. The equipment to make it work is right. I bet no trial. No say na play, they play. It's to be used right here at the Port Harcourt Tech Fest, Tech Expo 2026. Your speakers are ready. They've been backstage and they're ready to go live. Please join me as I welcome Iyene Ikpe to join us on stage right away. If your hands are free, please put them together for Iyene. Welcome. Iyene is here. Here. While Iyene is talking about being ready for the job market. And Joyce Daniels will be speaking about Peach with. Please say yes. I only want to hear yes.
So
I said
you're
say
blue.
yes.
Speak if they can hear you. You're blue.
Oh.
You're blue. Speak
Say
if they
yes.
can hear you. Okay. I think I'm hearing the mic.
Okay. What'd you say? Yes. So changing the channels. We want to change the channels. Kosi, may I go ahead to talk about that? Should I switch? Or I should speak from here?
So you're green.
Mm.
It matches the outfit.
No, it doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
I'm saying like the different channels that people are speaking on.
Once they click, they'll know. Okay. So, which one should I use? This one? This one. I like it. Are they color coded? I am blue. Me, in this green, I am blue. I love it. If your headset is blue right now, you're listening to me, Joyce Daniels. Iyene, the tall gentleman, is what color? Red. Red. That is for job market readiness. So you click on that button here, tiny green button. Click on it, and the color will change to red. If you want to listen to Iene, just click on that. And Eliezer is what color?
Red.
Green. Okay. He's wearing my color. Green. If you want to listen to future proofing, you click on it one more time, and the color changes to what? Green. Test it. Everyone test. Let's test.
Testing.
Testing,
Can you guys hear me?
Iene,
The
please speak.
champions can hear me, right?
Iene, please keep talking. Keep
you guys
talking.
can hear me, right? All right.
That's,
stick with me.
that's red. That's red.
Green. Can you hear me, red? Red, can you hear me? Okay, green.
Hold on. That's green.
I think
That's
I'm
green.
green.
You're green.
Okay.
That's green. That's green. All right.
I'm green.
You're green.
Okay, green, that's cool.
All right.
Greenhouse.
So you can click on it now. Let's hear. Eliezer.
What color am I?
Yeah.
What color am I?
You are red.
I'm red. Can you hear red?
Is he red? Yes, he's red.
Perfect.
All right.
You are red.
And you're blue.
And me, I'm blue. You want to hear me click on blue? You like it? Me, I like it.
Job market readiness.
Okay, go ahead.
It's very critical.
Yes. I'm about to say the most painful parts that some people will hear right now.
People have skills in what they do.
Before I say it,
The important thing is being
I can
able
even
to
lie down. Should I lie?
translate that skill
Should I go?
to earning income.
I should go?
Okay? So, I think we're going to start with a little vibe check.
Wait, what's
The headsets are
Yeah, I think so.
have run out. That's the number. So,
let's continue.
sorry.
Okay, so
But
let's
sit.
start the little vibe
When
check.
you've listened
It's,
for 10 minutes, give
the
somebody
personal
else your
stuff I
headset.
want you guys to do.
You. Be kind.
If
All right, let's go into silent
your
mode.
name starts
relevant, or even becoming growing. How's the pronounce? Going to is how, at the end of the day, what you need to grow. First thing you need to grow is a community. You come for tech events like this, you look at people, you take their numbers, you collect their email addresses. Why are you taking off your headphones? Put it back. Thank you. You come for events, you talk to people, you take their numbers and you connect. You form your community, form your tribe. And how is it that you form a tribe? You come to an event like this. How many of us have talked to somebody we didn't know before now? How many of us have spoken to somebody new? We've spoken to somebody. I see these two guys that are in front of me. You've not spoken to people new. Today, this event is ending today. Disgusting. Now, no, not disgusting, disappointing and disgusting. You come to an event like this, you need to talk to people, you need to learn from people, okay? How do you do that? Most people are wondering, oh, I'm shy, I cannot talk to this. But nobody gives, is this session recorded? It's not recorded, yeah? It's not recorded. Okay. Nobody gives a flying fuck about this, because if you come and you're talking to somebody and saying, I want to sell myself, nobody cares. So the first thing to understand in events like this is to come to somebody and tell them, what do you do? Let people talk to you about themselves first. Everybody likes talking about themselves. Nobody wants to talk to you about who you are. But if you pretend like you listen to people or you understand what they are saying, they look at you and they think of you better. So in future proofing, you need to form a community to be able to tell them this is what I'm supposed to do. But after forming a community, you need to sell yourself. Now, in selling yourself, you have to understand that you have to exaggerate the truth, okay? Exaggerate the truth. I didn't say lie. Do not lie, okay? Do not lie. I'll explain what exaggerating the truth means. For instance, your mother has an okrika shop, okay? And she sells okrika. So, as I was saying before Tapi did his thing, hey, don't change don't try it. Now, now, guys, I can hear him from here. He told them, guys, just clap so people think what say it is. I can hear him from here. I will interpret for you. Now, as I was saying before, they lie to these people to lie to us. When you come for events like this, oh, it's killing me. When you come for events like this, yeah, it's always important to understand that you need to exaggerate the truth. I was saying, your mother sells something, sells okrika. And in this okrika shop that she's selling, you help her during holidays. How do you put this in your CV? How do you put this in your CV? He said, guys, clap now, clap now. Oh, I see you changing from red to green. Like, are you easily confused by people? No, you, black shirt guy, shame on you. Anywho, so, your mother sells okrika, yeah? And you do okrika for her during the holidays, okay? The important thing to understand is, how do you share this? How do you talk about it? You have to say this, that, oh, I am an intern at a textile refinery organization, okay? And what I do is I take data, convert it to information. Because what you're doing is that you're sorting bill A and bill B. Does anybody here buy okrika? Do we wear okrika, or do we all go to, don't wave too much. Let's not be like Wacom. Just, yeah, okay, okrika. Okay. I used to wear okrika back in the day too, guys. This is a safe space. In fact, okay, no, not really. But yes, we wear okrika. So sometimes you have to sort fresh bill, second bill, third bill, yeah? And important in selling this is to say that you work at a textile sorting industry where you do so and so thing. So you're not technically lying, but you're exaggerating the truth, okay? So in staying relevant, you have to understand how to, first of all, meet new people, talk to these people, but also sell yourself. And then in selling yourself, always just go to a mirror and talk to yourself. Like, go to a mirror, talk to yourself, sell yourself, and you understand how this is going. But for me, the more important thing I want us to take back at the end of the day is how to use AI. Can you understand what I'm saying? Can you hear me? Can just... Tapi, they can't hear you again. They can't hear you again. No, they say they can't hear him again. Guys, one person just switch to green and see if you can hear him. Please, just for, I'm very curious now. Okay, they actually can't hear him. No, switch back to green. Don't come to red. Don't come to red. Go back to green. Don't you dare that. You can't hear anybody. You can't hear anybody. Can you hear me? I can hear myself. I can hear myself. I can still hear you. Okay, great. So I was saying that for me, the important thing I want us to take back is how to use AI. Sometimes you want to use AI, you go and paste your entire assignment there. I'm trying to do this thing for me. But there's a method to it. There's a method. Just mouth method, don't shout it, just mouth method if you can hear me. Say method. No, with the method. Yeah. And there's a method to using, what's it called? There's a method to using, AI at the end of the day, right? Now, can they hear you now? Switch to green. Taps, switch to green. Switch to green on your headphone and test it. Yeah, just hear. Can you hear yourself? Can you hear yourself? Okay. Can you hear yourself? Oh. Guys, your time is going. Guys, this is my guy. You want me to just leave him because you can't hear him? Okay. All right, Happy, I should leave you. Sorry. Now, you selfish people. Now, at the end of the day, focus. At the end of the day, right? Okay, he's back. Okay. Now, see, how many of us here use AI? How many of us use ChatGPT? This guy next to you that is... You switched your color right now. I can look at you, I can see you, and I'm disgusted. Now, how many of us here use ChatGPT? We use ChatGPT, but you can just do like a little clock it. You don't need to raise your hand. Okay. Now, we use ChatGPT for things, but a lot of us don't use ChatGPT the way ChatGPT is supposed to be used, okay? Because AI is literally thinking about how human beings think and how it's supposed to function, and using that is important for growth, okay? Now, the important thing to understand in ChatGPT is that context changes everything. Any assignment you're given, any task you want to do, you have to set context first. You tell it, you are the president of Nigeria, God forbid. You are, let me see something, you want to be Tinubu, you want your AI to be Bola Tinubu. You want your AI to be Bola Tinubu. I work for that man and you want him to be, okay. Now, for instance, you want to do like an assignment in math, okay? You're going to tell it that you're a second-year mathematics student first. You have to set that context first, okay? Because if you don't set that context, you can do an assignment and it looks good, but when somebody in that field marks it, it's a whole different ball game together, okay? So the first thing in this type of things is to always ensure that you set that context. I have a method I call this after telling people to reduce their voice for, guys, amazing. Anyway, we are not like them. Now, there's a method that I've created for prompting. I like to call it the STAR method, okay? The first thing is in STAR is S, right? Situation. So you want to do this thing. You want to do a prompt, okay? You're at Port Harcourt Tech Expo. You need to give it the situation the AI is. You say, I am a...
That's sick, eh? Do you know that for the bar to be made well, you need to use that tonigari? The child will say, yes, uncle, I understand. Yes, and I understand. We put this hot water now, and we pour this gari. Without using that tonigari, will we get a bar? The child will say, no, auntie, we will not get a bar. So, this tonigari now is what makes Eba happen beyond the gari, the hot water, and the bowl, right? This tonigari is what I call this my app. This app will help A, B, and C turn into this. I wish I could ask you
rationale, that context. You don't
use a real analogy to explain, but our time is almost up. Somebody give me one idea. Tell me something you're trying to sell. Let me give you an analogy. Anybody wearing blue, come and tell me something. Quickly, come. The first person that gets to me, I would explain yours. And I'll find an analogy to use. Somebody's here already. Let's take hers.
Hiring virtual assistants.
Fantastic. Thank you. Hiring virtual assistants. No, come on, but that's very easy to understand. That's an easy thing to understand. I want more difficult. Guy, where you come and tell me. Hiring virtual assistants. Anyway, I'll answer yours. Stand here, bros. Wait, stand here. I turn on that AC, right? Can you see the air? Can you see it? Or can you feel it? Right? Where is it coming from? There. Can you see that AC? Those big ones over there? Can you see them? Everybody look, can you see them? Those big things with big round vents. Can you see them? Can you see the engine, the machine that's powering them? No. But can you feel the air coming from them? Yes. A virtual assistant sits where you can't see, but the effect must be felt where you are. That's an analogy to explain virtual assistants. For example, right? I've just connected something we can see, feel, touch, understand to something we're trying to grasp. That's just what an analogy looks like. Yes, sir. What's yours?
What I'm trying to explain to them is ability to become responsible, not to achieve success in every area.
Now it's very simple. So if I can use that my turning Gary. Ability to become responsible to achieve the things you want to do in life. Can I use my turning Gary? Yes. That turning Gary is responsibility. If you go to school, you learn all the morals and the virtues. That's like your Gary, your hot water, and your bowl. But you are not responsible. You can never have a successful outcome. Turning Gary is responsibility. It even works very easy. Clap, 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 clap. My assignment to each and every one of us, pick something out of your bag, out of your pocket right now. Just pick one item, anything, anything. One item, just one. Pick something from your pocket or your bag. Everybody in blue, pick something. Let me see. Raise up the thing you've picked. Whatever that thing is, use it to explain something more difficult. You might need to think about it. That thing you brought out, whether you brought out a pen, a business card, an ATM card, what do you want to use this thing to explain? When you start getting used to using the mundane to explain the serious, then you have gotten used to analogies. Jesus used analogies all the time. The kingdom of God is like a man who gave 10 talents to his to the blah, blah, blah. Some had 5, some had this. That's an analogy. When the father comes back, the kingdom of God is like somebody who did this, the 5 virgins, some didn't ask. Can you see? He used things that we could understand to explain what we could not understand. That is the one tool to simplify technical matters and make them non-technical. If this has helped you, say it has helped me. Please shout it out. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our time. Can I use this one? Kosi. No, our time is 20 minutes is gone. Kosi, which one for the house? Oh yeah, put off the headphones. Kosi, put off all the headphones. These people want to do Jara. It shows that we're enjoying ourselves. Clap for your facilitators. Clap for them. Clap for them. Clap for Eliezer. Clap for ENA.
They made it possible. They made it happen. Some of you still have questions for your facilitators. You will take it in camera. Yes, because one of the things about a pitch
for 5
is that when they
minutes.
tell you you're pitching
Q&A
for
dey
5
inside there.
minutes,
No can say we need extra time. You will learn how to put everything inside that what? 5 minutes.
yes, that's me schooling them and giving them a master class. My people, did we have Q&A? Yes, we did. Oh my God. Please, together, let's take a group photograph. Should I stand in the middle or stand here? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Can I remove this one now? Right? If you are job ready, please put your hands together. If you are future proofed, please put your hands together. If you are pitch ready, please put your hands together. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you, Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. This has been an incredible, phenomenal experience. Yes? Tell people about it so that next year it will be bigger and better. More people will come from across the South, not just Port Harcourt. So Port Harcourt people, wake up. Oh. In the room today, we have people from Enugu. In the room today, we have people from Umuahia. We have people from Uyo. We have people from Yanagwa. We have people from Boni. We have people from Delta. We have people from Lagos, Abuja. Where else? Where else? So more are going to come. We're going to be ready. It is now time for us to see the finals of the hackathon and the pitch. Then after that, we'll talk about the prizes for those who were first comers today, and we'll do the raffle draw. Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Yes. DJ Kelvin, let's play some music as we get ready to go into the next session. Nobody's allowed to leave the hall with your headphones, please. Wait until the ushers retrieve the headphones from you before you step out. Please, don't go anywhere with the headphones. Let the ushers retrieve them from you before you step out, whether to the restroom or no. Please, hold on. Some people are helping to retrieve. I see you, but you can walk toward them and drop it at the main side. Thank you so much. Please hand them over to the ushers before you step out, whether to the restroom or anywhere else. Hand over the headphones first. Thank you. All right. All right.
DJ Kelvin, thank you. Everyone, please celebrate DJ Kelvin. I have standing with me Choma Aniwe, COO, Chief Operating Officer, Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. Celebrate her. She's going to talk to us about the winners from last year and what is about to happen. Then, by my side here, somebody say my Oga at the top. Do like this, say my Oga at the top. This is the gentleman who has been working with those in the hackathon and those who have been pitching. He will tell us a little bit about how they got here, where they started, where they are now. Then we'll introduce the judges for the session that's about to happen. Is that okay? Madam Chi.
Make some noise for Lagos City.
Woo!
Has it been an awesome experience?
Yes!
Will you come next year?
Yes!
Yes, we are in this together. Thank you very much, and thank you for staying up to this time. There are lots of things that we will unravel as we stay together this evening. Okay, I'd just like to quickly call our winner for Hackathon 2025. If you're in the room, or if your hands are not too busy, please let us jam it together for Note Fest.
Woo!
Winners of the 5 million naira of 2025.
Woo!
Please, let's keep clapping as they come on board.
Yes, while they're coming, are you able to tell us about what will be won in 2026?
How many of us are following us on Instagram, Facebook? How much did you see there? I didn't hear you. How much did you see there? No, when you say 5M now, the weight is not a... How much?
5 meter.
5 meter.
5 meter.
Correct. That is what the 2026 version will give to the winners. Do I have Note Vest in the room?
Where's Note Vest? I thought I saw.
Note Vest. Winners of Hackathon 2025. Come and show off.
See, are they coming? Are they coming? All right.
Are you here? I know it's Note Vest. No.
Yay!
Please, let's clap, clap, clap as they come. Come.
Come round. Keep going. Come on.
How about now? Let's appreciate them.
Woo! Okay, Note Nest.
Note Nest.
Note Nest.
Please, let's appreciate them one more time. Note Nest.
Woo!
Thank you.
Come to
so
the
you're
center,
representing Note Nest. So tell us, where are they?
They can come while they're coming.
Come. It was a teamwork. I saw all of you when you won. You remember me, right? Okay, so tell us how, in 2 minutes, tell us how you got here. What did you do to win the 5 million? Do you want to sit just a bit?
When you're sitting there, you will talk longer than 2 minutes.
No. You know, Mel. Okay, let's go. What did you do?
Take fine pictures of them speaking.
Yes, last year's experience, and how did you, what is your product that even got you the 5 million?
Okay, so Note Nest is a study companion for students to help them better explain their study materials and help them in school. Note Nest is focused because students these days, they spend countless hours reading, watching YouTube videos. They try, and after all this, their efforts, their results keep declining together with their motivation, and their parents back at home, their disappointment increase. So with Note Nest, the intention is to focus our aim on converting basic study material into better explained information for students.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering where your teammates are, because I saw lots of you and you had a lot.
We are trying to enjoy the experience. It's a very good experience.
So they are somewhere.
They should be with me. We're all together.
Note Nest team, if you're here, please be on stage right now.
Okay.
Let's appreciate her. Sit. Well done. So how has it been? What has progressed since? Do you want her to say something?
Good evening, everyone. So far, I'd say we're a lot different from what we were at the hackathon. For one, the app itself, we've been building and working on that, even learning as a team. I think we had a few conflicts back then, but I think we've matured that as well. So not just the product, but the team members themselves have come a long way. With Noteness, we have been able to learn and really embrace this experience and opportunity because as of last year, we were just students that came from our classrooms to come and see what we can do, a good we can make for the community. But here, over a year later, we have come and said that, okay, we came, we have seen, and we have the power and the audacity to push this thing out for other students to learn and go forward from where we have started.
So finally, what difference has the money you won done for you?
Money.
First, I wouldn't want to come from an angle that talks about what the money has done. I want to come from an angle that the mentorship that has been given to us so far.
They ask you money, not mentor. Two of them start with Emu.
The mentorship has been a lot.
Emu, talk money.
From the money we've spent it on building the application, but the mentorship is what I and my teammates appreciate so much because as common 200 level students, what exactly do we know about this space where we have bigger people that are building bigger things than we are? So the mentorship has been really impactful for us and taking us from where we started to where we are right now.
Thank you. Somebody said here yesterday, I think it was Mr. Chuks Opaka that said, the money is the easiest thing. Other things are even more difficult. The mentorship was more important than even the money. Please celebrate Note Nests. Choma, please take with them. Thank you. Thank you. Note Nest, congratulations. Did you say you're 200 level students? 300 now. Wow. As the mother of a final year student, I'm proud of you. Yes, my son is in final year. He's graduating this year. So I'm getting ready with my graduation at Shoebi for later this year. He's graduating he's graduating 4-point-something in economics. So clap for me and my son. Clap for David. Thank you. Proud of you. Proud of you. Proud of you. Proud of you. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Are we proud of those who are going to win today? We're already proud of them, right? That they've conceptualized something, conceived it, and they've come to pitch. So now I hand over to C. Watt, who will tell us how we got here and what's happening next. No, he'll stay here.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Stewart, so I'm not going to take your time. So it's very true that one of the core foundations of ecosystems will be on the strength of the founders for every tech ecosystem. And for a city like Port Harcourt over the years, there's been that loud cry as to visibility for founders and creating an enabling environment for techies to be able to build and get inspired. And I'm very proud to say that Port Harcourt Tech Expo started creating that. This is the third time in a row, and we've seen techies come build. There's something special about the hackathon and pitching section is the fact that it runs for almost 5 days. For this particular year, we started on Monday, and you need to actually look at the environment where this is happening. Very comfortable. They are provided everything they will need from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even this morning before they started moving down to this place. So you have the pitching guys, you have the guys for the hackathon. But like I said, this is changing the entire narrative in the ecosystem. Founders are rising. They are getting the right kind of visibility that we've been clamoring for. And that's why I'm going to ask us to clap for Port Harcourt Tech Expo. So yeah, before we move on, I would like to encourage the young people that we've been together for the last 4 to 5 years, showing up every day from 9 a.m. to almost 6 p.m. Yesterday, they had to leave Osborne at almost about some minutes before 8 p.m., rehearsing, building. This is me saying well done. We're proud of what you guys are doing, your ideas. If we had time, they would have wanted to take all of you to pitch, but I just hope you all do understand that we'll select some. So we'll celebrate every one of you and your amazing ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's always tough for the coach to take some to the next level and tell the other ones to go work harder. The judges for these sessions, the hackathon and the pitch session, same judges. Please welcome Eliezer Ada Aka. Eliezer Aka. This is your name. Is it? It's Adja. Eliezer Adja, please come sit in front, sir. Let's welcome Eliezer. You just heard him speak about future-proofing. He's the head of job creation. Welcome, sir. Head of job creation at 3MTT. Joining him is Obiora Okafo. Earlier today, you heard him steer the conversation on energy tech. He's here, please celebrate him. He is that EV guy, the Chief Operating Officer, EV Automobiles, Nigeria. Dr. Ross Alabo George, CEO Proxy Logic, is also a judge. Please welcome him. He was up earlier and he talked about geospatials and all that. Where's Dr. George? He's coming. Fantastic. Thank you. When he comes, he will join us in front. Uche Yeshua Chugbo is joining this panel of judges. He's from he is a regenerative systems architect. Yesterday he was on the Agri-Tech platform, and today he shall be judging those who are pitching. Uche, welcome. Please receive him with an applause. Perhaps, okay. Chinedu Ama is also joining the judges. Regional Director, Zipline. Chinedu, you know we can't do without you. What can we do without you, Chinedu? What can we do without you? You had to be a moderator yesterday and today. You are now a judge, Chinedu. What can we do without you? What can we do without you? Chinedu. Iene Ikpe, Director of Programs, Genesis Tech Hub. He spoke to us about job market readiness. Please celebrate him as he takes his seat as a judge. Genesis is a phenomenal hub that has created lots of founders, so he knows, just like all the judges, what to look out for. The judges have been given the criteria for judging, the marking scheme. That's for the hackathon. For the pitching sessions, they would ask questions to those who are pitching, and then they will take their cues from that. Judges, please wave. Welcome. Wait. All right. So, C.
Okay, so we're going to be calling up on our first product. So we'll invite
Is this
the
for
team.
pitching or this? This. Okay.
So we'll be inviting the team for Casjo Bees. Please come backstage. Casjo Bees.
How many of them per team? How many of them per team? Let's call all of them at once. You don't want to do that.
Don't waste time on this. Get you the ginger me coro. Get you the ginger me coro. Lale Friday, oh Lord. City Monday, oh
Hawkins T, why we're not calling all of them at once. Let me tell you what he said. Should I tell you? If you want to tell me, say, Joyce, tell me. He said, let's not tell them. Let the tension be tensioning them. If we call all of them now. So if you know that you were there the last 4 or 5 days, sit still. Your name might be part of this short list. Hold hands together, start praying over Jesus, and believe that you will make it. See, they're mic. No, just hold. They should hold mic. Okay, well.
Pitch is meant for those who dig pit. And trouble is given to those who want trouble. For the joy of the Lord gives me big.
What are we going to do with DJ Kelvin?
Woo! Who did this beat for me? Let's go for this.
You will be pitching for 5 minutes. There is a screen right in front of you. There is a screen right in front of you. Can you see the time there? When it is red, it is time up and your mic will go off. Everybody welcome the representative of Casjo Biz.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caspar Obara, and I'm a digital consultant. I have been training for over a decade now. I have worked with Meta, Google Hustle Academy, and the rest of them. And all the years I have been training SMEs, I have been seeing one problem. Entrepreneurs, they have a good idea, but when I am training them on how they can grow their business, I have to train them different tools. I will train them how to use MailChimp to send email marketing. I will train them how to use QuickBooks for accounting. I will train them how to use Connect Team. I will train them how to use Zoho. And all of these tools are overwhelming for SMEs. And it occurs to me that what if we can have one app, one single app that can do all of this instead of you juggling from different tools. And that is why we have Casjo Biz. This is one platform that can help you run your entire business, get paid, and monetize your business. So we are not only doing this in for the platform, we also make it affordable. Now, SMEs, for them to use different platforms, they have to pay a huge amount of money. But for us here, we integrated everything in one. And the good thing about this is that we do not only put all these tools together, we embed it AI inside it, which helps them to monetize. So here is that the AI unlock a lot of things for them. When they wake up, they open the app. One of the things that they see is that the AI will greet them and tell them everything about their business because they have been running their business on the platform. They have been doing their inventory, accounting, finance, and AI is able to see all of these things and will be able to give them a solution that they can use to grow their business. And in every 1 naira that we spent on the platform, we are getting 6 naira in gross profit. And this, we are already live with Traction. We launched on December 2025, and immediately we launch, we start making money from day one. And we have a lot of 150 plus registered SMEs using our platform. And not only that, our company is legally integrated, and I'm also a certified NIDA digital consultant. And all of these things, and we won a $5,000 from Tony Elemelu Foundation. Please clap for us, Avec. So we've already trademarked our name. We are making profit, and we have subscribers already. So these are the things that we have. Bomba, we have Keeper, we have Zoho. All of these things, if you subscribe it, when you subscribe all of this, you are going to spend not less than $100. But all our platform is that we give it to you at $21 per month. So these are our trade channels. This is our go-to-market strategy. Already, we are talking with Smeden on how they can put this to all the business people in Nigeria. We're also in talk with NIDA. And this is our marketing strategy. This is our digital direct sales. We run adverts, we do direct sales, and the rest of them. So these are my team. I am the CTO of CashJoBiz, and we have our marketing executive. We have our chief operating system. We have our product advisor, which is Ndubeze John. We have Faith Desmond, who is in charge of our compliance. Okay, so what are we asking for? We are asking for a 30 million naira for a 12% equity at 250 million post-money valuation. This money will help us do a lot of things. First, we will be able to use 40% of this money for marketing and customer acquisition. We will also use 20% for sales and growth. We will also be able to use product scaling and AI expansion. This is where our money will also go in, because we understand the African market, we understand the SMEs, we understand the challenges that they are going on. Almost 80% of SMEs do not subscribe to foreign tools. Why? Because the money is too high. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much. And I'm inviting people to come with us. Let's build the number one.
Thank you. Judges, over to you. Who has the first question for CashJoBiz?
Hi, Castro. I don't have a question. I just have a few thoughts for you. I don't think you built a unique product, so it's not exciting that you're trying to sell it like it's a unique product. There's at least 3-4 other Nigerian businesses who have something like this. It's not unique, so don't sell it like it's unique. However, you have an opportunity to compete. I'll give you a simple example. Please look out for Chioma Business School. She's been doing this for years, even though she doesn't have a software, and I'm sure she has well over 150 clients within your regular markets between Lagos and I think Onitsha. My advice is you've built, you are training, you're getting traction. You should scale organically rather than try to pitch to sell portions of your business, but it's your choice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do we have 2 more comments or questions from judges? Yes, Obiora, please, let's hear your voice.
Okay, so, Casjo. Okay, it doesn't matter. So, Casjo, I think you have...
Sound, please give us volume. We need to hear Dr. Ross.
I think you have built something very good. It's too early to say it's just a 5 minutes demonstration, so we can't say if it's unique, but I think it's unique. And it's unique because it's a domain that I think you've played, right? I listened to you say you've trained, SMEs, so you've seen the problems. And so I think there's something that you did not market, right? What you did not market here is those pain areas, right, in terms of transactional processing that the SMEs have that you have solved. Looking at your dashboard, I think I saw 1 or 2.
Yes.
So I think you probably might need to highlight those key areas. That's why Zipline is saying that it's not unique. But there are unique elements in what you've done because you've brought all of these common tools into one platform, into an integrated platform. So my only concern is that because of the large markets, your market is very large, there's going to be a lot of legwork, right, in onboarding smallholders and training. The legwork is a lot. So my concern is, how do you intend to, because trust me, it's not just going to work by your adverts, yeah? It's not going to work by adverts alone. So what's your plan for the leg logistics?
So do you want him to respond now or think about it? Respond, please.
Okay.
But before you do, let's take Obiora very quickly.
Okay, for me, I'm not sure I captured anywhere in your presentation where you mentioned about how much revenue you have generated so far. You only put there that the business is revenue generating, but I didn't see the figure of how much it has generated.
So far.
I saw in your presentation where you put there that you have 150 plus subscribers.
Yes.
And there's a bracket there that says 5% conversion. So I wasn't clear. Is it that you have 150 subscribers and you have converted only 5% of that 150
All right, sir.
subscribers? So I was not clear about that.
Okay. So what we do is in the platform, when a business person sign up, they unlist their staffs. So we don't count those staffs that they input inside the system. So we have 8 recurring subscribers currently now. We generate about 350,000 naira monthly on the platform.
So it means that the 5% is correct?
Yes.
So you have, because 5% of 150 subscribers is about 7.5. So you have 8 subscribers.
Yes, we have 8 subscribers currently now.
That's clear. Thank you.
Okay, just finally, I don't see the traction just in terms of like the numbers. No, I'm saying not from your presentation, like in reality.
Okay.
I also wanted just a direct question. Why are you charging in USD? Because part of your value add was that Nigerians don't pay outsiders for this thing. So why are you charging in USD, $21? And the final question is, what's your moat? If I decide, because you're using an AI wrapper, I'm assuming, because of integration, yeah? So if I decide Fable 5 just came out and some of these things exist functionally. So if I decide to go with ChatGPT, for instance, if ChatGPT released this entire product as a feature, what is it that they will put that you have that they wouldn't have?
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. For the dollar, it's just that our platform is built for all Africans. When a user is signing up, on the onboarding session, the user will put whether it's from Nigeria or from Kenya or from South Africa. Because I'm a Google Hustle Academy mentor, I train with Google. And one of the things we do, we train people in Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, and Nigeria. So because of those spends I'm seeing, so we just did it in a dollar sign in the way that Nigeria, when they are signing up.
Okay, you've answered that. Next questions.
Yeah. Okay, then my moat is that we didn't just build AI inside the platform. We embed the AI inside the inventory process. We embed it inside the finance. Every area around this platform, we embed it. And we'll also have the automation inside it, whereby you can say, John, I have an overdue invoice for this person. Send invoice. Then the AI will be able to send invoice, recurring invoice all the time. So
All right.
that's our own mode.
Thank you. Did he answer your question, Uche?
No.
Or have you asked it? Where's your mic, please? Mic to Uche. Please, Dr. Ross, has he answered your question?
No.
Okay, answer that question, please.
Please, what's the question again?
Leg work. How are you going to do the leg work?
Okay, the leg work is that I'm a GIZ certified digital consultant, and we know GIZ, we know NIDA, and what the leg work we are doing is that we are trying to have a way that NIDA will list our products as part of SME software, because GIZ usually do something like Take My Biz. Take My Biz is where they will involve all the digital consultants, all the trainers, and they show them the software they are going to use to train entrepreneurs, SMEs, and the rest of them. So with that advert, we can still scale by introducing all of these things to this thing. And we'll also have a business school on the platform whereby we invite businesses to come online, we train them, and after training them, they sign up on the platform. So these are the things that we use apart from
All right,
the adverts.
thank you. Final question.
Okay, Cash, you mentioned something along the lines of for every 1 naira you spend, you get 6 naira in return.
Yes.
Could you elaborate a little further? And also, as the CTO, what measures are in place to provide data leaks?
Okay, thank you so much. So when we say we spend, every 1 naira we spend comes back. So we calculate a customer life value on the platform. When a customer pays us $21 converted to any currency, we only spend around $7 to $8 to get this customer. And we can only have, okay, let me just go back to, okay.
You have less than 1 minute.
Okay. Sorry.
Joe. Talk about
Okay.
it, talk to it, speak to it.
Okay, so when a customer comes in, we have different types of revenue stream here. So we have a subscriber mode, we have transaction fee, we have commission. On the platform, we have Casjo Mart where you can list your product and sell directly. So we are not only targeting those who are subscribing, we also target those who want to list their product on the platform. So we earn from commission, we also earn from transaction fees. Because here you can also get your virtual card and Naira account and put it. So these are the places that will make our money. So even if a user didn't subscribe, the user can also transact on the platform. That's how we're able to get those money back.
Thank you, everybody. Give it up for Casjo Biz. Whether he's been able to convince or confuse the judges, we would know when the results are announced. Next, let's welcome Asha. Asha will speak for 5 minutes, and after that, we would have only 3 minutes to entertain 2 or 3 questions from the judges or comments. Asha, good luck.
Good day, everyone.
Good day.
My name is Matthias Gogo, and I'm the founder of Asha. So, let's get to the numbers. Oh, it's not working. Okay, oh. Okay. Okay, sorry. So we have 25 million entrepreneurs in Africa. We have 8.98 in Nigeria, and we have 273,000 in Rivers State. But there's a problem. These founders are stressed out. And to have an idea is one thing, but now execution matters. And most founders cannot execute because of one thing. They don't have direction on that. And the average founder just wants to know the idea and then execute without any late night regrets or just even thinking of why did I start this entrepreneurial journey, right? So we built Asha. Oh God. So we built Asha. So Asha is an AI that takes your ideas, tests them, and gives you strategy based on what your customers want. I hope this is, oh Lord. I'm just going to leave this now. So how Asha works is this. It gets the idea, it creates the surveys, and it drafts strategies for the founder based on what the users are saying. And we generate our revenue through subscriptions. The entrepreneurs are charged, well, it's on the screen. And it is so affordable that it makes them feel so confident about the idea. And now, more entrepreneurs can make more revenue and still give value. Our competitors are doing a great work. But what differentiates us is the fact that Asha is particular about each person. And it watches the market when the founder is not around. Oh, God. We already have 50 users on the app. Okay? We already have 50 users using Asha, and it's still growing. But we are not stopping there. We are creating a community from these 50 users that we would use their testimonials as user-generated content. My team is dedicated into this, and we want to make this work. We have grown businesses before, and businesses are up and down. So, yeah, we failed, but we've learned from that, and now we are implementing that in Asha. By this year, we'll be making 3.6 million in revenue, and by 2030, we'll be making 345 million in revenue. Our ask today is 200 million for an 8% share in Asha. So it's time for you to think easier, think direct, and think Asha. Thank you. It's working now. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Judges, do you have questions, comments for?
Okay.
But before you do, please, just to clarify something. I'm so sorry we didn't set this tone earlier. So sorry. Those who are pitching right now already have their products in the market. The pitches they're making today is to the world. Somebody might hear their pitch and want to invest. They are not winning anything here today. They are not pitching for any grant or any investment. So your comments, your feedback, your questions will make them think deeper. That might help them improve for next time. When those people for the hackathon come, they are pitching for 5 million naira. So just give them comments or questions that can help them improve. They're already in the market. And for everybody who is listening, if the idea sounds great to you, you and your organization want to invest, then you take the conversation up. So yes, Elieza.
Okay.
Your remote.
Thank you.
So I love your energy. I love the way
Thank
you
you.
sell it. Like your slides, the way you pitched, everything was great. So just
Thank you.
understand I'm just asking to give you some clarity, but I love you as a person. First things first, I ask these questions to every AI rapper startup. What is your moat? Like, everything you said is something I can create as a skill on Claude, and Claude automates this entire process. In fact, if I take your slide and I upload to Claude, it converts it to like a skill that automates the entire process on Sonnet. And at the end of the day, it does this thing, it creates this as an artifact, and it continues doing that continuously. So if Claude decides one day that they come to PH Tech Expo, take this Asha product, and create it as a skill, what thing are you going to do differently that Claude can do? Because I saw that you put Claude as a competitor. The second part of the question is, what's your running cost? API cost, the billing, like for each 5,000 naira paying customer, how much do you spend on AI infrastructure? Forget the cost on the team. Just how much do you spend just to check how sustainable your business is? Once again, amazing presentation, amazing vibes.
Amazing question, too.
Thank you. Do we have one more? Yes, please. Iene and Chinedu. Are you noting it? Thank you. You can come up. You can come up. Let them see that you're noting the questions. Please go ahead.
Okay. I love your presentation.
Thank you.
I align with him greatly on what are you doing differently. But personally,
let's stay here.
If I built a product like this, I sincerely would not be looking to seek this sort of investment. I'd be more than willing to work with more businesses to show traction and the value that we can create. And from that value creation, maybe even ask those businesses for equity for you supporting them. And then you can pitch better across board because you become their chief strategy officer. But keep this energy, keep innovating, great stuff.
Thank you. So finally, Iene.
Okay, nice presentation. So I'm just going to kill two birds with a stone. So this feedback is for you and the previous person that pitched. When you are speaking to investors, what they are scared about, like the most important thing, there are two things they are worried about. Number one, what is the return on my investment? And number two, what happens if your business fails? What happens to my capital? You know, so most people miss this a lot. You know, when you're preparing a pitch, you need to plan for exit strategies. So what happens? Am I building this business for acquisition? Because some businesses are acquired by bigger businesses for plenty money. And that's a form of return for investors. Am I planning for a merger? Am I doing family inheritance? Am I putting it in IPO, you know, public shareholders? So what happens if you get stuck? What happens to my capital? You know, that's one important thing. Then secondly, when you're talking about your team, you're asking for 200 million. Firstly, you didn't tell us what you plan to do with the 200 million. But secondly, for your team, the team you have, your team has to grow. So you can say what the current shortcomings are of your current team and how you plan to solve that with this investment. That gives investors more confidence in your business. Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Free masterclass. Do you want to respond? I don't think so.
I think I can respond under 3 minutes.
Under one?
One?
Yes.
I will try my best.
Try. Let's go.
Last price, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Let's go.
Okay, so you were saying something
Negotiator.
about
Now me they use. Come on, talk.
I'm using you to learn from them.
They tell you. Let's
So,
go.
one thing you said was the mode strategy. Like, what are we doing that is different from Claude? Now, if you create a form to take a survey now, we are working with non-technical people now, so you just create the form, they put the response, you will start sending the CSV to Claude. Claude will not take time to read that CSV depending on how large it is. Then before it would respond, you will see that your tokens have expired. You wait for 7 market days before it comes back again. But Asha, as soon as you're responding, Asha is seeing into the survey, so it is giving you instant response based on how everything is going. Then something that you said about the exit strategy, I think someone said something about asking for money, so I'll just merge the two questions. To be very, very honest, I do this for fun, and even without the money, I've already invested in my company. I've invested over 2 million in my company, and even without this money, we are still growing. We are still going to grow. So this is just, so I'm telling, please use Asha when we launch. Thank you. So then you were talking about the exit strategy. At this point, we are not looking at exiting. We are looking at growing the company first. So by the time we grow the company to a certain stage, the exit will handle itself. Thank you.
Give it up for Asha. Thank you. Wait. Wait first.
Okay, I like your presentation. I like your confidence.
Thank you, sir.
One of the tests of entrepreneurship is to know how to manage yourself even when you encounter unexpected situations, all right? The glitch with the pointer and all of that, you were still able to come back quickly and then do your thing. I consider that very, very important, all right? But then, there's a trap that we all fall into. When I used to be a banker, my boss would always ask me, George, fantastic presentation, but where's the money? It's okay to build for fun, but your eyes must be set on things above. Around here, things above is the money. Fun will not fund the lifestyle, sir. So while it's okay to build for fun, while I preach passion, two kinds of passion, innate passion, acquired passion, fantastic. But you're going to get married, you're going to have kids. Passion will not send your kids to good schools, all right? So don't blind yourself. Passion is good, it's a good starter, okay? It's good to pursue passion. But while doing that, know that there has to be the money part of this. An investor will like your passion, but he doesn't like your face. He's not talking to you because you're handsome, you're a cute guy, you know how to present. Okay, where my money day?
Thank you, sir.
Right? So passion is good, money is gooder.
Thank you.
Can I just address it in 30 seconds?
The time is up. Time is up.
Thank you so much.
Everybody give it up for Asha.
Hold on. 1 minute.
Hold on.
One minute.
Ross,
1 minute.
Dr. Ross.
Sorry. So you made a very good presentation.
Thank you.
And then you quashed it in 10 seconds, right? Yes. You cannot be pitching and say you do it for fun.
Exactly.
Don't do that. You're building a good stuff. We've been using Kobo Collect a long time, and then you're coming up with something that is automated, and then you're standing here, you're saying you've built such a wonderful thing, and you're telling people, if you're not interested, you know what, we go. You don't do that. There has to be some desperation in what you do, right? There is nobody that builds and is not desperate about success. Be desperate for what you do, right?
Yeah.
All right.
But I do this for fun. I meant the pitching. We are making money from the business. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it up for Asha. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's some popular Nigeria says, there's something like, if you don't know, then you're going to learn or something. How does that guy say it? You're going to learn the hard way. Sometimes, life happens. Whilst Asha was pitching, the mayor of Pitakwa came into the room. Please give it up for K.O. Baba. Woo! Good to see you, sir. And earlier I introduced him, but he wasn't here. When you hear Bole Festival in Port Harcourt, you think of Nonso Iwu. And Nonso made a promise to us. I heard him when he said it. I was looking at his mouth when he was saying it the other night. He said that all these speakers who came from outside Pitaqua, if you have not eaten bole and fish before, you're gonna eat it here. Please give it up for Nonso Iwu. Well done on Bole Festival. The next person pitching is... Zero Club. Wait. All the women, put your hands together for Zero Club. Make some noise. Give it up, girl power! Woo!
Thank you.
All right, girl, take it away.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Eunice Sharonaya, and I am the co-founder of Zero Club, the first ecosystem infrastructure layer for Africa's next generation of builders, creatives, and professionals. We have created the first ecosystem to build skills, build proofs, and build opportunities. Now, what is the problem we are trying to solve? Digital career experience is fragmented across disconnected platforms. Talent verification is broken, and as a result, learning does not often translate into visible opportunities. Now, I have a situation. I am a tutor, and in my experience of tutoring learners, they have come to me to tell me that in their pathway to mastery, they have a problem of having to navigate different disconnected 5 to 7 platforms. For instance, you have to learn on apps like Google Meet and Zoom, and then you have to go to platforms to network like WhatsApp. And then you go to platforms like LinkedIn, GitHub, Behance to actually build your portfolio. And then to monetize your skills, the next place you have to go is places like YouTube, Seller. Now, what about bringing all of that into one ecosystem? Another thing we have noticed is that learners have a problem where they feel like, how do I build portfolio when I just started learning? Then, you think about how Africa has a problem, especially Nigeria, where the skills to credentials do not match up. Then you have people say, go to LinkedIn and brag all about the credentials they have. And then you employ them. And when they come to you, they start having a problem of skill set. I thought you said you know how to do this stuff. Show us how to do it. We are solving that problem. So how do we solve it? We are building a unified ecosystem where builders, professionals, creatives build skills, ship proof of work and knowledge, and assess opportunities. Zero Club Hub has the Zero Hub proof of work portfolios, and then Zero AI, where you prove your knowledge. In a continent that has 1.5 billion people, 650 of those people are actually internet users. Narrowing it down to Nigeria, we have about 80 million plus users of the internet. And there are actually 10 to 15% of those people who are actively trying to drive skills and then earn from it. And we are actually after those people. So our serviceable obtainable market is between 12 million people. But why now? We are the first infrastructure. We are a unified ecosystem and the infrastructure for builders that aligns with the exact moment that talent and professionals are booming. Now, we have an AI takeover, the rise of creator economy. Skills are actually taking over certificates. We don't want your certificates anymore. We want to prove that you actually know what you're doing. And then Africa is a home to the younger generation of people who are actually moving towards the digital future. But how do we generate this revenue? This is a Zero Club app, and these are our product futures. But how do we generate revenue? We generate revenue from subscriptions, premium premium plus, tutor plans, and institutional plans, boot camp, zero stores, and then commissions on every digital product that is actually uploaded on the zero stores. Now, our traction, in under 2 weeks of actually launching, we had over 500 people register for our first boot camp where we taught vibe coding. And then we moved them into our Zero Club app, over 100 plus, and then we had 15 private clubs where people who want to actually teach talents and professionals got created. What is our go-to-market strategy? How would we enter the market and dominate it? We are using boot camps as our first acquisition of user strategy. Then we go into community.
Thank you. Everybody give it up for Zero Club. Responses, questions. Eliezer, please
Hi.
go.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you.
Just tell me, what's your product and what problem are you solving? Like, it was a lot, so I just, in very brief,
All right.
to break it down for
so
me.
Zero Club is an ecosystem where learners can come to build skills and then monetize it.
How are they building the skills? Do you have tutors there, or do you teach everybody?
Now, any tutor can come in, but before the tutor comes in, you have to get verified. Now we are building.
So yes, tutors are on the app.
Okay.
Yes. Next question.
Yes, tutors are okay. Right.
Next.
You're still trying to tell us what the problem is.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a verification model where anybody who wants to come in actually has to state or say that every skill that they have is actually theirs. And we are using the Zero AI for that. Now, I can't go into the whole architecture of that because it's kind of a bit, I don't want people stealing my ideas. But okay, I'll just try to explain briefly. Now, for instance, people want to ship products on GitHub, for instance, and we have the Zero Hub. Now, when you come into Zero Hub and you want to ship your products, before that happens, you have to prove to the AI that without unreasonable or reasonable doubt that you're the one who actually shipped that product. But if you want to know more, please feel free to come up to me to actually understand the architecture underneath that.
Thank you. Obiora?
Okay. I'm finding it very difficult to understand your product. I'm finding it difficult to understand what the actual problem is.
Okay.
Also finding it difficult to understand your target market.
Okay.
I still don't understand what are people learning on your platform, what kind of courses and all of that. And I'm not saying you should answer this now,
Okay.
but as an advice, when you're pitching a product,
Okay.
your problem statement should be very clear. In fact, from your problem statement, any investor can understand
right.
why this product should exist.
Okay.
Thank
and
you,
so
sir.
it shouldn't be ambiguous with buzzwords and all of those, because to be honest, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what your product does.
Thank you.
Yes,
Finally,
thank
Ian,
you.
please. Okay, and then Dr. Ross.
Okay, I totally understand what Mr. Eliza and Mr. Obiora are trying to say, but I work in EdTech. I run programs, learning programs, I run boot camps. So I could understand what you're trying to market, but only because I'm in that space. So I just saw it and I understood, because we have similar problems. We have so many platforms. We're trying to train people and all. As we were pitching, I opened your website. I just scrolled through it. I did not see a pricing section, and even when you were talking about models, like the models, subscription models, I didn't see figures, because it's something I'm interested in, and I would like to have a conversation with you to see if we can adopt this in our programs.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, next time,
Dr.
just try
Ross,
and
please clap for
communicate
that. Adoption, hopefully. Dr. Ross?
So I think you've built something very brilliant.
Mike, please.
Yeah, so you've built something very brilliant. So, in fact, the big opportunity here is in the area where it will even create opportunities for trainers, even mostly, right? Just like he said, I understand the fact you're addressing us like we should already know, but the thing is that you need to break down your presentation. This is a fantastic work that you're doing, and there's something novel about it, because if I have a skill and I want to train and I don't have a platform, I can come on your platform,
Yes.
register my skill, get verified, and then look into your space to get customers, in
Yes.
quotes, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a brilliant thing. So I think, like they said, it's just how you're marketing it. But I think for me tonight, this is the most, viable instant revenue opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, please, you will latch on to Dr. Ross for the next 3 months.
Okay.
And you're going to be pitching to him until he understands it clearly.
Sure.
And you will now go and present to Obiora and Eliezer.
Yes.
And when they now understand it, you know that everybody gets it.
Yes.
Thank you. Everybody give it up for Asha. Yes. Next. Zero Hub, my sister. Thank you. No vex. Zero Club. You are very right. If I didn't have you, who will I be? What can I do without you, Daddy? What can I do without you? Nothing. Join me, welcome Ignite VA. Woo! Your timer is in front. It says 5 minutes, and 5 minutes your sound will go off. Everybody make some noise for Ignite.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Mayene Victory, and I'm the team lead and founder of Ignite VA. Ignite VA is a world-class virtual assistance agency. The VA in Ignite VA states virtual assistant. Okay. The problem. The world has gone remote, you will agree with me, but reliable talents are hard to find. And this is a start to show that 76% of employers globally report difficulty in filling roles in 2025. The next problem is in Africa. Africa has the talent. We have a lot of young talent here who have learned several digital skills, but there is no way to reach them. And this is a start to prove that. So on the one side, businesses are desperate for skills, reliable remote talent. And on the other side, millions of talent, young Africans, skilled, available, and ready, but invisible to the global markets. This is where Ignite VA exists to bridge that gap. So at Ignite VA, we are connecting businesses with high-performing African virtual talent while creating sustainable remote work opportunity for Africa. How are we doing this? First, with our VA agency, where we match the VA to the client, and then with our recently launched Ignite VA Institute, where we train the next generation of African talent and also job creation. 3 years of traction. We've been in existence for 3 years, and in these 3 years, founded in Port Harcourt proudly, we have trained 358 young Africans. We have created 57 plus job opportunities and also served 26 plus clients across 11 countries. These are the market opportunities. According to the stats, the global virtual assistant market is projected to grow from $19.5 billion in 2025 to $55.4 billion in 2035. Our revenue model, VA placement and management, where we get clients who hire VA on a monthly retainer basis, and then we get our revenue through the institute by costing them subscription model using the training fees, and then the coaching and partnership platform where we get one-on-one coaching sessions with the VA and industry leaders in the VA industry. These are competitors, Upwork, Nigerian VA agencies, African VA agency. But what is the advantage that we have? We manage the service and then we vet the talent. These are my team members. Historical performance. So over the past years, this is the revenue we have generated. And for Q1 alone this year, we have generated 1.9 million naira already. Projection, our financial projection for the next couple of years. In 2027, we are looking at getting 70% growth, which is 17.774 million revenue. And then in 2030, we are looking forward to reach 67.59398 revenue, which is 40% in growth. What is our ask? We are asking for people, partners, investors to partner with us to scale African digital workforce with 20 million naira investment for a 10% equity, and this is how we are going to use that percentage distribution. Ignite VA has demonstrated strong organic growth, increasing revenue from 2.8 million when we started to 6.11 million last year, which is 112% year-to-year increase. Now, with a strategic investment and launch of each...
Yakubu, manage!
Yes! Well done! Questions, comments? Ian first.
Okay, very quick one. I was worried if the Yakubu manage was part of your presentation. Okay, but what I want to say briefly, I won't go into technical parts, but you are a very great orator, right? But it feels like you were thrown under the bus coming to present this because you were struggling to read and you were not flowing. So it feels like you did not know what you were presenting. You need to understand storytelling with your slide. You don't need to read it like a newscaster. You have a slide, you tell a story around it, not reading word by word and all that. But well done.
Thank you. Chinedu, please.
I think I admire your conversion. 300 something persons trained, about 57 passed on to actual jobs so far. Sounds really interesting. But what I'd have liked to see is your ask. I didn't see where you want to put that to. Maybe we can talk about that after this. But I think it's a good business. I think it's speaking to our reality, opportunities, forex earnings directly to individuals. And I love the fact that you also train and prep these persons for the jobs.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ross, seems you want to say something? Hey, you push to allow Dr. Ross's mic work. Anything with a dig for you.
Jump and fast.
I say jump and jump and jump and jump and.
Okay, so you see, the beauty of this is that Dr. Igo Welly said something, right? He said, don't just build apps, build systems as well. And that's one of the key takeaways from this meeting. You've built something really nice. And the reason why I'm speaking on this today is because, you see, the VA stuff is something that a lot of Nigerian youths want to go into, young people, but they usually don't find like a local administrative platform to get the skill. Yes. So when you're selling this, the first thing you need to pitch in 30 seconds is just to tell us what the VA is. Do you understand? Because don't assume that everybody knows, who a VA is. But it's a massive opportunity, and I think before the end of this program, you need to probably just tell people here who a VA is. So there are a lot of people, I bet you here, that will on board if you just tell them who a VA is, what the VA does, and the opportunities that are available. There are thousands of jobs as I speak now, remote jobs, VA remote jobs that are available now. So if you had pitched that right in the crowd, you probably would have had like 20, 30 people getting on board. Do you understand? So I think next time, don't assume that we know who a VA is, but you've done a fantastic job, right?
Thank you. Anyone? Eliezer?
I'm very excited about your product. And there are lots of, I met Jonathan, still in the crowd, who met me that I was a VA. So you have actual people here that want to get on your platform. And I'm interested in it because of the job creation potential it has. I want to talk with you after, just in terms of like expanding. Not from an investment perspective, because I'm federal government, but interestingly from like a clientele perspective. So I have a couple of markets open that are looking for like VAs, and I'm working on something with the minister. But more importantly, I think my final question just to ask is, how would you handle scale? If I get the Qatar government, for instance, and they want 500 VAs, you understand? I know there's a training aspect to it, but what is like the onboarding aspect where you can verify somebody's skill set as a VA without you needing to train them and getting them on? That way you remove the training cost, but you also have the talent. How would you handle that type of skill in terms of like growing?
Thank you. You don't have to answer all of them here. They're for thought, they're for writing, but Honorable is going to speak right now.
Okay, so fantastic presentation. Ross made a very valid point. The whole idea of this set of Port Harcourt Tech Expo is just so that we can discover talents and market them. That's why this first session is not for the 5 million hackathon, it's the second session. This one is for you to pitch, looking for investors. But you're not just looking for investors, you're also looking for subscribers. So I'm going to beg our Commander-in-Chief of Time, for the sake of what we're doing
Sir,
here.
I was going to give it to her, sir. You've not even heard my package.
2 minutes to introduce to all of us what VA is. That's bonus from the headquarters to you. Thank you.
Thank you. My God, it's up.
And before you do that, already, I'm going to give you a gift. The company is going to give you a gift.
Thank you so much.
So we will give you 2 million.
No be cho. Somebody wants to double it. Let's go.
I don't have the power to speak to that, but the MD of TechNexus, the organizers, maybe would want to add something to what Ross has said. MD, sir, maybe you want to add.
Sir, double it, or triple.
I wouldn't want to go beyond my boss, Mr. Ross. So to support his donation, I also support another 2 million.
Every time, why me money? Every time, why me money? Every time, why me money? Money where we got you, money where we got you, you know go finish you.
Oh my God, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so excited.
So I wanted to add, before you explain what a VA is, please be very detailed. I've gone through your website and I've seen the things you've put there. Please be detailed, because I've had like 4 people reach out to me, for this. So please be detailed. Thank you.
Baby girl, your 2 minutes starts now. It's coming. More is happening. Oh my God. Ushers. Hey.
So a friend of mine came in from the United States for this program, and maybe you should tell her by yourself what you just told me.
Oh my God's sake.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please give us sound on that microphone.
Congratulations. I'm very, very pleased with what I've seen so far. I'm a Microsoft partner. I'm going to get you in touch with my VP, and we'll put you on the Microsoft Marketplace to give you 150 countries exposure on your product.
Thank you so
Take care.
much, sir.
The Lord has done it. The Lord has done it all. I said the Lord has done it all. The Lord has done it all. I said the Lord has done it all.
Thank you.
2 minutes, let's go. VA.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. Let me start with gratitude. I'm so grateful. Thank you to all. Just please a round of applause for them.
Talk about your VA.
Okay, so virtual assistant, what does it mean? Imagine that you are a busy executive. You agree with me that most businesses are running their operations 100% online. So they need assistance to help them in their operations. Example, social media management, executive assistant. You can be a coach and you need someone who can help you at the back end. So virtual assistants are like self-independent virtual workers that offer their different services remotely from the comfort of their home, office, or a co-working environment. It can be administrative, like email management, help you to schedule your emails, help you to, with your bookings, and also help you with your customer support. Let's say you run an e-commerce business, and a virtual assistant can help you with customer support. So any virtual service that can be offered remotely without the person coming to an office or a physical environment, that is virtual assistant, no matter the virtual service.
Talk to the virtual assistants here.
So if you're a virtual assistant already, then you want to move from being a freelancer to being an entrepreneur or being a business owner. And that's what we are doing at Ignite VA Institute. We are training you from being just a freelancer out there to building a structured business as a virtual assistant at Ignite VA Institute. 150,000 naira.
Only?
Yes.
Please clap.
And then if you want to learn, if you're interested in learning or you're interested in being a virtual assistant and you want to learn virtual assistant, we have the Virtual Assistant 101 course at the Institute as well.
Clap. That's your time.
So if you're a software developer, graphics designer, all of you that have met me, please sign up on our platform.
So assuming you want to be a VA and you're in the room, and then maybe you don't have the money to fund it, my foundation will fund 50. So we'll pay for 50 people. But at a discounted rate, 50% discount. We'll pay for 50 people
DJ Kelvin. Oh, one name wine. Oh my God. Thank you. If you did not hear it, it will take 150,000 naira for you to be trained and become a VA on the platform. The Honorable has said his foundation will sponsor you with a 50% scholarship. You will bring half, they will bring half. What do you say? The website. What is the website of the NSCDC? Ignite VA. Yes, and she's still around. Where is she? Come out, let them see you.
So at no cost to those who want to register.
Oh.
Okay, but there, the Ignite guys have to give us a 50% discount.
Okay,
so in fact, make
I
it
see.
100 people.
Fantastic. Yay! Thank you. Go and tell your village people. Say no be cho. Here now, talk and do it. Please put your hands together as I welcome final pitching before we go to the hackathon. Medi Test. Clap now. Put your hand. Clap. Medi Test. All right. Medi Test, your time is not up. Give them 5 minutes. Look at the screen in front. Can you see that screen? What's written there? Time up. They will give you 5 minutes now. Where's our time, please? Time. I need to see 5 minutes on the screen before I let them. That's why your sound is not on yet. Adiba, is the sound working? Kosi, I'm not seeing anything on the screen yet. It's off. You say it's off? You mean it's gone off? It's off? What exactly are you saying? Bro, can you see the time now? 5 minutes. When it's 5 minutes on the... See now, that screen there.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
No, you're doing as if you're not seeing.
I'm seeing it. It's the light.
The light is the light of the world. See 5 minutes there. When your time is up, the mic will go off. Everybody, once again, welcome MediTest. All right, let's go.
All right, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barb Barisian Ronald. I'm a science laboratory technologist, and I'm the founder of MediTest Solution. Okay, a lot of people in Nigeria today, they die because of, not because the illnesses that attacked them was too terminal, but because of late-phase disease detection, so many of them have died. Just minor illnesses, but because it was detected at the terminal stage, then they couldn't make it. So what is the solution? We decided to build a solution, and the solution is MediTest Solution. This is our V1, our MVP. What does this do? MediTest is a telemedicine platform that is backed by a hardware device that enables patients and doctors to connect and carry out diagnosis and consultations remotely from the comfort of your home. So what we are trying to do is to decentralize medical services and bring it to every household. We are bringing it to every household so that there will be no more late-phase disease detection. So you can, at any time in your house, monitor your health. If you see anything, you connect remotely to a medical professional. And this device exists in dual mode. You don't need to be literate to know how to operate this device. A medical professional, be it in Canada, even though he has JAPA, you can still connect with him. And our device exists in dual operation mode, meaning the patient can operate the device by himself, or the remote clinician can turn it on and operate it and use it to carry out tests on your body. Now, this device, as it is, a V1, it can carry out up to 4 different tests, as it is. Right now, it can carry out tests like body temperature, fall detection, lung capacity testing. But our V2, which I will show in this device, in this slide, is on the way, and it's going to be much more. So our approach is the mini health center approach. Our approach is the mini health center approach, to make household to be able to function like a mini health center, capable of connecting to a medical doctor and carrying out diagnosis and consultation. Okay, what's our traction? Though MediTest is at the pre-launch stage, we have demonstrated traction such that there are over 50 people eagerly waiting for this device to be ready so that they can adopt it. Okay? Okay, we have a very large market, an untapped market. And then, what's our business model? Our business model is subscription, and then consultation commission, and the likes of so many of them, data licensing, okay? Then this is going back, okay. All right. So what's our financial projection? Our financial projection in the next 4 years is projected to be in the neighborhood of 8.5 billion naira. A very conservative projection, okay? And that is obtainable if we are only able to sell just 15,600 of this device, 16,300 of this device, and that only 30% of these people carry out subscription. And not just that, only 5% consult a doctor. That's how conservative our model is. Okay? Then, what's our financial advantage? Most telemedicine platforms that exist as a standalone. It's either they carry out telemedicine or they carry out diagnosis. But we are integrating both so that you can diagnose and connect. Okay? Then the next thing is, what is our ask? We are asking for 70 million naira for 4% equity. 70 million naira for 4% equity. That is our ask. Please join us. Join us as we decentralize medical services. Thank you. Continue. Okay. Okay, they can ask you.
All right, thank you. Chinedu's hand is up. Let's start there. Thank you. Eliezer's hand is also up. And Iene and everybody.
Should I go first?
Sir, please.
Okay, so I was a bit lost with your presentation. I don't know why, maybe, I don't know. But I'd love to see data, actual hard data for what your device has done, right? In terms of efficacy, or rather in terms of efficiency or confirmed test turnaround time. You are a medtech person. I'd like to see that data. I also think one of the strongest pathways for the kind of solution that you have with this hardware should be partnership with health insurance operators, right? It may be a faster pathway to revenue for you than personal subscription as a user subscription. Then you should also, there's also an opportunity around business to government relationship. Let's talk about this. I want to see this data. States are moving fast. I was in Anambra on Tuesday before I got here. And in Anambra, for example, they are deploying 2 medical doctors to every ward to support primary healthcare centers. So if you are able to integrate with state health insurance service providers who will be able to pay your subscriptions, you may just be on your path to a faster pathway to revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Iene, then we'll move to Honorable, please. Please pass the mic.
Okay, nice presentation, but like you said, there were some things I missed out, so your communication could have been better. I thought that maybe this guy was going to faint on stage and we'll see something beep and, I thought we'll see some practical demonstration, but I was disappointed not to see that.
That's an opportunity.
And then, lastly, concerning your financial figures, I saw a revenue of about 8.5 billion for selling 16,000 of the products. And that's based on my calculator, not me. I'm seeing about 500,000 naira for one. That doesn't sound decentralized because that's a lot of money. So, yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Ross?
Okay, so my fear with medical equipment, maybe Zipline will help, is that there's a lot of compliance and standard encumbrance. Now, I like the fact, I believe in domain, right? Domain pain. You are in the domain, so you understand it. So that's like first comfort for me. You're not coming from, you understand it's your space. But what are the clearances? What are the permits, right? The permits that you need locally, because this is a medical equipment. And so it has to be approved, first of all, by SON, Standard Organizations of Nigeria, and then by the medical lab, some council. So can we know if you have engaged, at some compliance level? That's number one. And then number two, that's device. You did not tell us what this device is, what each of them does, and how you manufacture, because this is a hardware-centric, is a factory-centric kind of stuff. So you're going to depend on third-party manufacturers, right? So what's your partnership? Do you have any established partnership with manufacturers, and where are they?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Honorable?
All right, so I think the tripartite questions I wanted to ask have been addressed. I'll just add a little more to it. First of all, your numbers are unrealistic. To me, I may be wrong, because you're asking for 7 million naira. I'm sorry. I'm getting old. So you're asking for 70 million naira, and you're projecting that in a few years you're going to make 7 billion or 17 billion. 8-point-something billion. I don't know how, in what world 70 million gives you 8-point-something billion. The numbers are not realistic. I think maybe I don't understand what you're trying to address. Then, the evaluation is faulty, I think. Again, I'm going to add to what Ross just said here. When you are presenting, the first thing I picked was there are two components to your product. There's the software component and the hardware component. You did not tell us how you built or intend to build the hardware component. It looks to me that the software component is in your control, but the hardware component is either partly or totally out of your control. If I'm going to give you money, assuming I'm giving you the 70 million you asked for, I want to know the risks involved. Who is partnering with you? Are you building the hardware component here? Are you partnering with a German company or a Chinese company to build it? How sustainable? How long can this last if someone invests in it? You know, those things are not really clear. I'm seeing a smartwatch there. I'm seeing a smartphone there. I'm seeing another white thing I can't explain.
Okay, sir. Let's let them respond to this hybrid question.
So I just want to know.
Can you respond?
Where
Possible?
the hardware is coming from and how.
One. Let's go.
Okay, this is how it works. This is the test hub. This one carries out tests like lung capacity, body temperature, and transmits to this. So this one now is a, what's this called? This is a storage, a sensor storage.
Who is producing for you? Who is manufacturing for you? What's your manufacturing game?
Everything is manufactured in-house locally. So we haven't secured any international partnership yet. And
thank you.
Also,
yes.
Okay. Also, we are talking about the amount of
money.
The money. Okay. Now you said 500,000. Now what we intend to do is to print 250 pieces of this device and then sell it out. Now, what a bulk of our money comes from subscription fee, consultation commission. Now, if someone prescribes a medication and we order it from pharmacy, we get 5% of the fee from that.
All
so
right.
that is where the money goes.
Thank you, sir. Yes, okay. Please.
Yeah, I just...
Sound, here. His microphone is not working. Microphone is working.
Oh, sorry. Don't cry. Do it.
DJ Kelvin. Please try another mic.
Hello,
yes,
hello.
yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask, we're talking about medical diagnosis, right? And I want to know what measures you've put in place to make sure that your devices are actually
accurate,
approved by the medical bodies. So for instance, what technologies are you using? Are you using bioresonance, HRV technology? How safe are these? Are they emitting EMFs that are harmful to individuals? As an investor, I would like to know that you're at least on the right track to becoming commercial, because I can see like an iPhone watch there. That's not clinically accepted for even my heart rate. So,
thank you, sir. Thank you. Do you have a response or you want to think about it? Give it up for Meditest. Thank you.
Okay.
They've given you a lot to think about. That's our time. Please celebrate. Dr. Ross, you want them to respond here?
Just with the compliance part.
With the compliance part. Answer about compliance.
The compliance aspect, we make sure that all regulatory bodies, we are in compliance with all regulatory bodies, like Standard Organization of Nigeria, and then NAFDAC and the rest of them, and all agencies that we need to partner with. Yeah, we also have doctors that will sign up with, that will onboard on the system, and all that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, these are people who have had the courage and the confidence to take... What's going on? Oh, I forgive you. These are people who have had the courage to take their thoughts to paper, to MVP, if possible, to stand in front of you and speak about it. Some of them already have their products in the market, and I know that what they've gotten from here should help them get better. What I did not say when you talked about storytelling for Ignite VA is that Joyce Daniels, Queen of Talk, will work with her personally over the next 3 months, when you hear her presentation, you go tire. Your body go tell you. She will sell even better. Thank you so much. We're going into the hackathon session now. The people you're about to hear from are competing for 5 million naira. Winner takes all. When they come up, the judges have the criteria to follow. Judges, please confirm. Yes. We are not asking them questions to the best of my ability. You are judging based on what they're bringing here. Are there questions, T? T? Are there questions? Are the judges going to ask them questions? 2. Only 2 questions, please. Judges, only 2 questions. Then you follow the criteria, you score, and at the end, the person with the highest score wins 5 million naira. Are we all ready? This time there's money on the table, oh. Are we ready? DJ Kelvin, please show us that we're ready. All right. But hackers. All right. As you see me, so. Thank you. But Harcourt Tech Expo 2026, first finalist for tonight for the hackathon. Let's welcome Bean Bank. Woo!
As you see me, so I know send you, but that one no mean say I know they wish you well.
This is so amazing, right? So my name is Wilfred Epe. I am the team lead for Bean Bank. Bean Bank is basically a system that pays you for keeping your environment clean. So how we are able to do this is that we've created a system. Yes, first off, waste management is not news in Port Harcourt, right? There have been campaigns of why it's important to manage your waste. Your school has taught you when you were small that managing waste is important, right? So all of us are aware of the problem, and all of us know why it's important, all of us know that we are supposed to do something about it, but why are we not doing anything about it upon the information, right? So we thought about it, and we know that waste has caused a lot of things in Nigeria and the River State particularly. Waste is what is blocking our drainage systems. Your estates might be clean, but since the drainage systems are blocked, your estates will still be flooded. Waste is the same thing that causes diseases, that causes health risk. Waste, the flooding last year killed over 600 people in Nigeria. Waste can cause traffic issues that can cause accidents and affect lives, right? So how are we able to do this? How it works is that we'll take your waste and we'll take your waste, we'll put it into our system, right? We'll recycle it, then we'll pay you in what we call Bean coin. Then you convert that money to Naira and withdraw it straight to your bank account. So how do we get our money to make this possible? We have estate subscriptions, right? We are starting with estates. We have estate subscriptions, business subscriptions, where they'll pay us to come and pick up this money monthly, this waste monthly. So that from here, as we pick up your waste, both the organic and inorganic waste, we'll go back and recycle it and give you a percentage of what we've made from that, right? And also the estates and businesses that sign up, for instance, the estates, once there is a cluster of people on your area, and we have created a dashboard where they will see everybody that has done, how much your estate has been able to generate from Bean Bank, and you also get a commission from it. So in Bean Bank, we believe that your waste is an asset, right? This is the onboarding system that we've created. On our platform, our landing page, which is accessible on your phone, or for an individual, how we're doing it, we are not using any app. We're already using the WhatsApp that you already have. So as a consumer, all you need to do is to click sign up on our platform, get your details, you're directed to WhatsApp, where you can schedule your pickups. Somebody that is verified, you see the name of the person that is coming to pick up your waste. And when you see the name of the person that is coming to pick up your waste, they tell you the time that they'll come and pick it up and they'll get it. So how are we able to do this? How are we able to do this? Sorry, my slide is going back. So how are we able to do this, right? We've created a complete ledger system. First off, in this ledger system now, in this ledger system, we are able to see all the data, right? And brands and companies, the government has made it compulsory for them to also join the efforts in cleaning the environment. So these companies are mandated to get back their packaging materials, and we are able to give them a system that is able to gather this data and give them the data also. And also from this data, companies that are supposed to do their corporate social responsibility and government bodies, we are also able to give them the data from our platform. And also, we are using this method to show, sorry, my slides. We are using this method to show how it works, right? So we've built a platform. On our platform, you will see an onboarding. Apart from our general dashboard where we use and see all the data, our pickers are also able to connect with the drop point and pick up everything that they are supposed to pick up. The brands that work with us, they have their platform, their portal to log into, right? And also, the estates also have their portal, all in this unified ledger where they are able to get the information, right? So,
all right, that is Bean Bank. Celebrate Bean Bank. Judges, 2 questions only, please. Who would like to go first? And if there's no question, it's fine. Obiora, I need an usher station here, please, to move the mics. Flip it up.
All right, thank you for that presentation. For me, my question is, I wasn't quite clear about on whose side pays you, because you put there estate management subscription. If I live in an estate, is it the estate that pays you, or the estate? Even if you charge the estate, wouldn't the estate charge me to pay you? And are we recycling my money? Because if the estate pays you when I pay the estate and you take the waste, are you then paying me back again? I'm not clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how it's done is that we are not charging the direct consumers. We are charging the estates, the brands, the government bodies, and we're also getting our revenue from the recycling. Right? We recycle both the organic and the inorganic material, but we'll phase into it. We are starting with the inorganic material. So how you get your money is that you sign up, and when you sign up, you get access to the WhatsApp bots. That is how...
Hold on. The challenge is, if you're billing the estate, and I live in an estate...
What's your business?
The estate will bill me.
Yes.
For you to be paid from the estate.
So, normally when you stay in an estate, right, there's already a fee and levy that you guys pay.
Service charge.
So we are not charging you, right? It's the estate that has a little token of subscription. And they also get commission from what the estate, the people in the estate get. So them now, at a point, when their revenue has grown to a point, they no longer need to be paying for our services anymore. Just their Bitcoin can be the way that they get us to serve them.
All right, Chinedu, please. That's the last one we can take. I need these mics to work, please.
Hello.
It's on now.
Okay, it's working. I think you have a good product. Large market. We saw something similar to this about 2 years ago. We are scaling right now. I think you should focus on individuals. Estates are not so much in Port Harcourt. People need to dispose their waste. And if you're offering people money for waste disposal in return for their waste through recycling, be very clear. You have a huge market, you have potential, focus on people, and you'll build a mad
Thank you
model.
very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. That's the time we have.
So our product is not, our moat is not the incentives we are giving. Our moat is the data that we are giving to
No,
the
it's okay. I won't
shares.
let you do. Thank you very much. Thank you for being back.
Time na money, oh. Time na money. Time na money, oh. Time na money. Time na money, eh. Time na money. Make you use your time well. No waka waka. No gossip gossip. No spoil another man. Use your time well. Do better thing. Money not dey come from heaven. Do better thing. Money go come. Na true word that they tell you so.
They don't know the song. Che. How old are you? Wow. Money no they come from heaven. Na true word that they tell you so. All right. You know it. Are we ready now?
Sorry,
Are
Joyce.
you sure?
Joyce,
Yes, please, sir.
for the next person here, I think we should have a structure for the people pitching, and then even if it's 1 or 2 minutes for Q&A, where since we're scoring them, they should be able to answer questions in the limited time.
2 minutes.
It can be 2 minutes, it can be 1 minute. But
It is 2 minutes.
okay, so let's have that. We'll keep
This
our
last
questions.
one was 2 minutes. The timer was on.
So we'll keep our questions shorter so that they can respond back. It will help in scoring
Sir?
them. We'll keep our questions shorter so they can respond. We need them
Okay.
to respond before we score.
Thank you very much. Just that response he was about to give, forgive and problem. I was doing a motherly duty by rescuing him from talking nonsense. It's
If
not my
you
fi-
ask me, now who I go ask?
Oh!
The matter where we see, so it's a waste.
DJ Kelvin, I'm warning you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ordo. Ordo, your time is on a screen in front of you. It says 5 minutes. On the 5-minute mark, your microphone will go off. Then we have 2 minutes to entertain questions and answers only. Thank you.
So
Time
good
starts
evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is
Good
Ivan
evening.
Jumbo. I have to talk about Odo. So basically, everyone here has heard the phrase that school is a scam, and it's a very popular phrase. But the problem with that phrase is that the main problem why people mostly say that phrase is employability. So we found that about 60% of entrepreneurs said that graduates are not ready for the job market. Now, it's because of 3 reasons. 1, they lack the skill. 2, they lack early work experience. And 3, they don't have portfolios or CVs. So we invented Odo. Now, the whole point of Odo is that 1, it will give you a career guide to actually learn those skills. 2, it will actually create a portfolio and CV based on the projects you've done. And then 3, it will
You will manage. Yes, sir. You will feel it like you want to die, but you will not die. Exactly. Yes, sir.
And 3, to actually bring opportunities for you to get this early work experience. So this is our food. This now. Go continue. Okay. Go to the side. Okay, so this is the prototype. This is the onboarding page. From there, you go into the login, and from there, you have your dashboard. So please go to the next one. It is not still working. Okay, so this is the onboarding page for the website. You can actually click start your journey. Then, this thing is not working.
Take it easy.
Then we have the login page. You can actually put in your email, your password, and then you can log in. But for this section, we actually do try demo. You will see it in the demo. Oh, problem there. So when you actually click to the demo, you actually see the onboarding screen. On the onboarding screen, the dashboard, you actually see the progress you've made. You can actually the opportunities. You see the place where you actually do your project, and you actually see where you can tell the AI to actually make a portfolio for you based on those projects you have done. Okay, look at it over here actually. So that's that for audio. And we're supposed to show you a demo video. But also, what we plan to do with the prize money is that we'll use 10% to actually create the entire project. That's the MPV. And then we'll use about 20% of the money for scaling the project. That's marketing. Also, the way we actually make money is through a freemium plan. So the free version, you actually have access to a few features. But when you actually go to the paid version, you actually get access to more features that will actually improve the ability for you to gain these skills. Thank you. So start with demo video. Yeah. So I don't know, we can't actually show the demo here, but in the demo, you can click because the project, okay, look at our code. This is our code base, what we have actually done so far.
Okay, I think I'll need Joyce on the stage. We seem to be having a problem with the use of the clickers. I know backstage, they were given instructions on how to use the clicker. But I think how we can quickly solve this problem is to have a tech person on the stage to show them where exactly to point the clicker, or have someone on stage operate the slides for them. Maybe one of the tech guys can hold the clickers and help them click while, because most of them is their first time on stage. They're coming on stage and there are two things to contend with. They are struggling with stage frights, and they're already fighting with clickers. So the minute you're struggling with that, you're already disoriented. So I think we may have to give them some more time to show the slides that are important. But I need a tech person stage to help.
Give me the clicker.
We've been saying this thing for almost 2 hours. I don't know why we're having this
Please,
issue. Show us where exactly that you point the clicker.
I want to see it on my screen here. Give me on this screen. I'm seeing myself. That's part of the problem.
It's safer for them to use the big screen. But the clicker is not on the screen. The clicker is somewhere around. It's wireless. So that you show us. So just say next slide and have someone operate it for us. We can't be putting them through this kind of stress now.
Emmanuel, can I move the slides now? Where do you want to go?
So the part where we have our project.
For that, I should keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I am clicking. I don't have stage fright. It means there's another problem. Village people.
Baba God, now your hand working. Don't be lying. Now your hand working. I say, you know easy. To the sing and the dance and the people they rejoice. My brother, my sister, don't be today. If you could do a party, make we the tango. Baba God, now your hand working. Don't be lying. I say no be lying. Don't be everybody. Don't sleep for night. You wake up, see the light. See the future is bright.
He said I should point there. I will point where you told me to.
Make you do your best. Papa God will handle the rest. Even if you don't get money, they jolly they shake body. No need to get your body.
Uncle, this is front. I'm pressing forward. 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 I'm still giving forward. Now we're on our team. I'm giving it time. I said they're village. I can point. Go there. Thank you.
Pitch is meant for those who dig pit, and trouble is given to those who want trouble. For the joy of the Lord gives me big strength to jump over pit. I beg oh. Who dig this pit for me? Who dig this pit? Go for this.
DJ Kelvin, please confirm that we can proceed from there. Is it moving now? We're not using the clicker here. No, we're not using it. No, we're not. We want to see the slides move. What slide do you want?
The part of our product demo. Yeah.
Product demo. If it doesn't work from there, we'll know what? We'll do sacrifice.
Who dig this pit? Go for this. Who dig this pit for me? Who dig this pit? Go for this. Who dig this pit for me? Who dig this pit? Go for this. Who dig this pit for me? Who dig this pit? Go for this. Who dig this pit for me? Who dig this pit? Go for this.
Our colleague is there, he knows.
I think this is the slide. Yeah, then we move to the next one. Okay, so this is actually our product that we have started. So in the dashboard, you can actually click start your journey. And please, next slide. So normally we used to have a sign up, but we don't have it in actual here. But once you sign up, you can actually log in with your details. So once you log in, please, the next one. You actually get to your dashboard. So you see your dashboard, it says 42% employability score. This is how far you've actually gone. So it's tracking your progress and saying, okay, you're 42% employable. Then if you check here, you actually see SQL basics. That's the things you have actually been doing. Then you have recommended projects. You have your roadmap. And please go down again. Okay. So your recommended projects, this is another section now, specifically then your recommended projects and your roadmap. So it's giving you everything. And down there you see the opportunities. Then when you go to projects, please go to the slide after. So your project now is going to be your learning projects. Next slide, please. You have the opportunity marketplace. So you're going to have access to internships and scholarships based on your progress. So we have Auto AI to also assist you. The next slide, please. You have other assistants to actually, Auto AI to actually assist you to becoming the skillful person that you need to become. So please, the next slide. So this is the code we have and what we have actually worked on so far based on my technical team here. The next slide. So this is more of the code. The next slide again. Next slide.
Oh, that's all. Thank you very much. I think there was a fundamental challenge with the slides itself. Please celebrate them. Handling pressure. Thank you, Honorable, for stepping in for them. Thank you. From what you've understood so far, judges, we have 2 minutes on the clock. Questions, and we need responses.
Okay. Sorry for everything that has gone through, but amazing stuff. I like how you're aggregating everything together. But just talk to us a little bit about what's happening behind the scene. So I see that the job aggregation, you probably have like job boards you're aggregating there. But the learning, how does learning happen? Do you have Coursera subscriptions? How do people learn on your platform?
Okay, so basically, this platform actually teaches you skill based on your course. So once you actually sign up with certain details, so you're going to give us certain details. We're going to take these details for you and source out resources for you based on what you put for us. So for example, let's say you want to become a computer engineer. We are going to actually go online. That's our AI. Go online, search everything you need. So you don't have to go anywhere. Videos you need, recommended books and stuff like that, and search everything for you. Then we're going to section it like a project the way you actually go step by step. And in each step, you're going to be given projects that you actually work on. You submit in the platform, and then we'll assess you based on that and track your progress in a way. And throughout the entire learning process, you're getting satisfied based on each project you do.
Thank you so much.
Judges were good? Thank you very much. Thank you. Ordo, thank you. Please celebrate them.
My brother, God can bless anybody. Make you no look down on anybody. As you see me so, no be by power, oh. No be by sense, no. Nobody's with your pass. My brother, God can bless anybody.
Thank you. Next, we have My Grid. Please receive My Grid. All right, if you are not pitching tonight, please clap for My Grid. Thank you. If you have not pitched before, I bet clap. If you hope to pitch in your future, you better clap very well. Thank you very much. My Grid, where on a day? Where on a day? Welcome. The timer is in front of you. It says 5 minutes. When it's 5 minutes on the time, your microphones will go off. The judges have 2 minutes to ask you questions. Are you good?
Yes.
Is somebody there controlling your slides?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Somebody you trust?
Yes.
Who is
that's
that?
what I trust.
What's the person's name?
Ini, she's there. Ini. Ini.
Ini. You're on the slides? Are you sure?
Yes, please.
When you want the next slide, please say.
Next slide.
Next slide. Thank you. They brought the whole building complete.
This guy.
Yes.
Be careful.
If
They are bringing out that chair.
DJ Kevin, you have to play a song that will support this construction.
Red eye, red eye. Bros, if you don't love how it's you do. It's Victor Eddie, na na na. Yeah. Pray for grace, my G. I say pray for grace. Oluwa má gbàgbé mi, I want all this money. Don't want to take the same step where I take last year, we don't work for me. Oh, Lord, as I dey grind, I dey hustle to bless me with this money. But on your hand that day, so make you run out for me.
Time starts now.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Nigeria, my name is Acha Xavier Kamate, and I'm representing Team Migrate. Nigeria has an energy pandemic. The grid is not reliable. Petrol and diesel are very costly. Petrol that was selling at $7.50 last year as June is now selling at $1,300. That's big. Solar presented itself as an alternative, as a viable solution to this problem. But it also faces a very, very big problem: expense. The cost of acquiring a standard solar system is very expensive and is now being referred to as the property of the rich. That's why we built MyGrid. MyGrid is a network of connected houses using their rooftop as an infrastructure to generate power using solar. How do we do this? We put solar panels on the roofs of individual houses and connect them into a network of power generation, then use this power generated from this system to charge our centralized battery storage system. This battery storage system then distributes power back to these clusters. We make money by selling this power back to this cluster using a pay-as-you-use model. Our target market includes high individual houses and businesses in urban and peri-urban areas where land is very expensive to acquire to build at least a solar mini grid. We've built this thing and we want to demonstrate it, that this can be done and that this is possible in Nigeria. So we have a software for it, so users can buy power from our system using their mobile phones. So if mailers, answer please.
All right, good evening. My name is Idima Emmanuel, and I am the team lead, MyGrid. I'm here to demonstrate the software we have built and how it interfaces with the hardware. Okay, so let me explain first of all. This is our battery system. This is our backup battery system. These solar panels are here to generate power from the grid, at the node. Okay, so this power is generated, stored here. Now, if you have solar systems already installed in your roof, and maybe you're generating more power, excess power, because some of us, we generate more power than we use. Okay, you can sell that power back. Our technology allows you to sell power back to the node, okay? Then we now store this power and sell it back to you. Now, this house shows a roof that was empty. We had to rent this roof, install our solar panels, then channel the power back to the node, all right? Now, here with me is, let me say, 80% completed software. As I'm talking to you, everything was built from Monday till Thursday. That was yesterday. And everything is working. This software is currently interfacing with this. We have used WebSockets, we have used MQTT and other form of software systems, okay, to build this system so that it is running in real time. For instance, this is my software, okay? I want to start buying, okay? Let's assume one of these is my houses and currently is connected to one of the houses. Let me start buying, okay? I start buying. Power is supplied in real time, very fast, okay? I want to stop buying so that you see.
So you made you stop buying, the
Okay,
power goes
so
off.
now the name MyGrid means your grid is in your hands. You can start buying at any time. You can stop buying at any time. Very flexible, reliable.
No need for
24
NEPA. No
hour
more
supply,
NEPA.
and everything is working.
No
80%
more of
done.
NEPA.
Everything was done from Monday to Friday. Thank you so much.
There is no need for up NEPA. Thank you.
Joyce, can I go ahead? I think this is solid, innovative. Check out, I think they're called Okra, something
Yes,
similar
we-
to
we
this.
know
I
about-
love
we
this.
know about Okra.
I'd really love to talk to you after this. My question is, I see you are mounting poles on the streets. How do you intend to deal with public utility right of way? Because by law, you already have right of way. Do you have your thoughts on how you want to manage that?
All right, thank you so very much. Now, first of all, before I answer that question, I have to say that we are not replacing the utility. We are currently building a system that more like a complementary system. All right. Number one, we can partner with the current utility system and use their poles. 1, 2. Have you seen fiber network cables? Yeah. Okay, some of them they have their own poles, so that's not a problem. We can install our own poles.
Again, the public utility right of way for NEPA, the fiber people are actually going against the law. I and what's his name from PhD were speaking today about it. But I love where you said you can partner with them because the new Electricity Act and the new Clean Energy Regulation also talks about net billing and utility where you can sell excess energy into the grid. So there's opportunity for partnership. I think this is super. I think you should drive this.
Thank you, sir.
Let's
All right,
talk after
Dr.
this,
Ross,
please.
Dr.
Thank you.
Ross, very quickly,
Thank you,
please.
sir. Thank you, sir.
So, how do you prorate the costs? So, if I have a house in Diop, D-Line, GRA, Peter Odoli, for instance, how do you cost my per square meter of roof? Now, brilliant idea, because the biggest problem we have now, because NEPA is chasing Band A people away from Band A to solar. But the problem Band A people have is that they don't have enough roof space for the capacity of electricity that they want. So this idea is brilliant. But how are you going to cost roof space, rents that the leasehold for roof space?
Take 2 questions at the same time. Honorable, please.
Very fantastic idea. What's impressive is the fact that you guys build this, okay, not just you, everybody participating in the hackathon builds whatever they're building in just 5 days. We started this boot camp on Monday. between Monday and now. So, but what's interesting about yours is that you have both the software component and the hardware component. And then, like Ross said earlier during his presentation, you focused on a pain point, okay? But while I agree that 1 week might not be enough for you to figure out policy issues and all of that, there are regulatory frameworks that guide what you're building. Yes, the federal government has democratized power distribution, power, what people call it? Yeah, I'm not a science student too. Yeah, and whatever people call it, that's your business. But states can now generate, individuals can now generate, right? But there's a maximum. I think you can't generate below, above
1 megawatt.
1 megawatt. So everything you're generating has to be below 1 megawatt. Now, why I'm saying that is the pain point. And do we have AtMax guys here? Shegun, are you here? Shegun, where are you? Let's see you. Come to the front so that people will see that you're one of those taking on my money. As I speak to you, there's construction work going on in my house right now. When PHE started frustrating us, I went totally off-grid. My house is powered by solar as I speak to you, from ACs to everything. That's the guy that built it. Now, we are doing a new construction. I'm converting my generator house, my security house. We have to use steel to build a new roof because we have about 40 panels on my roof. We don't have space on the roof to carry it anymore. So now we're building new space to carry more panels because we're going to do it off-grid. Ross had the same issue here. Go now. I've finished marketing you. Look at you with this cap. Wait. Taking somebody's money anyhow. So now, there's a market for what you're building, right? But Ross has raised very key, very valid concerns. So what you want to do is not novel. It's happening in China right now. They rent roofs, put panels, and pay the owners of the roof. Now, the question will be that how do you manage thefts? Because you rent my roof, as you go back, Nigerian, I'll go and engineer another wire to power my house. You're paying me for renting my roof. I'm paying myself. I'm also helping myself. Again, you must also look at collaboration. Bypassing. Go bypass. Just the way you used to bypass PhD developer. So you want to look at that. It's very interesting. You need to pay attention to the details, so the policy details, and then all of that. But again, I think you want to look at collaboration. You want to manage the mainframe of the business. There are a lot of solar companies that you don't want to bother yourself about how to bring in the solar panels, the batteries. Just leverage credits. If you're able to build infrastructure, do the legwork, get the markets, get the critical mass, get the number of roofs that you need, and have people who are willing sign on. You go to a company that has a warehouse that have already stockpiled panels and all of that. You get a credit scheme. You can make them partners, or you can say, okay, we take from you and then we'll pay over time. So that limits your scope of work, right? So I think we can have this conversation after now. Let's see how business.
Final
the question Ross raised, I just want to address that for you. In tariff sculpting, when you're designing your tariff, if you have to rent roof spaces, let's say a unit of electricity, you want to charge 100 naira. When you look at grid electricity, for example, they're incorporating gas, power lines, and coal. So if you're charging $100 per unit with this model, what you could do is that you're aggregating, let's say, 20 naira. For every unit that is generated from my house, I'm earning 20 naira. And because the infrastructure you have has, let's say, like a 10-year lifespan at the minimum with a lithium system, you can calculate or estimate what my roof space can generate per square meter, and there can be a 10-year plan of how much I can earn using my roof. Let's talk. Great product.
On behalf of Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026, Chinedu Ama is your new mentor and sponsor. He will hold your hand to make sure you have all these things done right. Honorable, we have said it in front of you. Everybody in agreement say aye. The ayes have it. Chinedu Ama, hold him.
Thank you.
Hold him. Please carry your load now.
Thank you very much, sir.
DJ Kelvin, support them as they leave.
Brother, transportation not day. And our road is not good, oh. Want about the NEPA people, oh. Everybody just say Allah. Well, now they know we want survive. Many you try.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Judges, somebody speaking. Is it from backstage? I'm hearing sound. All right. We have 2 to go. Judges are making their collation. At the end of it, of the 5 presentations, 1 group will win 5 million naira that will support their innovation. Are we having a great time? Please say thank you to Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026. Welcome with me, pay up. 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 Your 5 minutes is on the screen in front. When the time is up, your microphone will go up. Judges have 2 minutes to have conversations with you and questions. All the best.
All right. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Seated beside you, there are 2 categories of people. They are either employers or employees. But both have one problem in common, and that problem is the trust problem. Please, you can go to the next slide. So, I'm sure you're familiar with statements like, don't worry, the money go land, or don't worry, I go send the work. And I don't assume that we've all been scammed here, but it's a common problem here, okay? So, what we're introducing is Pay Up. Pay Up is a middleman platform, what we call an escrow platform. So what that does is that, let's assume I'm offering a service, or let me just give a typical example. Let's assume I'm offering a service, and then I have someone that requires my service. And the person, and what happens is that the person is hiring me, let's assume, as a graphics designer or as a product designer. But the issue there is that the person cannot pay me upfront. Reason being is, the person is scared I'll run away with his money. Or me, I cannot start the person's job because I'm scared that after doing all the work, the person will just ghost me. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, this happened to me last 2 years ago. I saw the biggest amount I was supposed to receive as a product designer, and I spent 3 weeks designing everything, over 160-something screens for the person. And after doing that, I'm brand identity design and all of that. After doing that, I sent the file, the person ghosted me. Ladies and gentlemen, this was my experience, and that brought the idea of Pay Up. What Pay Up is, like I said, is a middleman in transactions. Now, this already exists. It's called escrow, for those of you that don't know what it is. But what is unique about Pay Up is that Pay Up introduces what is called smart contracts. You're all aware of crypto and all of that. So the unique value proposition or the unique selling point there is that now, for instance, now you're dealing with a client in the diaspora, right? So now we're introducing smart contracts into escrow. I don't know if it's possible for my URL to be put up so you can see what the MVP looks like. So basically, if you can do a basic bank transaction on your phone, we built a system whereby you'd be able to make use of smart contracts for escrow. Now, it's not just smart contracts for escrow. We also have, you can also use your local currency for the escrow transaction. So the way it works is, okay, you can see it on the screen. The first page is for the whole KYC. So we have what is called SCUML. SCUML is Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, and this is by the federal government. So that's why you see most of all these platforms, they're asking for KYC and all of that. So we need that, obviously. The second thing is you choose your role. Are you the person hiring or are you the person rendering the service? So by the time you do all of that, details, you move on and you're able to track what the transaction is about. On this slide here, what you see is a massive underserved market. So what it means is that trust is costing a lot of people the money they should make. In fact, I created a phrase for it. It's called trust unemployment. Trust unemployment. So you see the global freelance market is over 500 billion. The Nigerian freelance market is over 12 billion. And then moving on. So business model. So what I was able to do is that I generated worst case scenario, medium case scenario, and best case scenario. So worst case scenario, I'm going to give you feasible numbers. Let's say we have 20 users, right? And then we're charging a transaction fee of 3.5%. And then the average transaction done is 50,000 naira, right? We're following, right? So you see the first month we do like 20 users. And by month 6, let's assume we have 95 transactions. So what you see at the end is that we've made 690,375 naira in gross revenue. Then our net revenue after is 296,875 naira. We are building. That is the worst case scenario. Assuming we have just 95 transactions after 6 months. Medium case scenario, you see we have 50 transactions with 250 transactions at the end of 6 months. Just move on. You see the total net revenue is 1.147 million. Please just scroll down so that you can see the ask and what I'm asking for. Okay, my team members. I have myself, I have my friend Maxwell, I have my friend Mabel, and I have my friend Busaya. Move on to the next slide, please. The ask. What I'm asking for is, thank you. I wanted to explain that.
Thank you, sir. That's the time for pay up. Judges, please. Questions going on? Yes, please.
So, but it's just 5 million we have. We don't have 20,000.
No problem.
Just for context. I want to understand. I didn't see a competitive analysis. So, who else is doing something similar to this? Why is your own different? And then to back it up, who is the banking partner you use to maintain the funds and all the license that comes with that?
Thank you for your question, sir. Okay, so competitive analysis. The first person we have is Panda Scroll, we have Escrow Log, and we have a couple of others. But like I said, our unique value proposition is introducing smart contract escrow. What these people do is just normal. You can use your normal Naira. And so if you're transacting with somebody in the diaspora, right, they cannot send you, you cannot work with an escrow system with them. I don't know if, like they cannot deposit an initial amount, and then when you've done the work, that amount is being released to you. Yes, cross-border payment with smart contracts. That's what's different. If you can Google it, you will not see any other escrow platform doing this.
Okay. Do we have one more question?
And sorry, for his second question, he asked what banks are we? Because with escrow, the key selling point is trust. So, and that is why we're here to pitch and look for investors. If we can get a bank that would help us to boost reputation, because that's what people work with escrows that have strong reputation. So if we have that, any bank at all, and we also plan to work with insurance companies, so that we have a whole insurance system.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay,
Ross.
thank you. So, thank you very much.
Okay.
This is, escrow apps are good, especially for e-commerce.
Mike, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, e-commerce, right? Hold on. They are good for e-commerce. So I want to buy something online, and the vendor tells me pay on delivery.
Okay.
Right? And I receive, and I agree that I have received, or the contract has been done, and then the escrow releases the fund. For every escrow, there is an arbitration process.
Yeah.
Just in case the contract, no matter how smart contract it is, a contract can go bad. So there is an arbitration process. So what is the structure for arbitration? That's number one. Number two is the fact that, just like he mentioned, you will need to work, because you're going to hold people's money, correct?
Yes.
You're going to need a CBN, a payment service bank license, or you need to partner with another one, right? So just to let you know that the process is not exactly that easy. Then number three is the fact that because you're holding people's money, the NDIC has to be involved. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Commission has to be involved. So it is not as easy as it sounds. And the operation, like I like to call it, the legwork behind what you have proposed is not easy.
Yeah.
Have you thought about this?
Yes, I have. So that's why if you could go back to the slide where they ask, right, we're applying for the CBN Sandbox. The CBN Sandbox allows startups of this nature to actually test run all of their crazy ideas and see if there is any danger, maybe in the security infrastructure, or maybe with respect to data leakage for also the Nigerian Data Protection Commissions and all of that. So that's what primarily, if we can get that funding, we'll apply for the CBN Sandbox. So I
Thank
could
you,
assess-
sir.
yeah.
Finally, please.
So I don't think you quite addressed the question, because my question is actually bordering along the same line as how does your smart contract detect and resolve conflict
Okay.
in the contract?
Okay.
And what I will do is I'll suggest that you look at decentralized law enforcement
Okay.
and add that to your tech stack. Maybe that will help this hurdle.
I'm going to pretend I understood what you said, like a non-techie that I am. Did you get it?
Yes, I did.
Did it make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Will you do what he said?
Yes.
Is that your time?
No, can I answer his
Yes,
question?
answer him.
Okay, so I think what he's also trying to ask is along the lines of dispute resolution, right? So that is, what if now I told Sarah to do my logo and Sarah did not do it well, or I did not like it? Something like that, right? So we have a system in place where the 3.5% transaction fee is not just profit to us, but some amount goes into insurance. So that just in case Sarah does not deliver, right? Now, you that is paying Sarah, you get back your money. That's our system, first of all. And then Sarah that has spent her time, she gets a certain percentage amount, depending on her. We're going to use, we're currently implementing an AI, something like a credit scoring system, whereby Sarah now gets that, Sarah now gets a certain amount with respect to, yeah.
All right, thank you. Chinedu, you wanted to make a final comment? No, thank you. That's all for now. Sir? You say? Can't hear you. Don't know what you're saying. Later. So later, talk to everybody. They are your new daddies.
Thank you.
Your sugar daddies. Please give it up for Pay Up. The amazing thing, like Note Nest said, when they were asked the question, what did you do with the money? What was their response? The first response was, Note Nest are those who won 2025. They said much more than the money was the mentorship they got through the platform. Can we see it happening already here? Much more than the money, these people pitching from the hackathon will get an aggregation of minds, experience, goodwill, and perhaps investments from these people sitting here and their collective networks. Please clap. Finally, final pitch for tonight is Eco Lantern. Please welcome Eco Lantern. Eco Lantern, 5 minutes on the clock over there. Can you see the screen? Yep. Yes, when it's time up, your sound will go off. Everyone, if your hands are free, raise them. Please give encouragement to Eco Lantern.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Felix Anedechuku. I'm the team lead for Eco Lantern. Next slide, please. Plastic, electronics, and plastic, textile, and electronic waste are no longer far away from us. They sit on our streets, they flow in our gutters, they block our waterways, they affect lives underwater. So this problem is what we are set out to solve by converting this electronic, textile, and electronic waste into a rechargeable lantern that can be deployed to rural areas where they don't have basic electricity. So currently we generate about 6 million plastic waste daily in Nigeria, and equally about 200,000 textile waste is equally generated. We also generate about 2.5 tons of electronic waste. This problem is what we are solving by converting it to a rechargeable lantern that is made from 100% waste. During the hackathon, we deliberated on this problem and we came out with this unique solution. This lantern I'm holding here is from 100% waste, and it's also rechargeable. And it also comes with a solar pack that it can be recharged with. And this is how it works. You have the one, you can hang this one around the house. And we have these designs too, have different designs for it. The key areas which we are planning to affect are rural areas where there are no basic electricity, and we plan to provide electricity to rural areas, people like students that don't have basic study light, like the normal smoke lantern can affect their health. But with this product, we'll provide clean energy for students in the rural area to improve their studies and stand a chance in the society. Our target audience are about 85 million Nigerians are currently out of the power grid system in Nigeria. So those people in the rural areas are our target market. Please move, the next slide, please. Next slide. And our business model, we do B2B, that is business to business, we do B2C, business to customers, and we do B2G, business to government. Government can actually sponsor this production of these materials, and we can distribute to local areas in our communities. So we are seeking the grand prize money to get space for mass production and also get a working space and get trained staffs on how to implement this project. Finally, this is to remind us that any form of waste we generate today can be transformed to a product that to put a smile to an entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chinedu's hand is up. Let's go, sir. Leave his time to still run.
I like this. It's an interesting product. I would love to talk to you about how to push this. From my place where I work today, we have, I think, about 5 riverain communities who do not have access to power. We may just be able to push this into those communities. So I think maybe we can build a commercial model together. But I've not seen your panel. I've not seen the solar panel, what it looks like. Wow, that's small.
Panel, yes.
What's the cost of each unit?
To produce one of this is 500 naira, and we are selling it for 1,500.
Please, let's talk. I think there's something interesting that we can do together here. Please.
No be cho. Judges, please pass the mic to Honorable. Yes, please pass the mic to Honorable. Thank you.
Okay, so you made a very fantastic presentation. I like the how practical you were. You were 70% not dependent on the slides. It means that you know what you're doing. That's why we insist on people who are building already in the ecosystem. So this should have been a pitch on the pitch battleground, but it's still fine. However, I understand the value, the import of what you're trying to build or you're building already. But I didn't quite get the engineering. Do you understand? I'm seeing a very lovely piece you're holding. Okay. Lanterns made from recycled materials and all of that. But I don't understand the engineering. Where is the recycled waste? Is it the bulb? Are you buying that lights? The white part I'm seeing. Yeah, is it ready-made or you built that yourself out of waste?
Now, this is from a dead bulb. That is the outer part.
Okay, is it plastic? Or
yeah, it's plastic.
Okay.
So this is the plastic waste.
Okay, like bottled water waste, kind of that?
Yes,
okay.
Then I wrapped it up with textile waste from...
Ankara, something like Ankara
yes,
materials.
from Telos. They are off-cut. This is what I use. Then this is the handle.
So what produces the light? What do you have inside?
The LED bulb is from dead bulbs. You know, when we say a bulb is dead, all the bulb inside are not actually dead. It might be 1 or 2. So we get the dead bulb and extract the good ones that are good. Okay. That's what we used. So, then for the battery, you know, laptops, your laptop battery, when you throw them away, you say the battery is gone. But we extract those batteries. You know, laptops take a lot of energy. But this LED bulb, they just require just little things. So we pick the good ones among the bad ones and then put them together to produce this.
Okay, so how many of these lights can one bad laptop battery give to you?
For a bad laptop battery, it can be 2 or 3. There are 8 packs on it. So 2 or 3 can be bad, then the rest we just recycle them and put in them.
So do the battery now, other than laptop, what other kind of batteries can you use
Like
for
your
this?
power bank. If you throw away your power bank, it's not actually all of them that are bad.
You know why I ask? Because laptop is luxury. And I have laptops I've used for more than 8 years, 9 years. My Microsoft Surface, I bought it on the week my last son was given birth to, and the boy is about 8 years old. Nothing has happened to it. So the frequency of laptops going bad it will take for every year. I don't know how many bad laptops you can get, but if you say that power bank makes a bit of sense, but in all, fantastic product. I just wanted to understand the engineering
Thank you, sir.
behind it.
Yes, Dr. Ross.
So, because I'm an environmentalist, I like the recycling parts, especially in the coastal areas where we have, if you drive on Bonny River now, if you're going to Bonny, you see a lot of plastic wastes, right? So anything that takes off plastic, is very good. And that reminds me, the first presenter, Beam Bank, I want to talk to him later.
Did you hear?
Yeah, so there's a group called Eco Butter I want to introduce him to. ecobutter.africa. So I want to make the introduction for Beam Bank. So for you, I think it's important. There's a group called PEN in Abuja, and they're working with groups that are recycling coastal plastic stuff. So you're doing two things, basically. You are recycling, right? And then you're taking off these stuffs off waterways. So if you commit that you will take plastics from the river, from the waterway, in doing what you're doing,
yes,
then we'll be able to get some support for you as well.
Of course I can. Thank you.
Are you committing? Are you committing to it?
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Before he say no, Eco Lantern, everybody appreciate him with an applause, please. Well
Thank
done.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Judges, your job now is to collate. Say? I can't hear you. 5. C. We're done. 5 pitches. They were, and I'll call their names again. Bean Bank came up first. Then we had Ordo. Then we had Pay Up. No, we had My Grid. We had Pay Up, one of them before the other. And then we now had Eco Lantern. See, here's my ask, please. Just in case it is not clear. The judges are also forming the panel of mentors for those who pitched today, whether they are getting the 5 million or not. Because there's a lot of conversation that people said, come back, I will support, I will do this, I will do that. And we know that they are committed, that the fact that they are here already, they are committed. So please do that handshake so that they would know who exactly in their organizations to meet, so they don't call at the wrong time, send message that will not be responded to, you are the one we're holding. Everybody say thank you to Stewart. Thank you. We cannot say thank you enough to Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026 for making it happen. Please celebrate them with an applause. Thank you so much. On behalf of those who pitched, their wives that they have not yet married, the children they have not yet born, and their parents, we say thank you. Honorable sir.
Okay, please, quick one. We had earlier spoken about the 100 people for the...
Yes. We're going to come back to it, sir.
Okay, so we're going to... I think it'll be easier for them to send emails.
There's a website we're going to
thank
blast,
you.
but it's coming. It's not quite ready. They're working on it.
Thank you.
As soon as it is, we'll blast it here. You can send in your request there. I was just told, Ignite VA, we're waiting for that. As soon as you have it. Have you sent it now? Okay, is it ready to be put on screen? Emmanuel, is it ready? The moment it is, just put it up on the screen. Don't even wait for me. While the collation is taking place, before the announcement is made, we have the raffle draws. If you want to clap, clap now. Yeah. I would like to welcome Chioma Aniwe to come manage this segment. If your hands are not yet tired,
We're managing it together, not
to-
Choma
oh.
anyway.
Should we tell them, Choma? Should we tell them that thing?
Whisper it to them.
Choma and I have been friends since JS2. This year will make it 36 years of friendship. We were classmates in Federal Government Girls College, Abuloma. We were classmates in University of Port Harcourt. We are still classmates in life.
The phones. Let's do three. Thank you very much. Were you giving history class?
Yes, I told them.
Hello, Port Harcourt.
Hello, Choma.
I think the room has been so cold, right?
They've turned off the ACs now, I think.
DJ Kevin, anything for us to just shake,
Yes.
shake small, shake before the raffle draw starts. Maybe the best dancer might just go home with the tablets and the phones that are about to go out right now. DJ Kevin, are you ready?
Can I compete?
Yeah, yeah. If you're still sitting and you're not win, let's go.
Follow you again. Now I know they follow you again. Kilo, follow you again. Now I know they follow you again.
You're still sitting down.
Follow you again. Kilo, now I know they follow you again. Follow you again. Now I know they focus on paper. Don't see paper. When the paper enter, I go call you, shop for you, Balenciaga, Rico S. If you can go be less, baby, my bed. Wait, look, see me, give me, ego. Money talking, now they working for money. Kilo, you don't sour, holy water. You are gonna be your dates. Shop up please. Kilo, your enemies. Give me money, please. Life is give me money, please.
Everybody, let's go, one more. One, DJ, we want the party. Hey, let's go, say, Kelvin Bambina, JD Bambina, Kelvin Bambina, DJ Bambina. Give it a dance, give it a move, get it a dance, get it a move, yeah, get it a dance, I get down, yeah, I got more. Assalamu alaikum kuliwanga, abade kuwanga. Wata Casablanca, Casablanca. What we doing around here, baby? Everybody, let's go, yeah. I like that, yeah. You wanna dance, you wanna move, you wanna dance, and let's go. Come on the Friday. What? Oh, yeah.
Somebody! For the vibe I've been up for days.
Steady chest in the back!
You did press for me before. That's right. That's one.
Me self go press for sure. I be the new taker. What he plays on me? What take a tea plays on me? My love plays on me. I'm not team me no plays on me. Hey Jago, stop me Jago. My fashion Jago. Fico making shit was so. Hey Jago, me name Jago. You know my boss swag right now. I want to see two fingers up in the air, everybody. Two fingers up right now. Are you ready? One. Let's go.
Hello. DJ Captain, thank you, thank you.
One more.
Thank you. Thank you, DJ Captain, thank you. DJ Calvin. DJ Calvin. DJ Calvin.
What do I do to many as I know my team? But not be that
Thank you, thank you.
supposed to give you a not pass. Not pass, that means say don't cast.
DJ Calvin, stop.
Don't cast you, don't cast you, don't cast.
All right. I hope he doesn't cast for us. Hello. This is just a warm-up.
But Harcourt, person no fit play with you.
Small dance, they say they couldn't dance. See?
Thank you very much.
Hey, Chineke.
Just before we go into the raffle draw, if you do not have data for what I'm about to say, you're on a long thing. If you have your data, if you have your phone, get it ready. This is the fastest finger thing we're about to do. Somebody say Bole Festival. Is your phone out? If you are using some service providers that will roll and roll, sorry. The first 50 people to go to www.bolefestival.com and register with the code Port Harcourt Tech Expo, you will get into Bole Festival free. Your time starts now. First 50 persons to register, courtesy of the convener, Bole Festival. Mr. Anoso, thank you very much.
Network
Mr. Anoso, are you in? Who has registered? PH Tech Expo is the code.
PH Tech Expo.
The first 50 persons to register, you have it free. Who is there? Who got there first?
Somebody has registered. She has. Have you?
Anybody?
Hey, DJ Kevin,
DJ, no.
Stop it. If you start that trouble now, I'll come for you. After party is coming. See these people now, if you just play music now, they start dancing. Let them register for Bole Festival first.
Anybody in? There's a yes there. Who else is in?
Payment cancelled. Have you registered? Change your network.
Change your network, exactly. Who is in?
Who has registered?
Who has registered?
He has.
He has.
See people when they make noise, fear them. He just quietly sat down there and registered. Fear him.
PH Tech Expo is the code.
Please make sure you're spelling it correctly. It is PH. Your screen is white. Change the phone. You're in.
You're in.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
All right, so we continue with it while we go to the raffle draw proper. We have some tablets. We have some Samsung phones. People will go home tonight with it. I would like to invite Dr. Chima to verify that the list he has contains the first 100 persons that came to the auditorium today. Is there? I need a mic for him.
Meanwhile, just to let you know, the result is in.
All right.
For the hackathon pitch.
Please, let's appreciate Dr. Chima. You don't want to win something. Dr. Chima,
they
I'd
are
like to ask
for
you.
Bole Festival.
You were there from 7 a.m. this morning.
Yes.
So I would like you to verify that the list you have are the first 100 persons that walked into this auditorium today, please.
Okay,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
good evening.
My name is Dr. Chima Ohwo. The names were collected from the back end of the registration, and it was independently verified by the Expert B Consults. I'm a consultant of Expert B Consults Nigeria Limited, so it was independently verified by me. So we had people who came in the morning. Some didn't go through accreditation, so some went straight to the hall. So the names contained first 100 persons that were accredited by the registration team in the morning before coming into the hall. So if you went straight to the hall and did not accredit, which means your name will not be here. So the list was extracted from the first 100 persons from the back end of the accreditation team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Chima.
Emmanuel, back end, are you ready? Yeah, hype. Okay, so let's take the first spin. DJ.
Small music or soft.
Small, DJ Kelvin, small music. Dr. Victor Sunday.
Woo! Dr. Victor Sunday, are you here? Bad Belle people say he has gone home. He's here.
Is he here?
Is he here? Is he here? Where is he? Come. They said that you have gone home because you're a family man. That your wife was giving birth today. They were saying it here just now. Is that Dr. Victor Sunday?
Are you?
How do we identify you? Do you have your ID card? Do you have your NIN? Do you have your BVN?
Birth certificate.
Voters card? Birth certificate?
Local government.
Local government ID.
ID. All right, please, let's see, please.
Come. Next one. Okay, all right. If your name is not Dr. Victor Sunday, please clap.
Your ID, please. Dr. Shima, please come.
Me, I want your ATM card.
Dr. Shima, please. Someone says Sunday Victor on DBC. All right. Verified.
Congratulations.
On behalf of Port Harcourt Tech Expo team,
No be cho.
we'd like to say thank you for coming in early, and I hope that it serves the purpose. Hey, you're a lecturer. You're a lecturer. Well done. Keep teaching. Your reward is not in heaven, it's here too.
Congratulations,
Thank
Samsung
you.
Galaxy Tab.
Your own.
Just like that. If you're happy for him, please clap. I know some people are still trying to register for Boli Festival. That's why you're not clapping. I forgive you.
All right. Let's go. Let's spin again. Emmanuel, spin. DJ Kevin.
Prince Chris, is that you? Please come, quick, celebrate him. Yes, run. Congratulations. To the middle, to the center. Are we verifying his ID?
Chima, are we okay?
Center. If you've been able to get into Boli Festival, let's see your hand up. All right, keep trying. Obviously, it's a network glitch. Just keep trying till you get in.
No ID. No, we have to see an ID.
He can also show you his LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, Facebook, something. There has to be something.
Something has to show. We can call his mom too.
Verified.
Now who go there by your side if you walk out through fire? Follow you standing inside the fire.
Kelvin, wait. We are coming.
On behalf of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo team, we want to say congratulations to you. Thank you for coming in early, and we hope to see you 2027 edition. What do you do? What do you do? He's a videographer.
Editing tool.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Very apt.
Samsung Galaxy Tab for the win. We spin for the next one. Back end, let's spin. Wigboro Nenubari, sitting in front. Is that him? Are you coming with your ID? Is that your mommy coming with you?
What's happening to the ladies?
Everybody celebrate Nenubari as he comes up.
DJ Kevin celebrates Nenubari.
All those who pitched, please stand by. You will soon be called up and will announce.
Verified. Stand. On behalf of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo team, we say a big congratulations to you. Thank you for coming in early.
What does he do?
What do you do? He's into video editing. It's going all right today. Congratulations, eh?
Congratulations.
But
no whine, Amu. Why you dey whine him? This is the last one?
All right, this is the last tablet before we give out 3 phones. 3 Samsung phones. This is the last tablet. Emmanuel, let's go.
Emmanuel, final spin.
Mastercraft on the beat.
Confidence, oye macho.
Are you here? Every day by day, I just listen.
Confidence, is she here? Oh, he here. She here. Bad Mele. Confidence, are you
There
here?
is confidence.
Confidence is here.
No. I just want to say thank you, Jehovah.
Yes, we need a form of identification.
We're waiting for her to get her ID. We need to see some sort of...
DJ Kelvin, you can go ahead.
I don't to be still, you already know. Imanonya yellow mundo ngefe yefe. Onya yellow me gunge to yao. Imanani ya babalungu tungese hese. Asahu balungu tunga koya. Asokoro. Akemuso and the conquer.
After the reggae play the blues, share the gala, share the Baba Simba do with them. Enjoy yourself, baby. Enjoy yourself, baby. Enugu girls them like to. Enugu girls them like to. Enugu girls them like to.
Kevin.
Well, we have just been informed that Confidence is a volunteer. Volunteers know how it works. Your name was not supposed to...
We didn't...
She's a volunteer.
But did we make the announcement?
Annually, we know how this thing plays out. You're not supposed to put your name on the attendee list. If you're a volunteer, please, we have to spin again. Confidence, You are a volunteer. The rules are clear. Your name was not supposed to be on that list.
Last. Now everybody go chop breakfast.
Emmanuel, let's spin one more time.
DJ Kelvin, we will sell you after this event.
Kelvin, you have to give me your phone number to call out after this. Because many people want to hire you after today. Yes or yes? Send your number now. All right, let's spin finally. Joseph Ejemrai, are you here? Joseph. Mary, where is Joseph? Joseph,
are you here?
Are you dreaming? Joseph 1. Joseph 2. JJ.
Going.
Joe boy.
Bye, Joseph. Let's spin. Emmanuel, let's spin.
You sold him to Egypt. Jaden Hills. Jaden is here. Jaden, run up.
Aládùúgbò tuntun ti dé o. Zazu. Ó pọ̀ létí, ó yẹ kẹ́ ti máa gbọ́. Pọ́tébù, Bàdó, Gbẹ́mí Tábáyé.
I know him.
Bado snake, pepper snake, many with it one leg. Repete, unruly, badoli, P prime, baby dip it. Babeje, Azarailu hip hop, mofos cannot keep up. Bitch, I be going non-stop. Zazu, she, Aka, Ika, Tesoje bitalaga, Gaza, Ejaluju bitabacha, Runjupa, Lejupa, Marerin, Kala, Daju, Wuwaika.
Zazo, bita, Pokotua, on my way to Ilu Awonsu, níbi tó máa ti ń bó káàdì o, ó kọ́ máa pàdé kọ́lù, yóò kọ́ máa bó káàdì o, oṣù tó ń gbọ́ràn o, lọ́ máa pè ní kọ́lù.
All right. Let's do it. Shoma?
My mic is not working.
It's working.
I need this mic.
All right. Jaden Hills, congratulations.
I need a mic for Jaden. I have a question for Jaden.
Okay. Sound. To the center.
So normally when people are coming, Joyce will say,
please give us sound on my mic, my handheld. Yeah.
That their mother should verify. This is the first time we're having a mother actually say, no, it's my son. You don't even need an ID. Use mine. Jaden, tell me what happened while we're here today. About your phone. What happened?
My phone spoiled.
As you were here, what happened to it?
It spoiled this morning before I came. So I was like, what if?
What if? Just what
You
if?
are a comedian. Yes. Ogu, you can lie, you.
I'm not lying. I can show you evidence. Thank you. One thing I found out today is that for everyone that won today, there's just something. They just need, is a need for them. On behalf of Port Harcourt Tech Expo team, Jaden, congratulations. What if has turned to what? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. 3 phones to go.
Did I hear God when? Did I hear God when?
God when? God now.
God now.
God now.
All right. We have 3 phones to give away. Jaden, do you need security? Do you need us to send protocol to escort you? Thank you very much.
All right, let's go.
Just hug that mom. Just hug his mom.
Aww. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's give the phones out now.
The next 3 persons that will win, physically your phone might not be here, but we assure you that tomorrow you are getting your phones. Emmanuel, okay, the website is here.
Okay, let's spin, then we'll bring it back. This is the Ignite VA for those who want to be on board to make up the 100 that are receiving scholarships. It will come back, but let's spin. Let's spin.
Emmanuel, let's spin.
All right, for 3 Samsung phones. First spin, let's go. People are holding hands, are praying right now.
God, when? Oh, God, when?
Ah!
There is something that makes me come into your presence, my Abba. There is something that makes me come into your presence, my Abba. My Abba, my Abba, oh my Abba. There is something that makes me come into your presence.
The Lord has done it. Finally, finally, finally. The Lord has done it. Oh. Finally, finally. I said the Lord has done it. Oh.
Take Alvin, take it down, please.
Jane, I don't know what is going on here. The mother took, I got to find out that
Yes,
she attended Port Harcourt Tech Expo last year. So she took care of bookings for flights for all of our almost 70 guests that had to fly into town. She volunteered to do that for us.
Yes, she did.
Like
Last year?
She works, last year, 2025.
Yes.
So she worked with an airline. So this year, she said she enjoyed she was so angry, she was able to, because the bookings now, she was able to come just for the public holiday because she was busy at work. And so she took a 2-week vacation to wait for Port Harcourt Tech Expo, which expires, Jane, when? When is the vacation ending?
On Monday.
So she wanted to be able to sort her kids out, sort her husband out, and then have enough time to prepare and come for the event so that Monday she can go back to work. And then, look at that. So,
Wow.
pray for me.
Just wow. What's your name? And what class are you in? Because I don't want to ask, what do you do?
JS3. JSS3.
What's the name of your school?
The name of my school is Okres International School.
What's he going to do with the phone?
What did I hear you say?
You what? What are they saying?
Come again. What did you say? We should give him biscuit and Fanta. Joyce.
It is what it is.
The bad fella in this room, eh? All right. On behalf of the team of... Come. So tomorrow, you will get your phone. You get a Samsung phone. On behalf of Port Harcourt Tech Expo team for 2026, congratulations. Congratulations.
You see? See wahala. Hey, shut up. This speaking, we no go give you small stamps.
2 to go. 2 more. Emmanuel, let's spin for the last but one.
Before we spin, Jane, I hope we don't have any other child in this room. They're at home. They should remain at home until someone else wins. All right? Our money rules.
Yay!
Our money rules.
Yes!
Shima.
Celebrate her.
Taking note of, someone is taking note of their names. And their number.
Big things, ni mo like. Shade the show for my life. Big things, ni mo like. Big things, ni mo like. Shade the show for my life. When I walk through the valley of the shadow, all eyes on me, cause I came in a Lambo. She said, why you do me like this? You know I would do anything for your love. No matter, not do me anymore. Big things, no more like. Na money. And na money when they give me more energy. Big things, no more like. Opportunity fair go. One endo is kush. Ready to get for T-bomb. Ready to get for
Kelvin, the after party is going to be late. Just wait small. Sitting Edu has gone to change to red. See me, I've changed from my high heel to my party shoe. Are we ready for the after party? Is DJ Kelvin ready for the after party? No. What are you waiting for?
DJ Kelvin, give us music while we wait for verification.
She's been verified. Kevin's number is 0806. DJ Kelvin's number. You have his Instagram. So I shouldn't call the number. 0806 612 1217. I'll take it again. 080 661 21217. Finally, 0806 612 1217. DJ Kelvin.
Now God just made me the best one that got to Galabay. When I'm 19, I'm gonna make me the Bricota when they Bricota when they want Cota. When I'm 19, I'm a boy, see the one Shakani, Anytime you passing for road now, every other girl for that road must bow. You to find me, I must try to make my name by. So anywhere you see Dog and Mighty, tell them say when they make a way. When they Asangwa, baby. You see how we blick on that baby. I don't feel like it don't kind of mighty. Uju. Something they tell me to marry you.
Sorry, it took longer than necessary, but we had to, please come. We had to make sure she was properly verified. Congratulations.
Please celebrate her.
On behalf of the Port Harcourt Tech Expo team, we say congratulations. You get your phone tomorrow. Please leave your name, number with Dr. Chima, and you surely get your phone tomorrow. Please, let's celebrate her.
Big things, ni mo like.
Alright, final spin.
For my life.
Final spin. Final
The
spin.
last winner for the day.
Final spin for the
Final
Samsung phone.
spin for the day.
My brother, show me love, oh. Oyoma. When you see me, oh. Oyoma. Spray me money, oh. Oyoma, Oyoma, oh. Oyoma.
Somewhere you go now. Are you in the room?
Come with your ID straight. Come with your ID. Come with your ID. We don't need ID.
You don't have ID.
How do we identify you? Ope. 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 Okay.
See this life, me I know like trouble. Oh. One man thing is another man's struggle. Oh. Money no day today, money go day tomorrow. Feel good is a happy day. Oh no, baby. Oh yeah. No go they do pass yourself. No go they do pass yourself. Baby. No go they do pass yourself. You don't get the money, you want to do loud. Trouble, they sleep, younger go wake up. Don't do today, forget tomorrow. Hey, feel good, it's a happy day. This bad is a problem. Oh yeah, take it, baby. Oh yeah. Baby fresh, your problem, they for your back, and you wonder why boys they follow around. Every other day they for your yard. Paparazzi say follow you about. Girl, when you walk down the highway, you they make men easy. Girl, when you walk down the highway, spiritual men don't they misfit. Your problem, it's a problem. This problem, it's our problem. The boys them, now we go solve it. We'll be joining together and solve it. Yeah, you don't tire, girl, that's why I know say you don't tire. Every other day, every other man say they're on fire. But, baby, on that, baby, on that. You better don't drop that thing, yeah. Baby, on that.
When I take it too long for you to verify yourself.
Alright.
Are we going to spin and if you can't verify you, then you can't win.
Samuel, DJ Kelvin. Samuel Ugonna is still being verified with his identification. Whilst that is going on, Ignite VA, we can put up the QR code on the screen. Ignite VA on the screen. Ignite VA on the screen.
Emmanuel, ignite on the screen, please.
For those who want to be...
Ugonna, in the next 1 minute, if they do not verify you, we will spin. Sorry. The next 1 minute, if you're not verified, then we'll spin again.
For those who want to be a part of the 100 virtual assistants to be trained by Ignite VA on the 50% scholarship by Port Harcourt Tech Expo, please scan the QR code or log on to the link over there. Register to be one of the 100 people who are getting the scholarship. You will be trained by Ignite with the chance of being placed on their platform to be hired by off-takers. It's there, scan it, zoom in. We'll leave it on for the rest of the evening. If it goes off, it'll come back. So please scan it. And yes, it is for those who are here, registered as participants, please. You have any service that can be rendered virtually,
offered virtually from anywhere in the world. Some people have said, they've tried foreign platforms, Fiverr, Upwork, and this is local. So get in now. Has it been verified? Yes. Yes. Has it been verified? Yes, please come up. Please come up.
Finally.
It's taking too long.
Thanks to Ope.
Let me be, let me.
Wait, it's not after party yet. Hold on. Hey, let's go. You've been verified. Come up. Let's go.
How many of us are in Bole Festival? How many people are in now?
Bole Festival.
How can it not be working when some people are in? Who is your network provider?
Okay, hold on. When you go home, try again.
It expires by 12 midnight.
You have till midnight to keep trying. You said you give us waiting? Give you?
Chima, can I go with him?
Yes, please.
Please come.
Yes, please.
Please, let's celebrate Samuel.
Samuel Ugonna, right? Congratulations.
And I also like to advise you to always carry an ID card. Try and get something that verifies that it's you moving around.
Worst case, a veteran.
On behalf of Port Harcourt Tech Expo Team 2026, congratulations. Please leave your name and your real number with Chima. And tomorrow you will get your phone. Please, let's celebrate him.
Yeah.
Please, is Nonso still in the room? Nonso, he will convene a Bole Festival. Are you around? Please come and tell us why. I don't know why we're having these hitches. Are they doing something wrong? Please power this mic. Tell me.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, so for those that are trying to get the tickets, we just activated the code. So the code will be active till tomorrow morning. So you just give it like 3 hours. Then this night you can start trying it. Yes, and so it's just for 50 people. Once 50 people buy, it's out. Thank you. Tech
Expo.
Yes.
That's the code.
Yes, together.
It's together, yes, one
Together.
word.
You will ask that question.
Thank you, Nonso. Thank you very much.
Small letter. Don't put space. All together.
For all the speakers, the VIP, our Bole has beautifully been delivered.
Yay!
So before you leave, you're getting your Bole VIP speakers, out of town guests. Your Bole is ready. JD.
The moment we've been waiting for. Hackathon PH Expo 2026. The 5 contestants will welcome you back on stage. Bin Bank, Ordo, My Greed, Pay Up, and Eco Lantern. Please receive them back with an applause. Clap for them, celebrate them. They're all winners. They came in, they pitched, they've gotten mentors that would hold their hands to better victory. And one of them, with the highest score by the judges, will receive 5 million naira into their business. The judges worked with 6 criteria. DJ Kelvin, number 1, problem identification and market need. Number 2, criterion, product innovation and technology. Number 3, business model and revenue potential. Number 4, market traction and consumer validation. Number 5, team strength and execution capability. Finally, number 6, scalability, growth strategy, and investment readiness. These were the 6 criteria that the judges used to determine who will take home 5 million naira. Are we complete up here? Are all the teams here? All the teams here. Where's Ordo? Ordo is there. With 48.1% celebrate Bin Bank. Well done. 59.2% celebrate Pay Up. Ordo came in third with 67.5%. The first runner-up with 76.7% is, they did not get the 5 million, but they will get so much more. Mentorship, exposure. Their name is Eco Lantern. The winner of the Hackathon but Hacker Tech Expo 2026, My Green, with 78.5%.
Congratulations. Thank you very much for all those that tried. Let's have the winner celebrate his win now. Thank you very much, all those who participated. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done.
I'd now like to call on the MD of Tech Nexus to please come forward. Have a handshake. The official presentation of the 5 million will happen on Monday. DJ Gabby, please just hold it. Where is Barrister Amuri? Before the MD's handshake, Barrister Amuri has. Barrister, I think you should say it by yourself. Please come. They have something coming. Something is coming.
Stand up,
My Green.
for the champions, stand up, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up, for the champions, stand up.
That's what we do at Potato Tech, so put people on the spot.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Okay, so I'm not here to give money, but I'm going to give you a pro bono IP service, that's intellectual property services, because when I listened to your pitch, there were a lot of IP loopholes, so I'm going to do that for the 3 of you, and you happen to be my top 3 for the evening. So
And that would have cost what?
About the same value.
About 5 million.
Yes.
So you're giving them 5 million worth of service that they may not have been able to afford. It's worth much more than money.
Celebrate them, please. Celebrate them. I will now allow the MD to have a handshake and say something to them.
Once again, a round of applause for them. On behalf of Tech Nexus and the Port Harcourt Tech Expo team, I want to congratulate you for a job well done.
Can we hear him on stage?
Present you with the sum of 5 million naira to be collected on Monday. So congratulations once again, and well done. Keep on the hard work. Yes, well done.
Official presentation to be done on Monday. Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate DJ Kelvin. Can we have them dance? Victory dance, please. DJ Kelvin.
When we get money, they know they do cha-cha-cha. If you look around, you go see evidence. It's money movement, you are nothing.
Ah, my men, heavyweight men, no be normal men. Men with so many sources of income. Movement.
Men we get money, they know they do cha-cha-cha. You don't need nigga for evidence. I go lie for you. If you hear me want, you know say na men they put here. It's money movement, you're nothing. Men will wait. No cha-cha-cha. No cha-cha-cha. It's money movement, you're nothing. It's money movement, you're nothing.
They cannot dance this one.
What song do you want? Which one? Wait. Please hold on. What do you want? You didn't win. I'm a piano. They won. Give them what they want. They did the hard work. The least we can do is give them a piano. All right, as we close out, we have one announcement, the vote of thanks, closing remarks, and we go into the after party. Please give it up for My Grid, our winners. Thank you so much. On Monday, we'll see you at the official presentation of the 5 million naira win. All right, let's go.
Okay, sorry guys, good evening, quick one. So, Team Greenhouse, I was supposed to give scholarship to about 50 of you, but I think I'm going to extend that because I'm happy that you guys are here to this moment. So, we're going to give scholarships to 100 people to join our tech program so that you guys can learn some basic skills in tech that you can use to start your tech career. So I'm going to give the technical team the QR code, which they will display. You just scan it and fill the form. It's that simple. Thank you very much.
That is what we do at Port Harcourt Tech Expo. Celebrate Port Harcourt Tech Expo, everyone. Awesome, thank you.
I'm tempted to give scholarship too. Should I give?
Just vex and give. Vex.
Such as I have, I give to you. On the 18th of July, there is a Prepare to Speak masterclass. We sell it for 150,000 naira. People attend it. What I have done for 18 years is teach people how to present to go to the next level. Such as I have, I give. As many as will send an email to info@joycedaniels.net. Info, INFO @joycedaniels.net, especially if you were at the masterclass and you want to attend that masterclass for free at 0 naira to you. Send the email between now and Sunday. Say you were here and show proof that you were here, a selfie or something attached to that email to show that you were here. We want to see either a selfie or a photo of you at one of the banners that says PH Tech Expo. That's all. Or show your ID.
No
That's
AI.
all.
Do not use AI to crop yourself.
Don't worry.
into-
My team, they will fish you out. Just show that you were here. If you took a selfie with me, that's enough. Attach it. And we'll give you 100% scholarship. The email is info, INFO, @JoyceDaniels, JoyceDaniels.net. States that you're claiming your 100% scholarship for the virtual training Prepared to Speak Masterclass, and you were here at the Port Harcourt Tech Expo. Very likely, Miss Love will attend to you, and she'll make sure you're onboarded, and we'll see you in class on Saturday, the 18th of July, 2026. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much. It's been an awesome 2 days, hasn't it been?
Awesome.
If you have had fun, say Port Harcourt Tech Expo.
Port Harcourt Tech Expo.
Joyce, how has it been for you? This is your first edition.
Incredible. My first time here, incredible. Quality of speakers, quality of camaraderie, quality of syntropy and syntropification taking place. I'm taking it home. I'm happy for those who have attended, and I look forward to being here next year.
Thank you very much. It's been an awesome time having you for the past 2 days. Especially, how many of you have enjoyed the Experience Center over there? All right, you're even about to enjoy much more. Thank you everyone for attending Port Harcourt Tech Expo 2026, Syntropy. See you when?
2027.
I'll see you there. Stay positive and stay progressive and learn something new, and we'll see you 2027. Thank you. DJ Kevin, let the party begin.
Keep the whistle blowing, come on, let's go.